Good evening, folks. Mike here, the Ashamed Canadian, and I'm here to let you know about what's going on here in Canada. Um, First off, I want to give a shout out to a couple of people. Um, Northern Perspective, if anybody, if you're in anything to do with Canada, um, go check them out on YouTube. And also, go check out Mr. Sunshine Baby. This guy's been covering it all. He's an ex-military, younger guy, but he's still ex-military, and he's been covering this. He's got like 3 channels or something like that. He's got Mr. Sunshine Baby, Mr. Sunshine Baby Clips, and House of Canada, where he actually broadcasts the whole question period of Canada. So go check out Mr. Sunshine Baby and House of Canada. And of course, Northern Perspective. Cypher and Fox, I'm telling you, these guys have been doing some really great work behind the scenes and everything, pulling out everything. Um, they've been uh, covering all the Arrive scam apps and stuff like that, what happened with that. So I want to do a little math with you here, but let's I gotta let you know that it's Trudeau math. Okay, so um, in Canada here, we have a huge problem. We have a homeless situation that has gotten out of control. Now, I've worked with the homeless since 1985. I've been a very big activist. Um, I was part of a group that chained herself to Parliament Hill and got the changes made into the Privacy Act and the Human Rights Act and the shelters and that. Um, I'm one of the first people to help start up the needle exchange program in Toronto. Um, uh, so I've been doing this for a long time. I know what I'm talking about, but I don't think most of these politicians do. So let's get right into this math, shall we? So the year that Justin Trudeau came in, there was just over 35 million people here, and that was in 2015. Now, right now, we have over 40 million people in this country. So, in the 8 years that Trudeau's been in power, um, he is let in just almost 4.5 million people. That's not across the border in the states into Canada and that. All documented. You can go check it out on YouTube. You can see the police. One of the was in Roxham, the crossing, and that's in Quebec. So he has let in 4.47 million people since he's been in power in 8 years. They built the average of 200,000 homes a year. So that works out in the time that he's been here. And this is just a rough estimate, folks, because we know that he didn't build this many homes. Um, but he, you know, 1.6 million homes were built in 8 years. Okay. And this is just an average. So he's letting in all these people. Um, lets in 400,000 people a year. But we have no homes. It's, and here's some more of how I'm getting to this. We have 1.5 million homeless beds in the shelters across Canada. Every one of them are full. We have tent cities that are growing like crazy. I've been to a few of them. When I was out west, I seen the one right downtown on Hastings Street in downtown Vancouver. There was probably 500, 600 tents down there, all up and down the streets, businesses closing, everything, because they can't get in. So, and then you got all these homeless, and then you got about 500,000 people that are living on the streets. So we have well over 200 that are homeless. Homeless. There's no homes for them. And the problem with that is that we have all these investors coming in from different parts of the country. They see that the prices are cheaper here in Atlantic Canada to buy houses, so they buy them up, and then they raise the rents by $600-700 a unit, and then people have no place to go. Oh, I see something in the comp here. Oh, okay. The shit show. Hey, good to see you. Tuna time. Good to see you both. And so, over 2 million people that are homeless, 200,000 people a year coming into this country, and we have a housing shortage. What the fuck is our government doing? Now, and if anybody wants to come up and talk about this with me, please, the link is pinned at the top. I'll talk to you all night long about this because this is getting ridiculous. And don't mind the little crazy cat behind me. So, the problem with all of this is that we have our biggest problem in Canada is mental health. So, we have this liberal government right now doesn't give a shit about the homeless or anything. He just cares about the middle class and that. Well, he says he does. Our budget just a mini budget just come out. I was just watching it. That's what inspired me to do this. So we got all these homeless people here, and we have a huge, I mean, huge mental health issues. So our mental health guru or whatever you want to call them in fucking Ottawa decided that drug addiction is a mental health issue. And we all, but back in the early 90s, if you were okay if you took your medication and you weren't a harm to yourself or others, they kicked you out. Now, at the time, I was working at one of Canada's largest men's shelters. And back then we had, I don't know, I think about 900 to 1,000 beds in this shelter. Within a year after them releasing all those people, the shelter systems got flooded. They shut down all these mental health facilities and that and kicked them out on the street. My proposal is that you bring back the Mental Health Act and you start putting people, locking people up where they need the help the most. I'm not saying put them in a fucking cage. You have all these homeless people that are out there, and don't get me wrong, I was homeless last year. You guys all seen it. I reported it here when I was out west. For 5 months, I couldn't get help or anything. I literally slept on the streets in a tent in a park in Vancouver. I went to the tent city in Chilliwack. I went to the tent city in Abbotsford. I've seen the shelter systems, the way they are, and it is fucking horrible. I mean, absolutely horrible. And one of the worst agencies out there, the biggest agency out there, is called the Salvation Army. And no shit, none of them would help. None of them. If you're not a drug addict, or an alcoholic, you get no services at all. I'm living proof. In January 3rd or 4th or whatever, somewhere's around there, whenever I woke up and I said I quit, of 1994, I quit everything. I don't drink. I don't do hard drugs or nothing. I smoke my weed because it's prescribed to me. I smoke cigarettes and drink coffee. That's it. I don't do any of this other shit. I'm actually petrified of needles. And I don't even like using a pipe to smoke my weed because it makes me look like I'm a fucking crackhead or something. So I don't even use a pipe. I roll my joints and I smoke them. That's it. And if you want to call me a drug addict, well, what the fuck? I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm a drug addict then. But I'm not out there doing meth and shit like that, doing the fucking zombie fucking dance and everything. I'm not the one that's going out breaking into places and causing thousands of dollars in damage to places and thousands of dollars in theft. You know, the security guards in Vancouver that work in these the BC liquor stores and the Safeways and Sobeys and all these grocery stores and that. I literally seen it with my own eyes. Like this guy comes out of the liquor store, a bottle in each hand, woohoo! And security, they were trying to chase him in the store, and they could only go to the door. That's it. Once you cross that doorway, no security is allowed to chase you to get their fucking products back at all. And reasonably so, especially in the Vancouver area, it is really bad because people, if they see a security guard running after you, they will run after the security guard and jump the security guard. So it's really dangerous for them to do it. That's why they don't do it. But the police won't even do anything. Agmet Singh, that's a fucking terrorist supporter, literally, because back to his own country, or he can't even go to the States because he supported and backed the people from the Air India bombing. But now he is the leader of the NDP here in Canada. What the fuck is this? And then you got Justin Trudeau. Oh boy, here we go. Let's start with, hey, he allowed a terrorist to come back to Canada, brought him from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and put him in a fucking jail here, and then released him. Then gave him a pardon and a passport and $10.5 million of Canadian taxpayer money, and let him go. Don't even know where the cocksucker is, but he's out there. Justin Trudeau also repatriated, I think it was 3 or 4 ISIS fighters to come back to Canada. Give them money. When he first got elected, he gave $20 million of Canadian taxpayer money to the Clinton Foundation. For what? She's fucking corrupt. She's one of the most corrupt people in the fucking world. Hillary Clinton. The worst. Look at the Benghazi incident. How many people got killed because of her? There's a guy going to jail right now because he made a meme about her. Saying, if you want to vote for Hillary, text, and it wasn't even a real text. I think it was 67890 or something like that. Not even a real place or anything. It was a fucking meme. And this guy's going to jail now because that fucking Hillary Clinton. Look at all those January 6ers and that. All the video literally just come out. Proved that they didn't break in, that the police actually opened the doors for them. There was FBI through the whole fucking place. Through the whole, they were the ones who mainly started it. And people follow through. Yes, there was a few that did get destructive in that. But They should not be sitting in jail for 20 fucking years. There's one guy, I just watched an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at what one guy ended up fucking hanging himself in jail because he was being persecuted. Wasn't allowed any rights to the rest of the people that are in the jails. You don't believe me? Go check the fucking Congress on CPAC or C-SPAN in the States. Look it up. It's there. I'm telling you. You don't believe me? Go look it up. And then you got that fucking Hillary Clinton coming to Canada, sitting with the Liberals, with Cynthia Freeland, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Now, we all know that Hillary Clinton doesn't do anything for free. That costs taxpayers millions of dollars for her to come here. Hey, get down. Crazy cat. And she sat there and gave them the policies and stuff like that. It was all the women of the Liberals, a women's thing. And anybody that supported the women, any woman that supported. Come on, get off the table. And so you got you got her coming over telling all this bullshit and that. And now they're calling in the House of Commons, they're calling the Conservative Party the mega party. They think that they're in cahoots with Donald Trump. It's bullshit. I'll tell you that right now. I've been following the the leader for over a decade. I've been watching him. The guy's not bad. I'm not saying he's the best, but I'll tell you one thing. Pierre Poilievre of the Conservative Party has got my vote. And Justin Trudeau, like my t-shirt says, like I say in almost every stream that I go into, make Canada great, make Trudeau a fucking inmate. Because this guy, not only has he supported terrorism there, but he's in cahoots with China. He loves the way that China's dictatorship runs their business and everything. Don't believe me? It's on YouTube. Check it out. Justin Trudeau, it's there. So not only is he a terrorist supporter, but he's also a communist. Now, one of the biggest places during this whole unicorns and butterflies, I can't say the word or I'll get this kicked off. But when the unicorns and butterflies were going around, you had to go to a hotel. Well, it was the Radisson chain hotels that they were using here in Canada. Don't believe me? Hit Google, search it. The Chinese Communist Party owned the Radisson chain hotels. So all that money that was coming in all the time, when people had to stay there and pay like $500 to $1,000 a night and stuff like that, and be forced to stay there for a few days. And if you don't believe me, that's out there. It's all out there. It's all over YouTube. The best place to check about that stuff is go to rebelnews.com or Rebel News on YouTube, or go over to Rumble. And that's where you'll get all the uncensored stuff, and check out Rebel News there. They've been covering this for a while. Now, they're not the type of people that I would actually associate with a lot. Ezra Levant, he's a little bit different, but it just doesn't make sense anymore. So my plan, and I hope that this goes out so that maybe one of these politicians will hear it, is to bring back the Mental Health Act. These people that are out there now need fucking help. They got nothing. They can't even think for themselves, half of these guys. And then with the drug addictions and that, over 70% of the people that are homeless and staying in shelters and that have mental health issues and should have proper medical health. So, hey, Sci-Fi Bri and Rights for Vets, good to see you both. So, I believe that you bring it back, but in a different way. What you do is you build a big, like your hospital. You get a big piece of land. I have drawings. I can't really show them to you right now because they're in another part of Moncton here. But in the center, right up at the front, you have a main building, maybe 6 stories high, like a hospital where you need people go into treatment and everything. But on the outside of it, around, you make stuff like um, a motel style buildings that go around, but they're all inside of the fence. Now, these people that are in these motel style rooms and that, what they do is if they want to go out into the public, hey, fuck, go ahead. But at least you got a place to come back to. But what you have to do is you have to make sure that you take your medication before you leave. They give you a ticket or a stamp or something. You show it at the main gate. They let you out. You come back, you go into your unit or whatever. When you come in, they'll check in, bang, because it's a hospital setting type thing. So this way, then they can keep track of these people. They can help these people, get them off the fucking drugs that they're on. And maybe then we might have no homeless. But we have to do something. We're a country of 40 million people and we got over 2 million people that are homeless. That's ridiculous. And they only build 200,000 homes a year. And now they just increased our immigration policy to 500,000 people a year now, but they're still only building maybe 200,000 homes. How is anybody supposed to fucking live if they're not building anything? They're talking about taking the GST off of building apartment buildings and that. Well, that's fine and dandy. What happens is build these buildings and say that they're for rent 5 or 10 years. They kick everybody out. They sell the building, they renovate it, and turn it into condos. You don't see apartment buildings being built anymore. All these high-rise buildings that look like apartments, they're all condos. You got to buy each one of those. And then you got to pay a maintenance fee. Then you got to pay your hot heat and hydro. Like the city of Moncton, here where I live, there was 11 rooming houses that this mayor, Don Arnold, decided to raise the taxes on property taxes to rental units. Now, I know this because I was a property manager here for a while, and I looked after over 160 homes and 2 apartment buildings. So I seen what happens here. A lot of those homes that people were using as rooming houses, the city ended up tearing them down, buying the bigger corporations. Now, all these people are out on the street because there's no place to go. So now they built apartment buildings saying that, oh, well, people can live in them. They can't. How the fuck can they? The rent is $650 a month when they first opened up, minimum plus your hydro. But a lot of these people are on social services and they're only allowed $350 for rent. Anything over and above that's got to come out of your food money. And a single person that's not on disability or something doesn't even get $600 a month, let alone fucking $650 to pay for the rent and another $150 a month, especially during the wintertime for electricity. So how all these people are gone. Now I worked at the uh harvest house here for about 8 years. Me and my wife both worked there. She worked up in the office, and I did all the maintenance. I did all the fundraising for this place. When it first opened, there was nobody around really. One or two people needed a place to stay. When I showed up in December 2005, there might have been 7, 8 people there. And there was another shelter, and, it didn't have many people. If you really needed a place, they found a place for you. Since I've been here, they've had to open up 3 more shelters. Yesterday, the police just got rid of a tent city with over 140 people in it, with a kid as young as 7 years old being there in a tent city here in Moncton, New Brunswick. In Halifax, Nova Scotia, there's over 30 fucking tent cities just in that city. And that's the only real city that has shelters. There's no there's no shelter at all in any of Cape Breton, the whole island of Cape Breton. Now we know that there's not many people there, but nobody can get help. All along the Digby area, all the way down to Yarmouth and all that, all through the Annapolis Valley, there's absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing. And where do these people go? They're fucking Canadians. But we're allowing 400,000 fucking new people to come in. You ever try and talk to a government agency? I've been trying for a year and a half to get my fucking my my tax form so I can fill out my fucking taxes for the last 3 years. They won't even send them to me. I give them all the information they want. You say, oh well, you don't know your postal code, or oh, you don't know your old bank account number. Fuck, I literally lost everything, but they don't care. Now, I could lose my disability, which isn't much to begin with, but I could lose my disability for not doing my taxes. But the government is stopping me from doing this. This is how bad we have gotten. Justin Trudeau needs to get out, and he needs to get out now. If not, we're going to have 4 million fucking homeless people. They're doing nothing about these payments that people really need for small businesses, and that over 250,000 businesses in Canada are about to go bankrupt because of what this government is doing. And when they go bankrupt, then that means that they lose money, the government lose money, and the people lose their houses and everything. Where does that bring them? We have nurses, construction workers, electricians sleeping in their fucking cars in this country because there's no place to go. What the fuck is going on, people? Like, I really, really love my country. My great, 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 great grandfather, way back, was one of the very first politicians in Nova Scotia. We have an island named after us. That was our fucking homestead. Don't believe me? Check Google Maps down in Sheet Harbor, or uh, yeah, or no, Ship Harbor, Nova Scotia. Check it out. There's an island there. You'll see it. That's my last name. I'm not going to say it here, but you guys can find it. Just look up Ship Harbor and you'll see it. It's the biggest island there. It's protected by Parks Canada. You know, I love this fucking country. I was born here. My father was born here. My grandfather was born here. My grandmother was born here, on both sides. We are fucking Canadian. My grandfather fought in World War I. My great-grandfather. My grandfather fought in World War II. I had an uncle that fought in Vietnam. I have cousins and nephews and nieces that are in the military right now, fighting for this country, for a dickhead like fucking Trudeau. Why? To control them, right? Hey, slow burner, how are you, brother? Come on up if you want. Anybody want to join me? The link is pinned at the top. Come on up. I'm a little bit excited tonight here because I've been watching this for a long time. I'm sorry I haven't been doing anything lately, folks. But I've been doing a lot of research. I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes and stuff like that. Uh, yeah, I am Native American and have hatred for motherland. Oh, well, my mother is Native. I don't know if you guys know who Hank Snow is, the Native American singer from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Sydney Mines, actually. That's my grandmother's cousin on my mother's side. My grandmother is and half British. So I do have Native in me, I guess. Not much, but I'm mainly British. But our family's been here since before this was Canada. And now uh, you guys all see my name, Ashamed Canadian. Yes, I am. I'm ashamed of this country right now. I didn't make that name until Justin Trudeau became prime. Has been going since November of 2019. Before that, I had another channel. It got taken off. Um, a few of my videos, if you guys go back through the videos and that, you'll find that they're gone. The government literally took them off because I got no note or nothing. It just disappeared. So, we're getting attacked from all ways. And because of Bill C-11, you got to watch what you say here on YouTube. They control what you get to see in your feeds and everything. I'm Get down off the table. But for what? Justin Trudeau's got it out for free media. It's basically because Facebook won't pay them more money than anybody else because they're a news organization, that they think that they should get special privilege and that they should get more money than anybody else. Well, CBC, for one, is owned by the Canadian taxpayers because we fund it with over $650 million a year. It's a state run. It's owned by the Canadian government. CTV, they're fine. Bell, or that's CTV, but Global, and we only have what, three major television stations in Canada. All the rest are owned by all those ones are all owned. Hey, rights for vets. Come on up, brother.
Congratulations, dude. Glad to see you up here and talking. Good for you,
Hey,
buddy.
thanks, man. It's been a while, but I've been getting I've been watching a lot of the House of Commons. I would also watch the ones in the States there too, what's going on down there with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Um, so I've been watching a lot of this because what happens in the States will eventually happen here in Canada. You guys have a mass influx of people coming across the southern border right now. But this was proven that in New York, they were literally sending busloads of people up to the Roxham border crossing. We had in a couple of months over almost 40,000 people come across that border. But our minister at the time lost all those people. He lost over 1 million people in this country right now. There's over 1 million people that are unaccounted for in this country. And I can see why a lot of the Americans are getting so mad too. Like, I'm not sure, man. It's so fucked up right now. Like, Joe.
You want to know the truth? Do you want to know? Do you want to know the truth? You want to
What's
handle?
that?
Can you handle the truth? Can you handle the
Oh
truth?
yeah.
A lot of people can't.
Oh,
All right, I have
oh
a
yeah.
lot of videos. You can use my videos anytime you want to. Some's good
Yep.
for other people, some are bad. Okay, I mean I got all kinds, especially Rumble, but you can't play it on Rumble. People have to go to my Rumble. The bottom line,
Oh,
and I
okay.
was just like you. The bottom line is, and again, I was just like you. My God, you know the Democrats fighting the Republicans. Republicans are fighting the Democrats. Damn son of a, I was all upset. I talked to a gentleman who straightened my act out, and he had showed me proof of everything he said. And the bottom line is, they don't give a shit. They want us,
No.
and I should have remembered this. I should have remembered this. In the military, the best way to conquer a nation is divide it, and this is what they're doing
Yep.
with the skin color, with people coming in our borders. They don't give a shit about us at all. This is why they're doing it. There's no such thing as a constitution here in America. It's a piece of paper that you wipe with your ass. They're doing
Same
what they
here in
want to
Canada.
do.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, they own the plantation. The problem
Yep.
is when we live on this plantation, we have to abide by their rules. But if we get off the grid of their plantation, meaning don't be dependent on them because we're dependent on their gas, we're depending on their food, we're depending on their money, not our money, their money. We're dependent on everything because we were raised that way, indoctrinated in school. Instead of saying, hey, if something should happen to the government, you can live off the land. And this is how you do it. This is how you can get away from the government. But they're not teaching you that.
Yeah.
They teach you to be good little citizens, be a good little worker bee. Yeah, exactly. Snitch on your fellow man if he does something wrong, even though he's right. Snitch on him.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is they want to eradicate 6 to 7 billion people on this planet, and I have documentation on that on Rumble, and they can check it all out to verify it. This is the bottom line. They want to eliminate 6 to 7. We have 8 billion people now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know that. Like, they've been trying to do that. Look at what's happening right now with all these wars. How many people have fucking died so far? This is a population control thing right now. It's not a war on who's right or who's wrong or my religion's better than your religion or anything. It's about population control. Canada's doing it. Canada's doing it. Look at British Columbia, where they decriminalized all drugs under 2.5 grams. You can have 2 grams of heroin in your pocket and the cops search you. You know what they do? They give it back to you and ask you if you need all your supplies and that pipe or needle and shit like that. They go to their car, open up the trunk. They have all these supplies sitting right there for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're allowed to do it. Security guards can't chase anybody. You really want to start doing something, bring back the Mental Health Act, start locking these people up, start forcing them into fucking rehab and that, criminalize all these hard drugs.
They won't do it. They will not do it. I'm trying to tell you, they're trying to eliminate the people. I have all kinds of documentation. You can use it if you can. I mean, on Rumble, you won't be able to because you put it on YouTube, they'll kick you right out. Because Rumble, you can do anything. It's free. But I have a lot of content. I mean, you can tell these people, you see, my problem is I'm trying to tell like you do. I'm trying to tell people, hey, wake up. You know, the government don't give a shit. I was in the military. I could kick myself in the ass for it.
Yeah.
It didn't change anything. We went for another war and another war. We got 2 wars going on now. You know, and they're still treating people like
And
shit.
about to be a third
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
with China and Japan.
Right now, America is kissing their people's ass a little bit. You know, the people with the Kool-Aid that they had to
Yep.
take. You know, the
Yep.
mass. Okay, well, they eliminated a lot of servicemen because they wouldn't take it. Now they're begging
Yeah.
for these people to come back, but they're not apologizing.
And
Oh, you what?
they said that they don't need to get have that anymore in order to get in. There's something
Mm-hmm.
$1 billion or a couple $1 billion lawsuit right now that those armed service members are going through because of that.
That is true.
You know,
Very
you know
true.
that, right? Like, yeah,
Oh yeah.
I forget how many billions, but it's in the billions that they're going after the army for, or armed forces, or Department of Defense, actually.
Well, here's the main deal, and people are going to realize this sooner or later, probably sooner, the way things go. Right now, Europe is under a CBDC, central bank digital currency. A lot of people didn't even ask for it. They were commanded and demanded that you will take your money, you will put it in the bank, and we're going to put it in a digital asset. This way, we have control of what you're spending, where you can spend it, how you can spend it. If you have too much gasoline, we're going to cut you off. If you have too much meat, we're going to cut you off. If you do something against the government, we're cutting you off totally. And this is what
Yeah.
CBT is all about, central bank. And this is what's
Yeah.
coming down now in America in the short. But Europe just finally got it. Now the UK is going to get it next, or we will.
Yeah.
And we're done. We're done. That's it. Then people are going to see, oh, what am I going to do? Well, it's too late then. Now they also have 15-minute cities. I don't know if you're aware of that, what that is.
Oh, they're doing it here too, and I got all
Yep.
kinds of proof of how they're doing it and shit like that. And they want to do a
If I call it,
Skynet.
yep, that's right. That's right, Skylight. Now, if I call it a concentration camp, would you go?
Fuck no.
Well, that's what it is. You only allow 15 minutes, and
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah. 15 minutes anywheres, and everything's within 15 minutes of you. You know,
Mhm.
what happens in a country like Canada where we got 40 million people and we're the second largest landmass country, and we have shitty transportation? Like, I can't get on a bus and leave this province and go to Quebec which is just the next province over. I can take it and go to Nova Scotia or PEI and take it right to Newfoundland, but I can't get from the furthest I can get on a bus here in New Brunswick is I go up to Edmundston, New Brunswick, and then from there, the only way, there's no other transportation. The only way is either hitchhike, which you will never get picked up anymore, or you take a taxi and it costs you $175 to go from Edmundston, New Brunswick to Riverloop, Quebec, which is about a 45-minute drive. $175. It's the only way. Train, you can take a train to get out of here, or you can fly, but it's very fucking expensive. You know, you see all these, oh, well, the flights to go from Halifax International Airport to Pearson Airport in Toronto, you know, 249 or something. But you got to book it 6 months in advance. If you want it right away, it'll cost you almost $1,000. Look at when I was going out west last year. I was looking to get out of here every way possible. And for me to fly from Moncton to Vancouver was over $1,000 if I booked it in advance. But if I wanted it right away, it was almost $1,700 for me to fly. It's $1,000 to take a train across Canada. Like,
But go on.
and what gets me is that they tore down all these fucking rooming houses that people were paying like $350, $400 because they don't get much money on social services and that, because there's no jobs here, really. And personally, I would redo the social services too, because there's a lot of people on it that shouldn't be. But that's just my own personal opinion because I've worked the system for so long. I can spot further away in this, but it's it just doesn't make sense to me. They tore
You're not,
down the
it's not
11
supposed,
rooming houses. What's that?
here's the deal. Honestly, we are the only creature on this planet that has to pay to live. Animals don't do it.
Yeah,
They live free. They have food. They know how to survive. Okay, but we have to pay. Now, what we hear in America is, oh, you got to go in the military for freedom and democracy. Well, really, freedom? Well, I got freedom of range. I can only go so far without any identification. I got to pay to go here. And you can tell me, no, you can't go. This is not freedom. It's freedom of range. Freedom is where you can go anywhere you want to at any given time. There's no such thing as freedom or democracy. They just put it in our heads. They indoctrinated us. We have freedom of range. That's it. You got to pay to drive. You got to have a license to drive. You got to have a passport to go anywhere. They can deny you at any time. The checkpoints over at airports. They did this to us purposely. The government did. They know what
yeah,
they're doing, and they did it purposely. This is done by design. They know what they're doing, and they're doing it purposely. So no matter
yeah,
how much you complain, bitch, moan, or groan, they don't care. But I'll tell you what they will care about. Your government, like my government, is a business. It's a business run entity. It needs money, us, to give them the
yeah,
money to work. If you got off the grid, just doing a garden alone, if half the people around the world did a garden, people wouldn't starve. People wouldn't be eating that processed, poisonous bullshit. They would lose
right,
money. They
right,
wouldn't know what to do. If you got off the grid of government, they wouldn't know what to do. They'd have a freaking fit. Wait a minute, what's going on here? People ain't relying on us. We have no control over these people. You know. Now there's I'm not quite sure, over either a million people right now that are off the grid that are so quiet, but they talk among themselves. And this is a
yeah,
fact, and I'm going to prove it to you. And they are enjoying life. They live longer. They have no pressures. They get to do what they want to do. If they don't work, well, they don't get 100% comeback on their foods.
mm,
Plant fruit trees.
yeah,
Get fresh water. They live off foliage, plants out there in the woods. Everything's free. Why would you need
yeah,
government? Fuck government. Government's there to crucify us, to make us poor. Every time we get a raise, they raise up the taxes. You can't win. You're not going to win on this plantation. We are slaves on this plantation, and the owners are the government. Now, who's running the government is not our government. It's the United Nations. We are the subsidiary of business from the United Nations. They're the ones that are coordinating everything. You think that they're running it, but they're not. They're good actors. And people have to realize that.
yep,
Government isn't for us. If you want to do something, get off the grid of the smallest things. Do little baby steps. This is what I'm going to be doing next year. I'm getting myself ready to move out of here, and I'm going to be living out in the woods. I'm done with this shit.
yeah. Well,
And what?
I've already started. Like I got my camper. As you can see, I'm in it right now. This is just the block where the drivers is and that, but I got my camper now. I got the bathroom, shower, you know, I got it all right here. I got a microwave, a stove, a half decent sized fridge. I got it here. Now all I got to do is I'm ripping the engine and transmission out and the whole front end because they don't need it. Once I set this somewheres, that's it. It's staying there. And I want to be out in the woods somewheres. That's what I was doing out west. That's why I went out west last year. And it was
Mhm.
actually with talking with Nudie all the time and that. I
Right.
had the
That's who got me.
camper.
Yeah. Hmm.
I got the camper and everything from my brother, but then he ended up giving it to his ex-wife, and that's why I was homeless out in Vancouver last
Oh,
year.
you're the one he was talking about before. He didn't mention a name. I remember him saying that. Yes, you're the one. Wow.
Yeah,
That was dirty.
yes. So I lost everything. The money that I paid for it, the money that I paid for my spot and everything, because I was actually going on a farm, and I had worked it out that I give him $500 and he comes and gets my trailer and he parks it on the farm. He'll hook up water for me and a spot for my sewer. I was fine with that. And my power, I give him $300 a month, and that pays for the power and the water. But I got to help him out do some work around. I was fine with that. That's why I went out there. I was getting ready to do all that, do a little bit of work here and there to make some extra money, work on the farm. I'd have fresh food all the time. I wouldn't have to worry. And then from there, I was going to work my way so that I could, save up a bit more money and that so that and find a spot that I can go right out off the grid completely. But
Mm-hmm.
I needed a
Uh-oh.
trailer.
You froze
But
up. You want to say
because
it again? Hold on, you froze up. Can you say it
oh
again?
I yep. So I was gonna take work on the farm until I buy some solar panels and put on the trailer, and this way then when I move I had the solar panels and that now I got my electricity and I could move and go out in the woods somewheres and then I'll work out something for the water and sewer. That's not a problem. Especially if you're right beside a creek or something and you make yourself go get yourselves buckets of water and this thing this thing's got a holding tank in it. The one that I was supposed to get had a water holding tank in it. I go one day, fill up the water, and I'm good for a few days. But yeah, because of my brother giving it away, I lost it all. So then I had to fight my way to get back here because there was nothing out there. I couldn't get any help or nothing. I was literally in a tent in downtown Toronto, downtown Vancouver, sleeping in a tent. Nobody would help me. I couldn't get any services at all. They were telling me that I had to be a resident of BC for 6 months before I could get anything. Found out that was all bullshit, but this is the kind of stuff that I was going through out there. And one of the worst places that I ever went to was the Salvation Armies across Canada. The one in Winnipeg, I had a lady there, I forget her name, Terry or Carrie or something. She told me, and she's a case manager. So a case manager is there to help people. Obviously, that's what they do. She literally told me to my face that they're not there to help, they're only there to house. That's it. They're not there to help, they're only there to house. So that's when I really knew, I heard about the Salvation Army and other things, and I pulled one of my videos off after doing an interview with a friend and everything that worked with the Salvation Army. I literally pulled that, made it private on my channel because I refused to support the Salvation Army anymore. After what I've seen going through Canada and going to the Salvation Armies and that looking for help to get home, and they're telling me, oh, we can't help you. You can't stay here. You're not a drug addict. You're not an alcoholic. You can't stay here. So, like, the only way to get help in this country is if you are a drug addict. Literally. If you're not a drug addict, you get nothing. Now, I'm on a disability pension here for the rest of my life because of my heart and because of my head and that. I bad head injury and stuff like that. PTSD, chronic pain, and all this. So I'm on a fixed income. Now, here in New Brunswick, it's impossible to find a one bedroom for under $800 now. And then you got to pay hydro on top of that. And that's for a one bedroom. So I get exactly $885 a month. That's it. I have to pay my rent, pay my bills, and try and eat on that. Now, since I've been back, I've lost over 45 pounds because I can't eat very much. Don't have the money to eat, so I eat once a day. I'll have a couple sandwiches or something, make a couple peanut butter sandwiches, and that's what I get for the day. That's the way I've been living basically for the last year. And like what kind of withering away, but I'm still here. So I'm trying everything I can just to survive in this province, and our government is doing nothing for us. Absolutely nothing. Our budget literally just come out today, and I was watching it before I started this live stream. It's got no help whatsoever for the over 2 million homeless people in this country. It doesn't even really help the middle class in this country. You know, our government says that he wants to get rid of home heating oil. So what does he do? Instead of saying, okay, well, you know, we're trying to get rid of these fossil fuel things. So, especially home heating oil because it's really dirty. How about we give you a free heat pump? But what did he do instead? Oh, jeez. Oh, where'd you go, buddy? Oh, there you
Who's
are.
that, me? Oh, there he is.
Good to see you, right, Sashcan? Good to see you. Hey, slow burner.
How you doing there,
Hey,
sir?
brother.
Pretty good, pretty good.
There you are. Oh, I forgot what I was talking about there.
About the oil burner.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, yeah. So
Oil fired.
instead of them doing the way they did, I would have done is say, hey, the government's coming out with a new program. We're trying to get rid of these dirty fossil fuels like home heating oil. How about we give you a grant to get a heat pump and put it in your house? But what did he do instead? He came out with a carbon tax of 16% and put it on everything. And then after everybody was paying the 16% per liter on everything here, diesel, gas, home heating, fuel, everything, there's 16% tax, all the carbon tax on all of this. And if Justin Trudeau wins the next election, it goes up to 62 cents per liter that it's going up on all fuels. So I would have said, hey, we're coming out with this new thing.
Uh-oh.
Tax on them for government. Oh,
you froze up again. Yeah.
Just only stopped for a second.
Okay. So he put that tax on everybody, and everybody in Canada now pays it, and it's killing our country. But yet then he comes out because of his liberals that are in the East Coast that have been elected here were giving him problems. He said, okay, well, for a certain people that have oil heating, we're going to give you a heat pump.
Free.
But he's forcing people to do this by putting that tax on first and then saying that they're cutting it all out and then say, oh, well, we'll give you a free heat pump if you change. But you got to qualify. And in order to qualify, you have to own the house. It has to be in your name. So if you're renting, because the homeowner might own 2 or 3 different properties, and he's worth more than 300,000 a year, he doesn't get that. So all of his properties do not qualify for it. So he would have to pay the $10,000 or $12,000 for each unit to put him in, and it's ridiculous. So there's a lot of people that are. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, at the end of the day, too, the way they're pushing this shit, it's what I do for a living. A heat pump is not designed to heat your whole house.
He's right, not in that cold weather. I also do heating and cooling.
Down your bill.
Heat pumps don't even work in below -20 weather.
No.
Right
No, it changed a lot. Like
you use electricity.
Well,
What you're doing.
That's what the you froze up.
The newer units, they're pretty well down to -30 right now. It doesn't mean that they don't work at that temperature. They just lose their efficiency. They can't produce as much BTUs as they're said to be. You got a 15,000 BTU unit. It can do it at -30. If it's -40, it might only be able to do 12,000 BTUs. But they're still not designed to do your whole house. They're designed to do the room they're in.
And there's a strip heater to it.
Central system, and those are worth about 20,000. They're not giving them away for free. They're giving you grants on it, but they're not giving away for free. They'll give you $5,000 towards this $20,000 install.
All it is just a reverse valve. That's all it is. It takes the heat from the outside for inside, and then strip it.
But the ones they're giving away for free are a mini split. It's a little air conditioning head that you would see in a hotel. It does heating and cooling.
Like a window shaker.
But it's designed to do the room that it's in, not your travel
whole
around
house.
the corner to your bedroom
That's a shame.
No. And how does it do bedrooms if your bedroom door's closed?
Exactly. And that's where,
especially if it's in your main room, right?
Well, I knew we were screwed when they changed the Freon from R12 to 410A. You know what I mean? That's shit. Then we had to get a reclaimer's license and distribution to carry the shit. I said that's bullshit. And I found out the Freon is just as deadly as the R12 is and the R22. So it's all bullshit.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, look at here in Canada. WD-40. You can't buy WD-40 anymore in Canada.
But yet these alligators can fly. But these alligators can fly all over the place. Jet here, jet there, take rockets in space. Don't worry about it.
Look at Justin Trudeau. The old plane, they said that it had problems in that. That's not really true, because if you look back and everything, when they had the drug dogs out and everything, and the drug dogs found traces of cocaine in his plane. That's why he was stuck in India for 2 days. He comes back to the country, and what's he do? Spent, I think it was $40 million and bought a brand new plane. If I can get my phone fixed, I have the picture of him with the 14-year-old girl that he was fucking when he was a school teacher out in Vancouver. I have the picture. I just can't get it off my phone right now because my phone's broken. Or I would have been posted it all over the fucking internet. We got one of the most corrupt politicians in the world right now running this country. He's a smug, arrogant cocksucker, and I hope his plane crashes. I really do. I know I shouldn't say it, but hey, my channel ain't monetized. I don't give a fuck. The guy needs to go. Period. He's ruined. He's in talks with the Chinese all the time. He's in talks with Russia all the time, making deals with Russia for natural gas and pieces that he needs. He can produce natural gas and that, shipping that over to Russia while Russia's beating the fuck out of Ukraine. $9.3 billion of our money over the next 3 years to Ukraine. So we're facilitating both sides. We're sending aid to Palestine, and we're giving money to Israel. So we're funding both sides there. How is this making Canada any better? When we're sending all of our resources out, depleting all of our resources, we got enough ammunition to protect the coast of PEI for 3 hours, and yet they want to send all of our fucking troops all over the world and do nothing We need security here. We got a lot of people coming to this country causing problems. Just take a look at any major city about all these protests that are going on right now. It's disgusting. Justin Trudeau had a fucking Nazi, a WAF, an SS Nazi in the parliament, and everybody stood up and clapped. Why Zelensky?
That's fact.
Doesn't make sense. He's playing both sides. Oh, right, Slow? He's got to have all these guards around him and everything. You know, that costs taxpayers. Each one of them's making at least 120 grand. Then you got all the vehicles that they run. Those, you know, Chevy Suburbans, they burn gas pretty good. You know, but he wants to fly all over the world and go down to the States and, you know, meet Hugh Jackman in New York and go and fuck around with Gavin Newsom down in California and shit like that. Wants to fly all over the place, but then he bitches at us, well, you shouldn't be driving a car to go to work. You should be taking a bicycle. Well, maybe you should do Zoom instead of flying these places. Do it on Zoom and save the taxpayers millions of dollars a year just in travel. What's it cost to fly a 747 from Ontario to California alone? You know, it's what, almost $2 a liter for aircraft fuel. So you times that by 3.78 to get a gallon. And that's what it costs. How many gallons does it burn to get to California? That alone, plus you got the pilot and co-pilot and all the people that run inside to look after him. You got all of his protective detail there. All that comes out of taxpayers' money. And then they got to rent vehicles where they go down in California just to meet Gavin Newsom and fucking Xi Jinping or Ping Pong, you know, the leader of fucking China.
Jinping.
At the APEC summit. You know, all that money is costing us money. Do a fucking Zoom. $100 a year to get Zoom. I'd rather pay $100 a year for that than pay fucking $700,000 just to fly somewhere. Maybe not that much. It probably costs about maybe $70,000 or something like that to fly from Ottawa to fucking California, but it's still because of the fuel and shit.
They wouldn't need to pay for
about
they
minimum $70,000 to fly.
Each other. Try it again.
So why don't they do it that way? Do a secure link. Well, you know, you do a secure link and do like a Zoom meeting instead. Yeah, you know, you don't need to be flying all over this place. And we definitely don't need a fucking deputy prime minister and finance minister that's part of the WEF. Half the fucking Liberal Party that's running this country right now is part of the WEF.
If I give you a YouTube video, would you show it out there?
To our country?
Ashamed? Ashamed.
It depends on what it is because a lot. Yeah, hold on. Can you hear me?
Well, I wouldn't give you anything that
as long as
it's not, you know.
As long as there's no music in it, because I remember the last time
you can bypass music, but it's non-copyright. So, but pass the music.
What's that?
Go right to the video. There's music to it, but it's non-copyright music. But go to the video. Okay, I'm going to give you a link. I'll be back. This is going to surprise a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll be right back.
Put it up there at the bottom.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I got to take off a minute, and I'll be right back. Okay.
No, I don't know. Okay.
You don't know how to do it?
I might need your help here, Jason.
All right. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, you're on the phone.
I thought you could just share it, but
I'll be right back.
You can always drop the link in private chat.
yeah.
And I could assist you there.
Mm. Hey, what's truth? Slow burner,
Hey, what's
sci-fi. Good to see all of you guys. I need some more teeth. What's truth? I lost almost all my bottom ones. But how you doing today, brother?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's a long day at work, but it is what it is.
Right? Holy shit! I've been going for over an hour already.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I talk a lot lately, so
That's good.
right. But yeah, it's our state of Canada is just gone, just fucking gone. Like partial play.
Partial plate.
So yeah, it's you know, I can't even rent a trailer in this trailer park for under $850 plus
We were chatting
utilities.
about that last night. Remember, the wife had to come down and say bedtime.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's
shit,
one a
fucking
couple of doors down that yeah. No, there's one a couple of 2 doors down from me that's up for sale. The fucking thing's trashed and they want 20 grand for it. I mean, like it cost me about 40 grand to fix it. And they want 20 grand plus $350 a month for water and sewer and lot fees.
Yeah. Lot fees, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, as much as I'd like to be able to take this camper and put it on another fucking lot, they won't allow me.
Nope.
Because I'd
Yeah.
rather pay $350 a month than than 500. But it'll work out to be about the same anyways with the hydro rates.
So, doing okay. Extra perfected. Hell yeah.
The ex-stripper, which one's that? Is the guy across the street?
Yeah, the fucker with the camera.
That pervert? Is that who you're talking about? What's truth? The pervert?
That's who he's talking about. I know just by how he typed it.
The stripper. I think that's who he's because he had. Oh man, that guy was a fucking nut bar. Yep. I have a video of him.
Oh, shit.
I still have that video too. What's truth? When the cops showed up that day, I might actually put that up for people. And since then, things been picking up with just right on. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear, brother. I am. I hope that you guys are doing really, really well. I hope the hell that you're able to live comfortably. Right on, right on. I'm glad to hear. Who's this? Oh, right. Okay.
Come back in.
Come on, work. There he comes. My computer. Oh, I hit it twice. That's why. Sorry about that.
No problem. I do it all the time. You know that. You know me.
You there, Ray?
All right. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can't hear me.
Yep. See it? You just put something in private.
Yeah. Put that,
Yep. I can
bypass
hear
the
you.
music.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can. Bypass the music, go right to the video and let everybody listen to this. If they want to verify it, they can verify it.
Oh. Now,
It's all set. There's nothing wrong with it. You have my permission to do it.
breaking
There's
up.
no copyright.
I don't know. It might be
Okay.
my internet here.
Okay. There's no copyright, no nothing. Go ahead and play. You got my permission.
Oh, come on, computer. Let me get.
If you can't do it, maybe the other guy can do it, or because I'm on my phone right now. I'm on.
What do I do if I put? Yeah. So, Jason, if I click on this, I'm not going to go to StreamYards, am I?
It might. It probably would. You have to click on it to like a right click type thing where you open in a different browser. You're on a computer or a phone?
Okay, so right click. No, I'm talking. No, I'm not on a phone. I'm on a laptop.
If you're on the computer, yeah. If you go back there and you right click on it, it says open in new tab. Well, there's a bunch of them, but open a new tab would be the one you want.
Open link in new.
It'll open up a separate little tab.
Oh.
Now, if you look up top, you'll see the extra tab go in there. Then you jump back over to StreamYards, and then you can.
Sure. Yeah, it's loading. Oh, hold on here so that I can stop it.
Here, I suppose I could do it then. Here, make it easier for you.
If you do it, Jason, do me a favor, pass the music and just go right to the video, okay?
Okay, music. Give me a second. I'll find out wherever that point is.
All right. Appreciate it, Jason.
Yeah, I'm just letting it load and stuff like that.
It might slow your computer down. That's the bad thing. It might do it because you're.
Oh, hold on. Okay. So now I go to
right to the video. Zoom it right to the video. Keep going. You'll see it. It'll say covenant.
Okay, but I'm trying to get. Oh no, I got it all loaded and everything. It's just I don't know how to share it here because there's no share button.
It would say present.
Invite,
they
present?
changed it. Yep,
Is that
present.
it?
Yep, they changed it. It used to be shared.
Oh,
now it's present.
Present. Okay, so I go to what?
Probably
Show screen.
Yeah, you pick the one that it's on. It gets tricky.
Share screen. Okay, big news alert. I click on that and share. Is it there?
No.
I don't see anything.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, it's just taking time. Yeah. Like you said, your internet's a bit slower. Yeah, you got her. See, 3 of us sit inside. You're sharing whatever now. Okay.
I don't see anything. There we go.
It's
all right.
Loading.
Make the screen
close.
Make the screen bigger.
Should I close my YouTube?
No, everything's good. It's unless it depends.
All right, now go past that until you hit the covenant.
Okay. Here. It's not showing. CBDC will allow the government to private fund. Is this what you're looking for?
That's the one.
It says covenant right on there. Covenant.
Keep going.
Shows a little bit. Yeah, I can't see what you got. All I see is alert.
Yeah. I'm looking for the secret covenant.
That's it. Keep going. Yeah, right there. There's where you want to stop. Right there. Now I'll go.
Right there? Okay.
Yeah, so let's go. Yeah.
Let it load up
Make sure-
for a little bit. Get ahead.
Give it an audio check before you
Yeah.
start too, so we can hear the
See
audio.
the bottom there where the red line is?
Mhm.
Audio's full. Here we go.
An illusion it will be large, vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of.
It's not working right. It's breaking up. It's not working right.
I guess
That?
I can't share it then the internet. Probably just I guess I'll just have to drop the link and everyone watching just click it and watch it. I got her queued up. I'll check it out after.
It was for everybody.
I'm not sure what's going on. How I can.
It's
your internet.
It's too
Did
slow
you
to
put it
share
in?
something like that. So
Yeah. And I'm on Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi's in the trailers, and the trailer's aluminum, and then my camper's aluminum, and I'm about, I don't know, 25 feet away from it. So
This is a good video right here. I wanted everybody to see it. A lot of people would be surprised about this. This is your oligarchs right here, people. This is what they want to do to you. Exactly what they want to do. And they had it planned all the way from the 1600s and even more. Wait till you hear this. You're going to freak out.
Let's see if
this is your 1%ers right here.
if it'll play again.
Will be accomplished. One drop at a time, to never bring suspicion to field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always, as will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak, while pretending to do the opposite. Knowledge
It's not going to work.
in subtle ways, so that they will never see what is happening.
Might as well shut it off, Shane. This is not working for you at all.
We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food.
We lost them.
We'll teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images.
We lost you.
Oh.
Shut it off there, Shane. Shut it off. Yeah. It's not going to work. I'm going to have to go on my computer and just turn it on.
Yeah. It's fucking. Yeah. But
that would have showed a lot of people a lot of shit.
Paying attention to. Fucking ducks. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably I think what I need to do is run a Cat5 cable in here and plug right into my computer, right into the modem inside.
Well, if people want to see it, I got it. You can show them where the channel's at. You know, I don't want no subscribers. I don't want no thumbs up. They just want, because I'm not going to be here very much longer. They're going to be shutting down our freedom of speech here. Yeah, they're going to be shutting down our freedom of speech.
How come?
The computers right now, the Windows 11.
Yeah.
Well, what they're going to do eventually is coming up real fast, though, is that we're going to have to start paying for the internet. the computers that you buy are not going to be your own. They're going to give you a special password. If you lose the password, they decide whether they want you to have it or not. They tell you don't have it, you got to get rid of your computer and buy another one. This is what's coming up right now. So
Holy
it's just a
fuck.
matter of time. Yeah, this is what's coming up. Oh yeah, it's coming. And people don't realize it, you know, so it's complete control. So that's why I say what I'm doing right now is I teach the willing and I ignore the ignorant people. They don't want to listen to it. That's why I don't have that many people on there, because they don't believe what's going to happen. Just like you're talking right now, 3/4 of the people don't believe you. They don't believe you. Nah, it ain't going to happen. This is our government. The government wouldn't do that to us. They'd hell if they won't. You know, so, but I keep just putting it out there as much as I can until my freedom of speech is gone, and it's coming. So that's why I say I don't care if people subscribe or not, but the truth is out there, and I got it. I got documentation to prove it. And if you want to use it anytime you want to, Shane, you're more than welcome. I don't care. You're more than welcome to use any video. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same
Except
here.
for Rumble.
Anything that's on this channel, if you want to use it, man, go right ahead. That's what I tell a few different people. Like, go ahead, use whatever you want. Whatever's left, because the government keeps taking fucking videos from me. I don't know if you remember a video that made me viral about me getting arrested in my bedroom.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, sure do. Yeah.
Yeah, well, YouTube pulled it off my channel.
Wow.
You can go to.
Do you still?
Pardon me.
Do you still have that video? Do you have it saved?
No.
Shit. If you would have, I would have you put it on. Go on.
I know who's got clips of it, and it's got almost 50,000 views on it. SGVT transparency or something.
Put it on Rumble. Rumble has freedom, like you put any kind of music. The only problem is it's hard to stream, you know, like YouTube streaming or StreamYard.
Yeah.
But you can put anything out there, all your video, and they won't take it down. They will not take it down. I've done it already, and I got tons of information. They have never taken down where YouTube would.
Yeah, see, I'm still trying to figure out Rumble, but I do have a Rumble account. I've had it for a while, a Shane Canadian on Rumble. And I'm going to be working on trying to get some of my other videos that I have, because any of the videos that I've made, I still have on this computer. Any of the live streams I've done, they're only on YouTube, right? So some of the videos that I've made, I'm going to transfer over to Rumble, like the one with I did about Justin Trudeau with the song "Crying Like a Bitch" from Godsmack, and put Justin Trudeau through the whole thing, right? Like, I got copyright claimed on that, even though I have permission to use the song from the band, right from Sully Erna and fucking Shannon Larkin, like 2 band members. They gave me the rights to use the song because they seen the video. Like, I do have the email somewhere from Sully Erna, the lead singer of the band.
And he struck you down.
So, no, what they do is they just put a copyright claim on it, and on YouTube, then I can't be monetized. Fucking 30% videos that are on my channel are copyright claims.
Mine too. I try not to, but they just keep doing it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep.
It doesn't matter what music you put on it. I use them. Sometimes I use the music from the video editor that's built into the computer through Windows 10, and I get copyright claims from those. Just don't worry about the claims. But I had another channel that I started another channel that was under my name that I was working on, but I got too in depth with one person, and they gave me a copyright strike, and they pulled the video off my channel. And then I was sitting here, I was doing a live stream, and the guy that stays in the trailer there pulled up on his motorcycle with loud music going, left it playing for more than 2 minutes. So they shut me down, gave me a copyright strike. Not a claim, a strike. And then I'm sitting here 2.5 weeks ago on that channel, the same thing. They come in, and the loud music playing. I tried to get out there in time to tell them to turn it off. Lost the whole fucking channel. 3 strikes, you're out. They took down my whole fucking channel. Like, you can search my name, you'll never find it now. It's gone. So
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
no.
The YouTube is cahoots with the government. All big corporations are.
Well,
That's just, you know.
the thing with YouTube is YouTube is owned by Google, and Google is the top 10 of stocks that the U.S. government holds. So that means that they have more control. Like, they have stock options, right? Obviously, they have a lot.
Which has control.
So, right. And that's why we got so much in censorship on YouTube and trying to find shit on Google and that. Facebook, that's Mark Zuckerberg. But
I'd like to ask you something. How much land is being bought out over there by oligarchs, China?
How much land? I'm not quite sure about the farm area so much as it is all of our natural resources. We have a lot of gold and a lot of diamonds and a lot of oil in this land up here. We are very, very rich in this. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, and Discovery Channel's been on for about, I don't know, 12 years, called Gold Rush.
Okay.
That's all in Canada. All that land that they're doing is in Canada through that show. You have diamond mine, Northern Ontario, all the way out to BC. Lots of diamond mines. Wherever there's coal, you find diamonds. Kind of obvious, right? We have a ton of coal mines in fucking Cape Breton. Diamond mines and everything, but you know, it's all the natural resources were bought up by the Chinese. So we can't even go on our own Canadian property and dig for it because it's the Chinese own it. Now, I know that down in the States, Bill Gates has been buying up like large properties of farmland in the United States. And China is too, but but think about it. You got Bill Gates buying up all this farmland, and produce is being done. What's one of the things that Bill Gates has been trying to do? Population control. What's he doing? He could be spraying all this shit into the food. We don't know because it's all experimental. We don't know what he's doing. This is the same guy that wanted to block out the sun.
You know what GMO is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you know what it does?
I know it's a growth hormone, and it'll fuck up your system and everything. That's what's been making, no offense, I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, but that's what makes like 12-year-old girls get fucking 36 double D's in that.
Well, there's something else to it.
Growth hormones.
You're right about that, but there's something else too. They're making a how do I say this? A monopoly on it. In other words, farmers are forced to buy this GMO. And when they plant the corn, they can't replant it. They can't take the seeds and replant it. They have to go back to Bill Gates to buy it. Monsanto's is what they call it, the company.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you can't replant this. So they got you by the gotchis.
Yep.
All right. And this is what Bill Gates wants through Monsanto's. So when they start doing, well, we have no food. We don't know what's going on. You know, our processing foods are burning up. We don't know why, which is happening now in the United States. This is all coming down to the mere fact that people are going to starve and the government don't give a shit. Of all the natural resources you have in Canada, why is it that people ain't living good? Why is that?
Because they canceled a lot of it. Like, look at when Joe Biden first came in. He canceled the XL pipeline. That came from Canada. So that means that we can't pump that oil through there. So that means like our oil production's down. They put all these green shit where they're trying to get rid of all fossil fuels. So now they reduce the reduction. We have enough liquid natural gas in our country to supply the world, and can't even drill for it. There was over 21 applications for to set up natural gas exploration in Canada, and the government just won't do it. The whole 8 years that this Trudeau government's been in, he refuses to let it happen. Now that
But
would
why?
bring, because he's a green man. He wants to get rid of fossil fuels.
And what else?
You got to remember, the head of Greenpeace is our environment minister here in Canada. The head of Greenpeace. The same guy that's climbed the CN Tower on the outside and got arrested for it and everything. He is our environment minister. You got a swimmer, Adam Van Couverden, that was in the Olympic. He got caught smoking a bong when weed wasn't legal here and that, and they stripped him of his medal. He is one of our politicians in Canada. Then we have two people that used to do the morning show on CTV. You know, Marcy Ian and the Seamus O'Regan. They are in government now. These guys know nothing about government policies and that, especially the news people, because all they do is they read a script of paper and they, that's it. They watch the teleprompters and tell everybody into a camera, like what I'm doing without a teleprompter. But that's what it is.
Here's the deal.
Government.
Here's the deal now.
Yeah.
Do they want to get rid of the cows up there?
Do they want to what?
Your cattle. Get rid of your cattle.
They're trying everything. They want us to go to plant-based foods.
Okay, here's the deal. Well, believe it or not, that's the best way to go if you do it by yourself, in the woods. But anyway, they want to get rid of cows because of why? Because they eat and they fart, right? Methane gas.
Right.
Right. So who else does the same thing? Who else eats and shits? Right. You got it right there. So
every living, breathing thing.
Right. So now who do you think they're going to get rid of? Who's the one that's making the mess around this world? Putting plastic all over the oceans and using the natural resources, and because they won't get it. They're getting greedy, the oligarchs. So who are they going to get rid of? They're going to get rid of us. Yeah. Right. Now this is why no matter what you say or how you say it, people are not going to believe you until it happens to them. Then it's going to be too late for them. The bottom line is they want to get rid of people. They'll have robotics to take our place. AI, and that's what's happening right now.
Yep.
And if you know me, I study a lot.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? This is why I got over 400 some videos, but I only got 154 people, subscribers, which I don't care. I want, quality over quantity. I want people who listen, who want to learn how to get out of the government and survive. So no matter how much you complain about the government, that's what they want you to do. So this way you're distracted of telling them the real truth, like Matrix. You wake up, you think, wow, wait a minute, the government wants me to do this. They're actually going to kill us. How can I get out of their grid? How can I get out of, their dependency? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You go Go to the woods. Learn how to forage. Learn what you can eat. Our forefathers did it before they got in government. If they come after you then you have the right to shoot them. You know what I mean? Now they're on your territory.
If I could save up about $10,000, I'd be gone. Like $10,000 is all I need to get this out into the woods somewheres and say the fuck with everybody. I pack it up with some food and that, and then I go and I look, and I start a garden, start growing my own food, go do a little bit of hunting, get my fucking protein. Like, it's been a while since I've had deer meat, so like I'd love to go get a deer and then, have a freezer, put some meat in it. What's wrong with that? Live off the
Nothing.
fucking, live off
Fresh
the
water.
spring water, you can't go wrong.
Here's the deal, though. The reason why people don't do it, because the government puts fear in them. Fear is your worst enemy. Oh my God, we got the Kool-Aid coming up. Oh my God, we got terrorists. Oh my God, we got a war. We might be starting the draft up again. We're spending all this money. What are we going to do when we have this high inflation? CBDC. Fantastic. That's what we'll tell the people. We'll control their money. We'll take whatever they have. We'll take their homes. We'll put them in 15-minute cities and corral them like cattle. Put them in concentration camps and tell them it's a beautiful place. They'll have everything access to them, but they're not telling the whole story. We're going to put RFID chips in their hand for verification, just like they did Nazis in the skin. Numbers. This is all coming down.
Oh,
fuck the government.
You can see it coming by the way that they're doing things, and especially working with the Chinese.
Exactly.
I hate to be, and I'm not being racist to anybody that is, if anybody is watching this, if you are Asian or from China and that, I'm not trying to be racist at all. It's just that I have a problem with dictators and communism. That's all.
They know that. They know that, Shane. They know that. I know myself the way you're talking,
Yeah. It's just that there's some people out there, like I literally got called a racist one night on my own live stream.
Well, I've been called that already. You know what I tell them? You're right, I am racist because I hate anybody that has a bad attitude, whether it's yellow, red, green, white, whatever. If you got a bad attitude, you're right, I'm racist. Fuck you. And that's exactly what I'll tell them.
I'm not racist. I just hate everybody equally.
That's right.
Right?
Good man. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. And that's what you tell people. If they don't want to listen, shame on them.
We got Sci-Fi Bry.
Oh.
Sci-Fi Bry.
Yeah, and right, you're right. I'll give everybody a chance. And I'm not racist or anything like that. Yeah, but as soon as you fuck with me, hold on, let me close out my YouTube. I'm not racist, but as a matter of fact, I'm Indian. Okay, I have my grandma's dad was full Cherokee Indian, and there's Cherokee blood in me. So when you want to talk about government and all that bullshit, you know what I mean? I know that I have ties to this land. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I agree with you. And I'll tell you something about that too when you get done. Go on.
When the government comes in and wants to, okay, so I'm from America, so I don't know how y'all Native American laws went when y'all took their land too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh fuck! That was a fuck up.
What?
I don't have a government. I don't have a government anymore.
The way that the British,
but I mean, there was Native Americans in your country just like there was in our country when it first started, right?
I live in America.
Yeah.
Oh, you live in America? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I guess that's for you, a shame Canadian.
Native.
Because I can only speak about America, Native Americans. What can you tell me about that, a shame Canadian?
Yeah. Okay, so here in Canada, when the British and the French came here, like they literally,
Yeah.
we have schools where up until the early 70s, where Native children were sent to. They were taken from their parents and sent to. They found
Okay.
graves beneath these schools, hundreds and hundreds of children dead all across Canada. There's mass graves all over here because of what they did to the natives here. And like I am part native and
What I'm
a
wondering
part
is,
Micmac.
did y'all have you know, land that was put aside for the natives and
Oh yeah,
you know,
we have native reserves here, but they don't
yeah.
they need. A lot of them don't have clean drinking water or anything. Um, you know, a lot of
Oh,
it had to do with the northern part of Canada where it's cold, like, 10
sure.
months of the year, 2 months of the year, they
Yeah.
might get up to
Yeah. Well,
like,
they figure, hey,
you know,
they're people of the land that use the land, so they're not going to have any problem with us oppressing them and making them do what they got to do to survive. You know, I mean, it's one thing. It's like, you know, just throwing a bunch of people in the woods. Not everybody's going to be able to survive, right? But the ones that used to live and are used to living off the land, they're the ones that are going to be able to survive. And guess what? They're the ones that have been here the longest and got fucked over
mhm,
the worst,
mhm.
other
Oh
than the
yes.
black slaves. And I know y'all had black slaves are. I mean, it's in the Bible. That goes way back.
Well, well,
Well, I
actually,
shouldn't say black, but slavery.
Ca- Canada was a sanctuary for them. If you think about it, if you go back and look at the
Yeah.
Underground
Oh,
Railroad,
yeah. For Indians, yeah.
they were coming into Canada. No, for the blacks, they were coming into Canada through the
Oh,
Underground
really?
Railroad. Yes, we were here to protect and to help get rid of slavery. We never really had
Right.
slavery here. We used Native Americans and abused them in that, but we never really had slavery here in Canada. We actually helped
Okay.
get rid of slavery. And you got to remember, too, Canada is the one that burnt down the White House over this.
Right. And I mean, you know, when I talk about slavery and the
Mm.
Bible has slavery, you know, it
Yeah.
really all stems from the UK, the United Kingdom, doesn't it?
Do you know? Yeah. And
You know,
well, the British and the Romans, because it goes right back to the
the
Roman
Romans, yep.
days. So, and if you think about it, you go back and you look through time, and this has been proven that there was more white slaves than there was black slaves. But because of the timing of when there was
Well,
white slaves and black slaves,
well,
see,
yeah, I think you're talking
they
about what the Israelites, right?
they had all these people back then. Remember, way back, they used to have to literally row the big ships and everything. Well, most of those guys were white. They were slaves to drive the boats and everything. Most of them were white. It wasn't until they went to Africa and started bringing them over to England and then over to North America
Yep.
that they became slaves where people were, where it was known more. But if you go back in history, there's a big thing on it on YouTube. You can go on Google, search it.
Oh,
There's a
sure.
movie out there about this. And don't get me wrong, by any means, the way that the black slaves were treated were worse than the way that the white slaves were treated. The white
Well, I
slaves
don't want
weren't
to get away. I
victims.
don't want to, you know, I came in talking about the Indians, and I don't want to get away
Yeah,
from that too much
yeah, yeah,
because, you know, my ancestors, like I said, I got their blood, and they lived
yeah.
here in content without the white man interfering. And all of a sudden, you know, that's why I was asking you. I don't know how it was and how they teach you or but I know you guys had a high abundant, maybe even more. You guys have more Indian heritage than America, as far as I'm concerned. But
And
the people don't talk about
yeah,
that,
no,
you know. And there, you know, when you talk about the transition from taking the land from from these indigenous people, right?
yeah,
There, you're right. There wasn't a lot of slavery talked about and practiced
mm,
because they were such a um pure and like oh, what's the word? Not truthful, but they were just so like, man, they were, you know, they would did anything for anybody type people,
easy going.
right?
Yeah,
And now you take everything they ever, you know, known, and you put them on a reservation,
yeah,
and the world gets modernized. I understand things change, but um, it's almost worse than any you know, coming from the United States, any kind of slavery, or even from the Bible. I could quote you Bible verses that
mm,
condones owning one slave and all this
oh yeah,
bullshit. I mean, slavery goes way back, and it's sick how we've treated each other, man. And that's what it comes down to, doesn't it, brothers? Right? We
pretty,
need to treat each other with love. When you meet somebody, I don't care if they got arrows or feathers in their fucking head, right?
yeah. It's like everybody. I don't give a fuck who you are. I will give everybody the opportunity to be themselves. And that's all I ask. Just be yourself. And if I like you, I like you. If I don't, I don't. But it's not because of the color of your skin or anything like that. I don't even give a fuck who you vote for. You could be a Biden supporter for all I know. I
Yeah.
don't care,
Yeah, oh, I've never been into politics.
right?
Hell
But I
no.
like I don't care. I might have a good discussion with you, and we might argue back and forth and that. But then we'll, go on as friends. It's See, I do these for conversations to get these messages out, and no,
Right.
it seems like there's no. I believe that I'm not a very religious person anymore, but I do believe in the Ten Commandments, and I do believe that you should love one
Well,
another. Oh, New
yes.
York
I
Siren
mean,
Hunter, good to see you. Shall not murder.
yeah,
Oh,
it's actually almost like, you know, common sense. Uh, people say, you know, that we morality, or how can I say that? You know, we couldn't survive without the Ten Commandments, but it's like an instinct. It's like human nature. We know better. We don't need to. Do you think you need a Ten Commandment or the Ten Commandments to know whether or not to kill somebody or commit adultery? No, you don't.
no,
Or to rape
I'm just,
somebody. You
yeah,
know, it's just good or bad. You know, good or bad, right?
yeah.
And that's where I'm not religious, but religion has delved in and tried to, you know, carve their way into politics. And as easy as the Bible is to oppress people, right? Because that's all it is. It's a tool of oppression, right? Um, Politicians and every, you know, leaders, when they're in that position of power, they will use religion and your beliefs on what you believe in. You know, whether it's right or wrong, I don't care what you believe in, but I'm just saying, you know, it could
Mm,
be, you know, like I said, I'm from a Native American
yeah.
background, and everything that I have that's related to my dad or his mom, or it's all Indian stuff, okay? And I'm just a
Mhm.
white boy. in the United States, but I know damn well what's really going on
All right. Let me
and
tell you what's really.
what really happened. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me ask, let me ask you something. Are
Yeah.
you ready? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Now, this slavery that you're talking about, who started the slavery? Was it the poor? Was it the middle class? Or was it the rich?
Well,
Well,
obviously it was
I
rich.
feel like you could say it was the rich, but I feel it was like the empowered or the like how do you say when the privileged? Okay.
Right, the privilege. Right. So the average person, the middle class and the poor class had nothing to do with it other than the fact that we got forced in doing something. Either you do it or you go to jail. Now, the government purposely separates us by color. Indian, Chinese, white, blacks. They do this purposely. Oh, we got a black lady in. We have a gay person in. We have a, instead of saying, hey, we are all one. Okay. Now, the Indians got the shaft by our government. They took your young and changed their language to put English and to raise them into the society of government, which is totally wrong. They should have left you alone. They got greedy
Yeah.
and they forced us soldiers like me to
I
go in the
agree.
military. You
I
know what I mean?
totally
The
agree, and
rich,
I feel
yeah,
the same way about religion.
yeah. Well, religion is good, but you got to watch yourself now. They're changing the word in the Bible now.
Yep.
You got to watch yourself. They're doing, man is
Well,
doing it.
remember the Bible was written by men. Okay,
Right. But I'm
and
not talking about the Holy Spirit. I'm talking about men are changing the Bible.
Yep.
right.
They
Okay,
they are
you
changing
mentioned
it.
the
Like,
Holy Spirit. What do you know about that? Or
well,
what
I
do you
was
feel?
bad. Go on.
Because I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in the Holy Spirit? Well, I'll put it this
Hell
way.
no,
I
I don't
I
believe
used
in the Trinity. I don't
okay.
believe in even if there was a God, dude.
I said the same thing you did. You know what I did though? I took the second step. You know what I did? Because I didn't believe it either. I went and bought ghost equipment, and I went out there to find out if there's such things as ghosts and spirits. And I'll tell
That
you something.
doesn't
There
prove
is.
any. That doesn't prove there's a God. If you see something in the dark, are you serious?
What does it say in the Bible?
Do you realize that our brain plays tricks on us? A lot of these people that have, they're
I'll tell you
dead and
what. I'll tell you what.
they
Instead
come
of
back from the dead on the operating table or whatever, and they come back to tell us about these premonitions
I'll
and
tell you what.
these visions, right?
Instead of us
There's
arguing
no
about
way
it.
to prove
Hold
that
on.
any of that is anything than our brain playing tricks
Is-
on us, brother.
Instead of arguing about it, you go out there yourself and do the same thing I did, and I'll show you where to go to get it. I'll show you
Oh,
exactly what kind of
no,
equipment, and
hey, I'm
then you
not
tell me.
arguing that you didn't
No,
see
no, no, no,
something
no. Sorry.
because I've been out, I've
You
seen
know,
some shit too. But
you know.
I ain't trying to say that proves there's a God or that proves there's an afterlife or something. That proves either our brain is playing tricks on us or there's
So people
maybe
can't be demon
another
possessed. Then,
dimension.
right?
We
That's
have
right.
no idea. We are so primitive. Our brains. There's other dimensions out there.
That's right.
It's been proven.
hmm
One
They're doing it
second.
now with CERN.
So
They're,
for
One
something
second,
to
guys.
leak through from
One
one
second. One
dimension to the
second.
other,
1 minute.
go ahead, Ashane.
What's truth? I see. I'll behave myself. I don't know what that means, but if you want to come up, brother, hit the link and come on up. And
Oh yeah,
let's see.
he's I hate to say it, he's a holy roller, and
Oh, I've known what's truth for about almost 20 years. I
I
used to
know you
work
wow.
have. I know,
there.
and
Yeah, I know
you
he's.
know,
I know he's religious. Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
like.
grew up kind of in the same thing, except for I don't have videos and names and all this like he put his shit out there. But I've
Mm,
been molested and grew up in the church,
yeah.
and I don't believe a lick of it. I don't. I'm atheist, okay? I used to be a theist, and I used to believe that there was a creator, but I'm 52 years old. And I'm going to keep it real, man. You know, I've prayed and prayed for things. I mean, it's so stupid. I mean, like, you can't pray to bring somebody back to life, right? You can't pray that when somebody's in an accident, you can't, it's out of your hands, right? There's really, I mean, I don't believe in prayer at all, at all. So, and I grew up Pentecostal. These motherfuckers used to stand up in my church, ashamed, talking about they had the Holy Spirit, so they speaking in tongues. One dude started talking in this gibberish, and then this old ass dude, like 90 years old, wants to stand up and interpret that shit.
He's
Like
right.
it
He's
wasn't
right. Mhm.
right. Like
You're
it
right.
Hey,
wasn't
listen,
set up.
uh,
It's
I
sick.
know, like
It was sick.
I
I
went,
grew up around some sick, fake shit.
I work for a lot of different
But you can
nonprofits
let him
in
up.
my
Let him come up.
oh, he's not here. He's not here yet. So I'm waiting to see if he shows up. If he shows up, hey, fuck, I'll bring him up. I don't. We might have had a problem in the past. I forget all about that. I don't care. It's done and over with. If he wants to come up, I got all the love for him. He can come up. What was I gonna say now? Anyways, about this religion thing, like I spent literally 2 years in ministry school. I was going in to be a pastor, and
Yep.
because of and working in different nonprofit sectors for churches with drop-in centers and
Mhm.
shelters. You know, I've been doing this since 1985.
Sure.
You know, helping protests and stuff like that. Um, so I seen what organized religion is, and I got no use for organized religion. It even says in the
Yep.
book of Matthew, if two or more people come together and you're worshiping God, you're at church. You don't need a fucking building. But they want to build all these buildings so that they can get tax breaks and everything. I just don't believe in that. If you have the heart to be a good person, to not hurt somebody, to help them if they need help, if you can do it, then you're doing what you need to do. You don't kill them.
Right.
You don't tell them to go fuck themselves. No, I'm not. You say, listen, I don't
Right.
have
You
the
just do it,
resources.
and
I
you
can't
don't
do
need
it.
the
Well,
Bible to back you up. You just
yes.
do it because it's in your heart and you feel like it's nice to do. You know, and that's the confusion with religion. People feel like if you're not religious and you're not born again, then you're not a good person and you're gonna go to hell. I'll tell you something, man. I grew up around, you know, Pentecostal and people faking speaking in tongues and all this shit. And growing up now, I'm 52 years old, a Shane Canadian. You know, I've learned
Mhm.
something. I've researched.
You're a
Okay.
young kid.
Oh,
You're a young kid.
Hey,
Very
the
young.
yeah.
Bible is nothing but a tool of oppression. It really is. And people that abide
Oh,
by the Bible, they need to really research. I mean, I looked into everything from the Quran, I mean, I got friends that are Muslim, you know, and I always thought, you know, like I said
and it's
earlier,
like,
I used to be a theist. I used to say, you know what, there probably is a God and all these religions would line up and there's some truth. And it's all like if you squeeze it the right way, it's going to come out right. But it's really just a bunch of bullshit, you guys. It really
You know.
is.
You know what gets
If
me though?
God
Seriously,
created us and he's all omnipotent and all knowing, then why would he create somebody that is going to be cast into, you know, uh, and a fallen angel and cast into hell and we're all gonna burn for eternity. I mean, I don't subscribe to that. That's not no. He's not worth worship. He's not worthy.
what gets me about
he's
these
very true to
preachers, I
himself.
mean, these big preachers, if there is a war, Are they out there saying the government should stop this shit? We should fight against the government. Their freedoms are being taken away, their religion, and they're not fighting it. But yet, when somebody gets hurt, like a little kid over there, like, oh, you got to donate. You got to donate. It's a false church. They're done. I've seen preachers fight against the gays on their buildings, and they get arrested. Not one person would ever help them out. A preacher. So I said, to hell with them. It's all fake.
Well,
and you want to see the biggest hypocrites are in church. Go on.
And that's why I don't go to church, but I do believe. So, like, you got to remember, like, even the New Testament was written. Hold on. Listen, sci-fi. Listen, let me talk. Now I forget what I was going to say. Like, really, you got to let other people talk too, man. You've been rambling on. I understand your point. Okay? But we have a book called the New Testament that was written about Jesus in the fucking promised land and everything. We have books written and everything. And you got to remember that Jesus was a Jew. And now look what's happening here in Israel.
Wow.
Okay? I understand that you may not believe in that. I do
you
believe
realize
some
that
things.
When he resurrected, it wasn't written or reported for 44 years. You can't tell me there wasn't another person or somebody else that reported that. I mean, look it up. 44 years before that part of the Bible was written, or that part of the passage. And I'll let you talk.
It was over 2,000 years from the original Bible, the Old Testament, to the New Testament was over 2,000 years.
Okay, and
so but it's still part of the Bible. It's still part of what. Now listen, I understand
the
what
Bible was written by men.
Oh my God, I understand that you may not believe, but there are other people that do. And they want to get their bless. Listen. I got my own beliefs. Okay, I believe that you should be nice to one another and everything. I don't go to church because I don't believe in organized religion. I basically have my own religion by being nice to people as much as I can.
It shouldn't have anything to do with the God in the Bible, though.
But it's my faith. That's the way I was brought up, even as a Micmac. My Micmac family. They believe. That's the way that I was brought up.
Let me ask you something, Ashamed. You're talking about somebody you believe in, a God that created he's omnipotent, right? Okay. He's all knowing and all powerful. I forget what the other term is. It's not omnipotent, but it's ashwabinant or something like that. But anyways, why would he create us and create a heaven and hell and then put people in hell to burn for eternity? You agree with that? Even if it's your best friend that doesn't accept Jesus Christ into his heart or whatever, you think that's the right thing to do?
What do you
for
mean,
somebody to burn in hell with brim and brimstone or whatever it says in the Bible? I mean, it's ridiculous.
That's only one version that you're reading of the Bible that talks about stuff like it. Just see, you gotta look at it.
So that's like when you go to church.
Shut up! Holy fuck! I can't even talk with you, so you can get the fuck out. Holy fuck! I can't even talk on my own fucking channel. Like, if you listen to people just because you have an opinion of what you believe in, doesn't mean that everybody else is. And yeah, maybe the Bible does say that you do burn in hell, but it's a metaphor. And if you look at the way that Jesus talked, if you read the New Testament and everything and look at the way that Jesus was, so that people could take it and use it in a good way. God gave us free will. He did, so we can do anything. If you want to say that you don't believe, that's fine. Don't believe. But people do believe. You cannot come up and start telling people not to believe, because that's basically what you're doing when you're coming up and saying shit like, I believe in free expression and everything. Don't get me wrong. But don't come up and start trashing and talking over people when they're trying to talk to you. You bring up a point, let the person bring a rebuttal. As soon as somebody starts talking, you jump right back in. Nobody can get the thoughts out that they're trying to do. And that's all I'm saying. Is that wrong? Anybody in the chat here? Am I wrong for saying stuff like that?
No. No, you're not.
Like, really? Like, I just want to have, this was to do with Canada, about what's happening here in Canada. If you look at my thing, it says state of Canada. I don't mind talking about the states because whatever happens in the states, we're pretty much a mutual country. You guys got a First Amendment. Your First Amendment is our Charter of Rights, Section 2 here in Canada. Like, we're really close. We don't have a Second Amendment because, well, they're trying to take all guns from everybody here in Canada, even a hunting gun. But like, what do you do? I'm trying to find out what's going on in the world that's happening now. We are in a crisis. Not only Canada, but the United States. You guys have 1.7 million gotaways that got away from the fucking government that's running through your country. We know that some of those aren't here in Canada. You allowed over 7 million people to come across the border since Joe Biden. Where are they? They're given a date to go to court. Where are they? A lot of them don't show up. Don't believe me? Check C-SPAN and go back and look when Director Ray, Mayorkas, and what's the other guy's name there? He starts with an M there too. But those guys, the head of the FBI, the DHS or whatever it is, Department of Homeland
DHS, yeah.
Security. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
Those people, like, they live people. We see on here. You go on the. I don't know if you get in much to politics and that, but check out Benny Johnson. He used to work for Newsmax. He's got his own thing, The Benny Show. Go check out Benny Johnson. He goes down to the border. He has people that go down to the border and they show what's going on, how they're using big ass fucking articulating cat tractors with forks on it to lift up all the fucking razor wire so people can come in. They're helping them with their fucking luggage and everything. Where are these people? They could be here in Canada. A lot of them, there's over 4,000 of them that came from China alone. That's all in military age people. We got thousands of people that came from Afghanistan and Iran and Iraq and Turkey and everything, where there's a lot of fucking terrorists. And these are all military aged men that are coming over. And they're starting shit. How many protests did you guys have since this war started? Like,
You're going in and out again.
and we need and we need to stop it. We all need to come together. Personally, I think here in Canada that we should stop the fucking immigration for 2 years. Don't let anybody in. Stop so that we can build up homes where the people that we have sleeping in fucking snow. Right now it's -5. What's that, about 22 degrees in the States? It's
I'm
fucking
not sure.
cold here right now. And so it's below freezing here. So imagine sleeping out in that. I don't know what it is in Toronto or out west and that, but right here, right now, it's -5 Celsius. And we have, not far from where I am, the city of Halifax, we got 30 tent cities. I believe that there's 15 here alone in Moncton. There's one right at the end of the fucking street here where I live. One of the trailers that are here, they use it as a fucking flop house for people. Like, we have so many fucking people that we need to fucking house, and yet we still let 400,000 or 500,000 a year come in, and we got over fucking 2 million people on the streets. How is this equal? And you're only building 200,000 homes. How is it equal? It's not. You might be building enough homes, people that are coming over, but what about the people that are here that's been homeless for years? And nobody wants to do anything about it. We need to close our fucking borders.
May I make a scenario for you?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sorry about
You
that.
ready?
I had to get the.
No, 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 no. I understand. You sound like me when I first started. I was so freaking mad, but it's getting clearer and clearer to me every time I talk to the guru. All right, let's say that you work for McDonald's and I'm the CEO. I'm the big honcho. I own the place.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you have an 8-hour job and you got to wear a uniform. Okay. And I'm going to pay you for this. You're getting paid, right?
Yeah.
So now you're under my contract. As long as you work for me, you're going to listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay. If I want to give a person, another employee, 10 burgers, you don't get it. Well, you're not going to get it because I am the CEO. All right. Now,
Right.
how do you quit that? How do you get out of that?
You quit.
That establishment. Exactly. And that's exactly what you got to do with government. They're not going to change. You got to quit. You got to get out of there. You got to live off the grid. Because no matter what you say or do, and people ain't going to believe you anyway. Half of them, well, 3/4 of them. I mean, I'm proof of it right now. The way my channel is right now, they're not going to believe you.
Yeah.
So you can blow smoke and everything else, but the best thing to do is you're blowing smoke, start getting off the grid. Do it slowly, whatever it takes. You know, if I get land, which I'm praying, and we get a chance, I'll let you live with us. You can live off the land. I'm trying that right now. If everything works, there's ways. Believe me, there's ways.
Okay.
There's a way. There's a way. But anyway, if I can get things, if Google can get me set straight off here, like things are going to work. I'm waiting to find out. I will know within 3 months. You'll start seeing videos of me transitioning to my place to up north. But if things work right, I'll help you out. I will, because I know how you are. But that's the only way you're going to get out of this. You can't trust government. Government don't care about you. They're not hurting any.
No.
You're hurting. And nobody else is hurting right now. But when they start hurting, when they start hurting, oh, you're going to hear them complain, mother. And you sit back, you're going to go, I live off the grid. I can live for free, you know. And they're going to be screaming. They're going to be in camps and everything else, you know, eliminated. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming. So if people don't want to listen, that's fine. Go on, cheers.
No, it's not. I'm just reading the comments here too. So, I see.
It's your show.
Shall not murder. Yeah. No, sorry. I'm just shall not murder. And you know what? I have great respect for the guy. I like what he's writing here. Hey, God bless you, brother. I just, again, it doesn't matter what your religion is, even if you don't believe. But you got to remember that we are all in trouble. You got, look at what's going on in Israel right now. You got the Hamas trying to wipe the fucking Jews off the planet. Literally, that's manifesto, is to wipe off all the Jews off the planet. And that includes North America, which is US and Canada and all that, all through Britain, all through Europe. It's coming. That's what they're trying to do. And I got a feeling that when the US starts attacking over there, that we're here on our soil, we're going to have hundreds of on the inside here coming after us. And that's the problem. And that's why I got a big problem with the border security and the way it works and the way our government is working to make sure that these people come in. And that's all they're doing, is they're making sure that these people come in. And it's killing our country. You watch. The first time that the US starts going after Iran and starts shooting here in Canada and the US on the inside, and most of our resources are elsewhere. And that's the too, because we decide that we're gonna, oh, we'll help you, we'll sit over here and we'll sit over here, like they're doing in Ukraine. They're sitting in Poland and stuff like that. There's you got look at the US. They got what, 2, 3 aircraft carriers over in the Mediterranean area right now, and all those boats, support boats and stuff like that. So when they start shooting over there with all the immigrants that have come up to the southern border and everything and came in by plane and stuff like that, like, look at Boston Airport right now. You got about 25, 30 people that are sleeping there. They come to the country, they got nowhere to go. All the shelters are full. They're sitting in the baggage areas, sleeping all over. It was all over the news. And this is happening on a daily basis. The live pictures that I seen in that, these are all guys that are younger than my son. And my son's in his 30s now, but like, they're military age people that are coming over here. They might come over with a woman and a kid, but there's still the guys that are coming over here that are military age that we don't know about. And it's going to create, guaranteed it's coming. And we here at home are in the most danger. North America will be taken over if we don't do something and start bringing our troops back and start protecting our borders and start protecting our people. And we got groups like Justin Trudeau and Joe Biden that won't do. And I love the idea of fucking having to live off grid. I really do. I'm working my way to get there. I got a few more payments on this, but hey, I'm working to get it done. I have the thing. I want to do this because I'm sick and tired of what's going on. But until then, I get to come up here and talk about it and educate people what's literally going on here. Because if I don't do it, who else is going to do it? I don't see many people here in Canada that do it. We got a few really good channels here. And at the beginning, I shouted them out. I'll let you know again. Mr. Sunshine Baby. A great channel, nothing but Canadian politics. And then go to Northern Perspective. They're Cypher and Fox there. Do amazing work on what they're doing, checking in on the Arrive Scam app and all this other stuff, uncovering what's going on with our government, how they're ripping us off. We got a government that spent $54 million on an app, the ArriveCan app, that didn't even work. And that cost us money. And then it took two guys a weekend over pandemic and that to fix it for $200,000. They made a new one. I think it was $280,000. Bang, it was done. That's the way it should have been done, not $54 million. I don't mind paying $250,000 of taxes if they need something like that. Personally, they didn't even need it at all, but 280,000 is better than 54 million. We got a government that just built a barn and it cost $8 million and they put an elevator in it and loaded it up with all these fucking, it's got all the infrastructure built in for Wi-Fi and all that other shit. All the communication stuff and everything is there. But it's only one, but it's got an elevator. Where does the elevator go? Nobody knows. Nobody knows if it goes down. They don't know. Nobody knows what's under there. But it costs the taxpayers $8 million. You know, the same government gave a terrorist that was in Guantanamo Bay, convicted of killing a fucking American soldier, went to Guantanamo Bay, and because he was a Canadian, they brought him back. They let him do his time in Canadian jail, brought him out, gave him a passport, gave him a pardon, gave him $10.5 million, and off he fucking went. That's Canadian money. That $10.5 million, that could have built a fucking apartment for a house for the homeless, for fuck's sakes. And then you got all these, our government supports the fucking ISIS fighters, allows 3 to 4 to come back and repatriate them and give them fucking money because of their PTSD of going over there and fighting against Americans and Canadian, you know, and get money. The same government gave Clinton Foundation, well, the Clinton Foundation, for what? What does the Clinton Foundation do except for propaganda? Look at the Steele dossier that come out of that through Hillary Clinton. That was paid for by the Clinton Foundation. The Steele dossier. Don't believe me? Check C-SPAN, check your government. It's all there. Like, we got some really terrible people out there, and we put them in there. And what happened to our fucking country? You know, for the longest time, I wasn't even allowed to leave the city. I couldn't get on a fucking transit bus because I wasn't vaccinated. I wasn't allowed. I have video of me going into St. John City Hall showing the sign saying that you can't even talk to anybody unless you got a vaccine passport. This is government officials that we elect, and you had to bow down to them in order to talk to them. That's bullshit. And this keeps happening and happening and happening. Now they're thinking about bringing the mask back, the mask mandate here in Canada. They're still pumping the vaccines. One of the companies just got sued. I believe it was AstraZeneca over this. Don't believe me? YouTube, you can check it out. You can fact check me all you want, YouTube. It's out there. So, you know, it just, they see something small and they blow it up big. Look at what Sweden did during the lockdown. They didn't lock anybody down. They asked people to wear a mask and that. Never locked anybody down. Florida, they lifted it. South Dakota, they didn't even do it, and nothing happened there. And everything was fine in Sweden. It was actually better in Sweden. And there was no lockdowns. That just proves that these lockdowns across North America were for nothing. And it cost us billions.
I'll give you a short proof right now. I'm 72 years old and never got the vax. Neither my wife, and we're still living. Go on.
I'm 56 and I never got I'm medically exempt from it because of my heart. But even though I had the paperwork and everything saying that I was medically exempt last year, not this year, but last year when I was in St. John, or was it the year before? One of the two. But when I was there, I went to go to the Remembrance Day ceremony. They were holding it at the Coliseum in St. John there, the Harbor Center. I brought my paperwork with me, had my cameras and that ready to go, and they wouldn't let me in because I didn't have a passport. Had the vaccine exemption papers, they still said no. Was carrying a mask with me, saying that I'd actually wear a mask. They still said no. And then afterwards, they come out and say, well, the vaccine doesn't stop the transmission of it, and that you still got to wear a mask. You can still catch it. You can still transmit it. So what's the sense of getting it? This is my own opinion, YouTube. It's good. But it's all out there. You know, this is ridiculous what they did. It cost people's lives what they did. And our government thinks that because they tried to help people out and give them all through CERB here in Canada, most people have to pay it back. People were asking for help for their businesses. Almost 250,000 of them here in Canada, small businesses, are about to go bankrupt because the government's saying that we want our money now. And all they're asking for is another year extension, and the government won't give it. They're willing to pay back the money, but they need another year to pay it back because they lost so much business because of the lockdown. There's people that literally lost their businesses because of the lockdown. And they don't get any compensation or anything. But yet, when you get all these big corporations and that, like Walmart and everything, they were allowed to stay open during the whole time. But you couldn't go to a mom and pop store. You could go to the dollar store as long as it was a big chain dollar store, but you couldn't go to a bar. And I have the proof there. It's on my channel where I walked down all through St. John, went to a couple of bars, showed the signs right there saying that if you don't have a passport, you can't get in. You must wear a mask and everything. I put the camera up into the window, and not one person was in the bar wearing a mask. You know, it just made no fucking sense. And this is why Canada is going downhill. Justin Trudeau is a woke little bitch. And somebody needs to beat the fuck out of him, honestly. And I have videos out there, you can go check them out, where I literally call him on. I would take him on in a street fight any day. All he has to do is say yes. He challenged a Native American politician before he got in. It's on the internet. I forget the guy's name. Challenging Boxing on the Hill or something like that it was called. And he challenged somebody to a boxing. It was all staged and everything. And I got pictures of him in his boxing like this with the scrawny little arms up and everything, with the boxing gloves on and everything. And I've challenged him. Won't come talk to me, because if I ever get a hold of him in a street fight, I will kick his fucking teeth down his throat. I will make sure that he is a paraplegic. I will beat him to an inch of his life. I don't care. The guy's a piece of shit. He ruined our fucking country. Like I said, I love my country. but I'm ashamed of our government. And that's why I'm the ashamed Canadian. Sorry about my rant there, but
It's okay. It's your channel. I'll just wait until you get done. That's all. Now, I have another question. Whose fault is it the
yes,
way the government's running? Whose fault is it? Really?
it's actually the people that voted them in.
Correct. It's our fault for allowing it. You're right. You're right. And they're going to keep doing it
Yeah.
as long as people keep believing in. Now, did you know you have two washing machines in your
Not here in
house?
Canada.
Do you know you have two
No,
washing
one of them
machines?
left me.
Huh?
One of them left me, so I'm down to one.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Hey, that's the way I am. I get one or two because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth because they can't do nothing. They
Right.
don't know what to do. You know, it's the same thing as my channel. Don't worry about it. You want quantity. I mean, quality over quantity. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, this is the way it's going to take a while, but you know, I'll start promoting your channel.
Hey,
Believe me, I will.
I've had this particular channel since November of 2019, so 4 years now. I'm up to what, 850 subscribers. I probably got a couple thousand watch hours, but like I tell everybody, like this is my what you guys call first
You broke up. You disappeared.
channel.
You disappeared. I didn't hear you.
Oh, am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Am I back now? Oh,
Yeah.
so yeah, like, oh shit, what was I saying now?
Well, something about first. That's all I heard.
Oh yes, this channel is like the First Amendment. Here we call it 2B. Well, the second Charter of Rights Section 2 is the same as the First Amendment in the States. So this channel, I could have 50,000 subscribers. This channel will never ever be monetized because of my mouth. Almost every one of my fucking live streams, because of my mouth, they will not be. But I don't care. I don't want this channel to be monetized. I want this channel so that people can understand what's going on in our country here. And I do talk about America too, because I watch both back and forth. You know, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene down there from Georgia. Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas of the DHS. You know, and they're going after Joe Biden. They're trying to fucking impeach him. You got Matt Gaetz. Now, he's a little weird, but he's still doing the right thing. He's trying to get these people, and like Donald Trump said, to clean the swamp. The only problem is that they don't have the backing. There's not enough people with a backbone to help them to clean the swamp because they're part of the swamp.
Right.
And
That is absolutely right. Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem that you have down there. Like, you got some really good politicians down there that I follow. And don't get me wrong, they mean nothing to me, honestly. But they mean something to Canada, because what happens in Canada happens here. And we need to stop it. I think personally that we should get rid of the Canadian-US border, and we should all just come together, be able to travel back and forth. You know, you keep the border there, you show your ID, like back in 1990 or even in 89. I used to be able to go to Niagara Falls, Ontario, show my birth certificate, pay 25 cents, and walk across the border. No problem. Used to do it all the time. I actually got at the end of when you cross over into Niagara Falls, where the train bridge is, where you can walk across, there's a park right there. Me and my girlfriend got caught fucking in that park. You know, like, so,
Did you get a fine for assault for a deadly weapon?
A dead weapon.
A dead Okay, so go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like you can't do that anymore. Now you need a passport in order to get into the States. You guys need a passport to get into Canada.
Hmm.
And it wasn't like that. You know, when's the last time that Canada invaded the States?
1871, I believe it was, when the White House burned down.
Right?
Good
But
Canada.
they,
Good Canada.
but
Well,
it wasn't even an invasion because we were there and we were being pushed north.
that's
Remember?
right. Yep. Yep.
We were the redcoats.
That's
We were getting pushed north. So we burnt the fucking White House down. We became a country in 1867, you know?
uh,
And that's the only
uh,
time that we've ever attacked the US. And that was, you know, during the Civil War or whatever war that was when we did it. And it just, we don't attack people. How many times have we gone to the US's rescue to help clean up afterwards? You
oh yeah.
guys go
Oh
in
yeah. I
there,
understand.
you guys do all the mean work, and then we come in as peacekeepers. We are known as peacekeepers. So we go, yes, it's military. Yes, they walk around with guns, and yes, they will protect themselves and everything. But we are peacekeepers. During the Iraq War in 1991, when they were blowing up all the oil fields and that, they tried for 30 fucking days to cap one oil well. Canada went over and within 30 days capped 16 of them. Stopped them all. It was Canada that's capped all those oil wells because we know what we're doing when it comes to oil and stuff like that. We have such an abundance of oil, something like the third largest reserve in the world of oil. We have the second largest reserve of natural gas that we're not even going after in the world, just sitting there in the ground. Like,
They don't
we
want.
can be a superpower.
They don't want you to have it. You're done. We are done. That's it. They want to give it to the
Yeah.
oligarchs. We are done. We are going to be terminated.
Yeah.
Robots are taking our place. And I'll
And
tell you something else. The average person has two brainwashing machines in the house. Do you know what they are?
brainwashing machines, one's a
Well, let's say
television and one's a radio.
one's a washing machine. Yeah, you're right. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. I said it wrong, but it's two washing machines. I should have said. But yeah, one's a washing machine, one's a brainwashing machine in the television. Yeah, you're right. And that's why
Yeah.
people, I was doing the same thing. I was watching. Oh my God, I can't. You rotten son. I hope the Republicans beat what? And then Guru says, "Why are you watching this shit? Take it off." So I did for 2 weeks. And I came back and I went, "Wow, what a bunch of bullshit." But people are indoctrinated listening to that.
Right.
They believe in it.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've learned so much from Guru.
And
It's just unreal.
I think one of the biggest scams, and I may lose some subscribers over what I'm about to say, but I really don't care anymore. This transgender bullshit that's going around. Trans rights this, trans rights that. They get to walk around with no clothes on and basically have big parades, go to schools and shake their ass at fucking schools. They're indoctrinating children right there at the schools by allowing this. And they're allowing them to have their own pronouns without talking to the family or anything, except for the province that I'm in. This is the only province in Canada right now where if your child wants to identify as other than what their gender is, they have to have contact with their parents first to see if it's okay. No other province and no state does that except for this one. Not even in the United States you do that.
Oh,
It's
yeah. Yeah,
only
they do.
here in
Oh,
New
yeah.
Brunswick.
No, they're doing it here. They're doing it here now. They sure
Oh,
are.
no, I
In
hope so.
schools. Yeah, they're doing it. I
Yeah,
mean, no,
oh,
they're
yeah.
dancing. Yeah, they're doing it. You know, to me, I could care less of what they.
I
The
mean, the
bottom line
fact
is
that they're not telling the parents, is what I'm saying.
no, they're not. You're right.
If a kid goes to school, right. So here in New Brunswick, if a kid comes in and says that they identify as something other than their original gender, they have to contact the parents first and let them know and to find out if it's okay. No other province and no state does that except for here in New Brunswick.
Well, what they're trying to
Now
pass now is
they can
go on,
like
go
they
on.
can go in and identify as anything, and the teachers don't say nothing. You're teaching sexuality in school, but you got to be 19 to go to a strip joint. You got to be 18 to be of legal age to fuck. And yet they're teaching 8 and 9-year-olds how to be transgender. How is that not sexuality in schools? Honestly, like, I just don't understand it. That's
In
called
America,
grooming.
right now, they're trying to stop the parents from even having any rights to control the kid.
Right. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Like, they're your kids, but you know, you got horny and got fucked one night. You ended up getting pregnant, having a kid. You grew them up to go to school, and now they're not your kids. They
Mhm.
belong to the government.
You don't need a college degree to learn how to live off the land. You just got to learn it yourself. Why do you think they didn't teach you in school
Fuck,
how to live off the land? You know, seriously.
I grew up on a farm.
I was halfway in
When
a
I was
farm,
a
not
kid,
all
I
the way.
lived on a farm. Yeah, like,
The-
I was 8 years old driving a fucking tractor, going up plowing the fucking fields and that. At 8, like, farming, I know how to farm. It's been decades since I've done it, but like, I know how to grow food. I just need the land. I want to do a fucking garden here, but the guy wouldn't come over to fucking with the rotor tiller for me so I could dig it all up. And because I'm in a park, private property, I gotta get permission and everything. I got the permission, but they never came and told it, so I never got a garden this year.
That's a shame.
But
My daughter
that's
did
why
a
I'd
garden.
like to be. What?
My daughter did her first garden. You know, I couldn't do it. She did it
Oh
though.
yeah.
But my God, what a garden! Jeez, but the cucumbers look like zucchinis. It makes a man jealous to look at that thing. You know, it's so damn big.
Right.
I just couldn't believe it. And I got pictures of it. You know, and I showed Guru. He says, "All right, you know." So what we're going to do now? Guru is going to help me out. We're going to get some good seeds. So I can get, and so when I get the land, I'm going to start planting. I'm not going to get this GMO bullshit. So Guru's going to help me out
So,
here.
you know what
What?
I do? If you want cucumbers, what you do is you take one cucumber that you grew, you cut it, you open it up, all the seeds inside, you take those out, let them dry out, and then you plant them next year. Then you get even more cucumbers. That's where you get your seeds. Same as with tomatoes. The seeds inside of tomatoes, the same water,
Well, would you go?
and it'll
There you go.
start growing roots again, and you grow it again. Celery will keep growing. You cut the stalk off, it'll grow again. Potatoes, you cut the eyes off, those little stubs, plant them. There's your potatoes. Like, I know how to do this shit. It's just I don't have the spot to do it. I can
The
grow
problem is
just
now
about anything.
the food that you get now has no seeds in it, so you got to buy special seeds. You know, for your
Well,
foliage
that's
and
why you
everything
go
else.
to an organic farm.
Mhm.
You buy
That's
some
exactly what we're going to do.
vegetables, and you take those seeds out. You can eat the rest. Fuck, I do. I just take the seeds out and cut it up, throw it in a salad, and away you go, right? But like the rest of
Yeah. Oh
those
yeah.
seeds, you just let dry out, and now you got cucumbers for your salad, and you're able to grow some more because you got the seeds. And then every time that you grow, you can take a couple of cucumbers, open them up, take out all the seeds, throw the rest in a salad, and away you go. Blue
And it's good
fly.
food.
Oh.
Good food too. It's not that processed poisonous food they give us, you know.
Yeah, you go to a fucking farm or something. Hey, man, how much for some manure? Well, if you do a little bit of work, you can have whatever you want. Just to get rid of the fucking cow shit or something, right? Cow shit and
Yep,
horse
that's
shit
right.
is probably the best stuff you can get. You mix it with lots of soil, and anything that you got left of your food, your raw food that you grow, you throw in a bin, and you mix it with some dirt. And next thing you know, you got compost, you got fertilized soil. Oh, wow, now I can grow some more. New guru, evening. Would you like to come up, sir? Hit that.
Oh no, kick him out of here. We don't want him. No. You don't want new guru here. The heck with him.
Just go for a walk in the bush for a day and grab some seeds there.
He's
Grab
following
some
me, man.
seeds
He's a predator. Come on up, dude.
No Starbucks, right? Now you'll notice if I were to turn my computer shit like that, I got a few Tim Hortons cups around. I do not buy Tim Hortons anymore. Got great respect for the man, but I got no respect for the company anymore after the lockdowns and everything. So I boycott a lot of places like that, like Tim Hortons. I will not buy Starbucks because they're too damn expensive. I won't go to these places anymore. There was one place in St. John, place called Just Eating Some Grub here. We'll come up and say hi. And if you, okay.
Yeah, he's that's the guy you want to talk to. That's the man. He taught me a lot.
Yeah, I was over there the other night. I don't know if he noticed me or not. I said hi and that, but they were involved in a deep conversation, so I don't know if he noticed me or not.
Well, I was probably
But
sleeping. I mean, we had three streams.
yes,
And then, yeah, 3 streams in a
yes.
row. I think
Yeah,
the
it was
guy's
a
out to
long
kill
one,
me.
that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is my first stream on my, you know how you get so many free hours? You get 20 hours or something for free each month. So this is my very first stream that I've done on StreamYards in probably almost a year. So like I know that I got 20 hours. So if Guru wants to come up and spend the next 4 or 5 hours, I don't care. I'd love to have him up and talk about this stuff. You know?
If you run out of hours,
I
just
got
tell me and I'll
nowhere
let you use
to
mine.
go.
Shame. If you run
Oh
out of
no,
hours, just tell me. I'll let you come with mine.
well, then I
I'm
can
not
just go
stingy.
onto my other channel.
Oh, you have
I
another
can
one.
go on
Okay.
my other channel and get another. Oh yeah, I got 3 channels. So, but I only
Okay.
got
I didn't
2
know.
StreamYard channels. So I only got 2 emails. So
Well, do me a favor when I'm on
one.
next time. Come on down. Put your link on the description or the comments, and tell them who you are, and then
Yeah.
put them all you want to. I don't care. You know me.
Oh yeah.
Promote your channel. We'll promote your channel.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, no offense to anybody out there. I'd love to have you as a subscriber. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here for. At first, I wanted to get a bunch of subscribers. When I first started, I was only at about 47 or so, and then that hit where I got arrested in my bedroom, and I went from 47 to 560 or something like that when I got back. I got a page. That's all I care about. I can post shit. I can do my lives. I can do mobile lives now, anything I want on this channel. My other channels I can't because I only got about 35 subscribers on each one, but I haven't been doing anything on them either. So, but I'm not here for subscribers. As much as I'd love to have 1 million subscribers, I'm not here for that. I'm here to get the message out. And subscribers are nice, don't get me wrong, because it helps get the message out more. But I'm not here for that. I want people to know what is happening. You know, we're living in a fucked up time right now. And this information out, whether I do it or whether you do it or Nude or whoever, as long as somebody's doing it, we need this message out. And just like cop watchers and auditors and that, like, I tried it. I just can't do it because I got too much of a mouth on me. You know, somebody pissed me off, I'll look right at them. I don't give a fuck if it's a cop or not. I'll tell them to go fuck himself. And every time I see the RCMP, my PTSD kicks in. Or pretty much any cop. My PTSD kicks in and I get really defensive really quickly. So I'll start just telling them off. I'll go fuck yourself. I ain't telling you nothing. And it's not good for doing auditing and cop watching. You need to have some self. All the bullshit that I've seen in my life and what I went through, I have no self-control anymore when it comes to these government officials. Like, look, I'm literally calling out our prime minister to a street fight. So more like this, I'm trying to do videos. I've been working on one saying it's called Policy Over Compassion, about how bad the shelter system, especially the Salvation Army, how bad they are, you know, and they get all government money. Every person that stays there, the government gets money for. You know, when I worked at the shelter in Toronto, back in the $125 a night per person at 800 people, always full. That's what they were charging per person. In 1991, you could rent a motel room for $69.99 a night. It would have been cheaper for the government to put them in a motel room than it was to stack them up in a fucking shelter. That's how bad our system is. Of course, like, I remember the day I was only 12, or no, I was 15 at the time. But we have the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It became law on April 17th of 1982. I was 15. And I started looking into it then. I have a video on my channel of the last surviving member that helped write it. God, what's his name? Brian Peckford. And you can see that video. I have a video of it, but he's one of the last. He's the last surviving member of all the that drew up the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for Canada. And like, I've been trying to get it. He's a hard guy to get a hold of. He's an older guy, but he's a freedom fighter. And even he said that when they wrote the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for Canada, everything that Justin Trudeau was doing is against why they wrote the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to begin with. What they don't understand is that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in our Constitution is there to protect us from corrupt government. We have the right to redress our government. Not anymore. If they get their feelings hurt, do you know that they can literally walk away from you and do nothing? You get no services because their feelings are hurt. That's how bad it is here in Canada. I literally been trying for a year and a half to get all my T4 abstracts so I can do my income tax. And every time I call or go in and that, it's either, well, your ID, your government issue photo ID is expired, so we're not doing it. Or you can't remember your old bank account transit number, so we can't do it. Oh, you can't remember your old postal code from 10 years ago, so we can't give it to you. You failed, so we're not sending you nothing. You got to go in. I go in. They say that, I keep getting run around and run around and run around. I can't do my taxes because the government keeps fucking me. And if I don't do my taxes, I'm going to end up losing my disability. I missed out on all those payments here in Canada during COVID and everything. All those extra payments, the food payments, all that. I missed all of it because they will not give me my T4 abstract so I can do my taxes. It's the government. Their feelings got hurt, so they say no. I had the cops here at the door last week. 3 cops showed up looking for one of the other people that live here. Next thing you know, there's 7 cops here. I'm filming them from inside the trailer, and they keep putting the flashlight in my camera and everything. They tried moving the cameras on the house. They undid the extension cord outside that turned on the sensor light and everything. They even unplugged my trailer. I had to go back out and plug it in. It shuts everything off in here, my heat, my lights, everything. They unplugged it. So I walked out and fucking plugged it back in. They weren't there for me. They said that there were 7 cops here because I said I was going to light them up with flashlights. So they took it as, but it's all on camera. We have 5 security cameras around the front door alone. I'm just working on downloading the whole thing so that I can bring it up and show you and put it on the internet. Like you see them running back and forth in front of my camper here, fucking putting the flashlight right in my camera, flashing the lights through the fucking windows, frosted windows and everything, trying to blind me so that they couldn't get caught on camera. Because here, the RCMP do not wear body cams. Oh, it's nudie.
Oh no. Oh, well, I gotta go. It's nice talking to you.
Oh, you're not leaving. Hey, Nude.
Hey, I
How
heard
are you,
this.
brother?
I heard this Rights for Vets guy. He's free willing to give his credit card out to pay your rent. He gives it to everybody.
I want to tell you something. I'm telling you. He sent 2 goons over here 2 days ago. I mean, they were huge. The guy stole my freaking steering wheel in my car and took off on me. So you old new guru. I can't even drive my car anymore. They took my steering wheel. Thanks, dude.
It's a Flintstone car anywhere. There's free rocks everywhere. Don't worry about it.
All right.
How you doing, dude?
Hey, what's happening, folks? Good to see you, Ash.
Chisel out that new wheel. Yeah, same here, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. You look like you're doing
Uh,
pretty nice to see you in a looks like a bit more of a stable position, I hope.
well, I got a camper,
That's a start.
so it's not the biggest, but like I have my own bathroom and shower and fridge and stove and microwave and beds up top here, beds over here. This table turns into a bed. Like I got a built-in heater. If I had propane, I could turn it on, but but I got a little electric heater for now, and I got another kitty cat because my last one got killed. So
Oh boy. I was told when I was
I
young,
got,
and I'll live and die by this principle. You give a man 4 walls and a toilet and a magazine, and he lives like a king.
hey, I feel like I live like a king because I have my own place.
That's it. Less is
All I
more,
need is a lot to put it on.
right?
This is maybe 16 feet long, 18 feet long, and it's good enough for me. I got more than enough room for myself. I'm comfortable. If somebody comes over, there's more than enough seats in here. I could seat 4, I don't know, 7 people in here. If I put the seats back in the front, then I get 2 more people up front. But I got the seats pulled out right now because it's got a bad head gasket, so this thing won't really move. And what I want to do is I want to take the engine and transmission right out. I want to take the front steering out and the steering column out and all the attachments for the wheels and everything on the front and turn this into a camper, park it somewheres, and where the engine used to be, you open up the hood and there's a fucking built-in barbecue.
Yeah. That's the beauty
You
about
know?
this. There's so many, especially if you're a bit mechanically inclined. There's so much you can do. You have so much freedom with so
Yeah.
little. You don't need much. Yeah, that's the way I live too. I did the Class C thing all last year. I still got it. It's in a storage right now, currently on a homestead. I'll probably be moving up to an A before either the year's out or the beginning of next year, and that's just because I got Fruity with me. So with 2 people, every inch counts, in a small space.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like
But it's
this might be
life.
a little small for a couple. Hey, yeah. Like there's
Yeah.
another guy I follow. He spent a couple of years in a van and camper and that. You might know him there, Mr. Sunshine Baby on YouTube, but ex-military guy. He's got a political channel and that, but
Doesn't ring a bell, but I'll
yeah,
look him up.
he did that for a while. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Northern Perspective?
Is that an auditor?
No, they're a political channel,
Okay.
and they talk
No, I
about
don't
all
think so.
the corruption in Canada. Cypher and Fox. Every time I hear him, listen to the guy, he sounds like you. I swear to God, he was you at first, but then the way that you talk and the way that he talk, just a little different. But I thought it was you at first, but I know it's not.
Can't say I've had.
Yeah,
I don't really.
they do really great.
I'll check it out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I typically don't get drawn to anything. At this point for me, it's quite a loop and a repeat movie. I know I have a holistic view of the picture of how the system of government works, and not just locally in this nation, but nations wide. And I see it quite clearly. So mostly, I'm Not too much in this day that I see that's really new, and I tend to find it mostly just a distraction, if anything, from actually going in a different direction and being the change that we want to see. I mean, it's important that we understand why we need to do that. So I think people should always show the truth, as to what's going on, so they can have a better chance to make an informed decision for themselves. Do I really want to be caught in this pit trap? Is this something I really want to be part of? But other than that, I mean, it really comes down to this: secede yourself from all corruption, or you yourself are still the corruption, right? So I tend to spend most of my
Right?
focus on exactly that, focusing on things that are healthy, and also being a bit of the other side of the coin that you don't see a whole lot of, which is showcasing and helping people if they want to actually move to a different form of lifestyle where it's more self-reliant and away from dependency in the corporate world where you're getting your ass fucked every day.
Right. And like, I know that, like I was telling Rights there, like I haven't really done anything in almost a year. I put out a few videos, but I haven't done a live stream in almost a year now. I just been, once I got back here, and because of all the bullshit out west, um, I just sort of fell off and didn't really want to do much, and I just wanted to do research.
Right?
And then I started watching the political channels and stuff like that because, no offense, and I understand your point. I love my country. I'm ashamed of our government. That's always been my motto since I started the Ashamed Canadian channel.
Yeah.
And I want off grid. And like we've talked about this before, you and I, at great lengths.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have on my computer. I remember you asked me to put something up there. I think it's got to do with Bitcoin or something. I still have that on my computer, and it's under nudie. Like literally, it's still there. So I always think every time I look, I'm like, hey man, what's he doing? What's he doing? And it's under nudie, not nude, but I put it nudie. So this way, then maybe people will think that it's fucking, nude pictures or something. But yeah, I still have that. I remember we going through my computer and fixing it. I still haven't really had a problem. I got better headphones and a better mic and that. So apparently people hear me better, but yeah, I just been watching that and seeing what's happening with our world, and I just can't wait to get off grid. I'm so sick of it. I don't care if I lose my disability. I'm just that sick of it that I want off grid. Like,
yeah, the little
the only really thing
breadcrumb
that I
trade-off
need,
is not much worth it, right? The little pension that you get or whatever, so you can go get a couple cookies, make yourself feel better about the shithole that the corporate world really is,
yeah. And
So
it's
I didn't
like,
want to interrupt. There's a bit of lag on your end there. You're coming through clear, like sound-wise, great audio, but I think
yeah,
it's just your net. It's a little bit choppy.
yeah. No, that's one thing. Like, I'm just using Wi-Fi, and it's in the other building, and it's a metal building.
Mm-hmm.
And my camper, obviously it's metal, right? So um I think that that's the problem. And um next week we got a cable, but it's going next door right now to the another trailer. I'm gonna bring it when he gets his hooked up. I'm just gonna bring that wire out and plug it right into mine so that it's hardwired, and
Yeah,
hopefully I
that's
get a better reception.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Going direct hardwired for sure. You definitely will. The other option would have been to pick up an extender or repeater, depending on how far it was. If it's less
Yeah.
than like 200 feet, you know. But
Oh
hardwire is
no,
even
I'm like
better.
maybe. Yeah, I'm only about 15 feet from the building. Like I open up my door and I take a couple steps and go up the steps and into the other one. So maybe 15 feet away from the road, or it's just that there's the trailer, because this is a trailer park. The
Mhm.
trailer's got the aluminum siding on it, and this has got aluminum siding on it. So I'm thinking that there may be a little bit of interference there that'll cause it. That and the fact that there's so many devices that are running right now on this internet. So,
That could be, yeah,
they
it could be
got,
too much bandwidth being used, so you're competing with it.
yeah,
Also, depending on you said it was like a steel building or something, depending on the thickness of that. So, your router will pick up to a
all the,
certain distance and thickness through the walls, but a repeater would have been something that'll amplify that even further, and usually does a pretty good job
yeah,
through quite thick walls and stuff. But anyways, that's one option you can also
the
consider as well. That's pretty cheap. But
Wi-Fi extender. Yeah.
yeah, extender or repeater. They're pretty cheap these days, and they do a pretty good job. I'm on one right now, and it's actually the best signal I've ever had so far on this computer. Um,
Mhm.
but hardwire is you'll never beat that. You'll never beat that, and you'll probably actually get first priority of bandwidth on hardwire if it's competing with others.
Mm.
Gee, I'll tell you what,
See, like,
Shane, he must like you, Shane. You know that because he told me just to get a cup of the string on it and work on my computer.
oh fuck!
Thanks a lot,
I
dude.
remember the night that we went through my computer. I think what did that take us, like 10 hours or something?
Well, Wrights is
We
still
were on
coming out of
there
the Stone
fixing
Age.
my computer.
Oh yeah, we notified his computer too there, Wrights, back in the day, and
Yeah,
we didn't do
it's been
near as
working great
extensive.
since.
That's great. Yeah, you're still on the same one. I was under the impression that something happened to your stuff when didn't you say it got stolen? Did you get it back or something when you were out west?
No, I bought another computer while I was out there. I bought a Toshiba's 19-inch top of the line. It had 16 gig memory with 3 terabyte hard drive with Windows 11 on it, everything fully fucking loaded, and it got stolen. I
Fuck.
lost 2 cameras, a video camera, and 2 GoPros, and mm, there was a tripod and a small handheld tripod, and there was something else I can't remember. Oh yeah, I had a container, sort of something like this. It was a little bigger, and like I use this one here, as you can see. I put all
Mhm.
my memory cards and stuff like that in it. Uh, my pot seeds, but anyways, but like uh, I had something bigger like that with all the video cards and everything in it, and everything went missing. Like they stole it, and that's when I
Bitches.
got hit by the mirror of the truck from Gordon Food Services, and that's when my glasses got broken,
Oh no.
and I haven't had a pair of glasses since. I'm still waiting for ICBC to replace them because it happened in Vancouver. It was an insurance thing, and through Gordon Food Services, and I got a reply back. I think it was in August of this year, saying that they're not going to do anything about it. I shouldn't have been that close to the street. I was on the fucking sidewalk when I got hit. the truck was going down the inside lane, and you know the grates for the drains. Well,
Right.
as I was walking down, he hit that drain, and the fucking truck shifted, and the fucking mirror caught me right in the back of the head and threw me on the ground, knocked me right the fuck out. My glasses went flying,
On the
and
sidewalk you were.
when,
And they tried to blame
yeah,
that on you?
yeah.
These people are out of their fucking mind.
And they seen the video surveillance from the store and everything. It happened right on Davie Street, right by I don't know if you're still in Vancouver or not, but right down on Davie Street, there's I want to say 7-Eleven, but I don't think it's 7-Eleven. There's a park there where they have the colored lights and everything rated.
I know where you mean.
One block above Burrard
Yep.
on
Right.
Davie. Yeah, there's a street that comes out behind the hospital there. I forget the name of that street. But
I know
yeah,
exactly what
there's
you're talking about, that park and everything. What was the truck that hit you? Was it just a worker truck of private worker construction or something, or was it
no,
the city?
no. You know, you've heard of Gordon Food Services,
Yes.
like Cisco.
Yes.
Gordon Food Services. Well, the big mirrors on the side of their trucks, the tractor trailer truck, they had a
Mhm.
small pup trailer on it, and they were coming down, and when he hit that grate, bang, he fucking hit me right in the back of the head, knocked me out.
Yeah, that's an easy lawsuit. You know, ICBC, because it's a monopoly, especially, they just want to, you know, they know most people want to take the easy road. So they want people to just think that what ICBC says is what goes, and that's not the case. You have to.
And all I wanted them to do was replace my glasses. I didn't want no money, no nothing. I said, all I want's my
That's it,
glasses.
and they wouldn't do that, and they wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Still.
No,
Wow.
I wasn't
Wow,
trying to
these
sue them,
fuckers.
nothing. I said, listen, you replace my glasses, I'm a happy camper.
Wow, that was even your
And I said,
offer. Holy shit.
yeah, maybe $500. All they
Right.
had too, because they're a government agency, to pay for them. You know,
Mhm.
and all I wanted was my glasses. I still can't see properly. I'm blind as a bat. I can't even read the chat from here. And it's like I stretch out my arm and I'm touching the computer. I can't see nothing there. I got to come right up and read it. That's why you always see me coming up like this, because I'm trying to read the chat.
Mhm. That's like you
So
there, Mr. Big Thumbs. Same thing with you. I'm actually going to be ordering a pair of these glasses that I keep getting an ad for online. It's these
oh,
self-adjusting glasses,
yeah.
and they seem to be pretty cheap. So I'm gonna order them and be a guinea pig and see if they're just a gimmick or if they're for real. But if they're for real and they work good, then you know, I'll spread the info on where to get them, and then fuck the whole glasses industry too. You can get these instead, you know.
Yeah, it'd be great. Like I wear bifocals, so
Okay, yeah. So,
I'm not quite sure.
well, these ones claim that they have both the range of for near and far sighted, and they'll even help for astigmatism to a certain degree. So it just depends. And so it's just there's a little dial at the top, a tiny little like screw dial, and so if you're looking far, then you can just screw it and get clarity. So if you're driving or whatever, oh, look at that, so cute. And then if you're using your computer or trying to read, then you
Yeah,
just adjust the dial.
5 months old.
when you're doing that as well.
Yeah.
So apparently they have a pretty decent range on both ends of the spectrum. You just have to adjust the dial accordingly. It's a manual thing. So I'll try it out. And
Yeah, yeah, I've seen that commercial a few times, but with me, like it comes up while I'm in the middle of watching something. So as soon as it says skip, I skip it. I don't actually watch the whole ad. Maybe I
same with
should.
me. I had it on the save to watch for like a year, and I'm finally just getting around to it.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
I can't.
going to order them probably
Yeah.
like tonight or tomorrow, actually. So I don't know how fast they come, but hopefully soon,
Mhm.
because I'm kind of in for I've had the same pair of glasses for almost 20 years, and
Oh,
they're just like, I probably could use a minor correction increase because of what happened. They're getting better again now with the carbon monoxide and all that shit. But I don't want to go see a conventional eye doctor, and it's really hard to find a holistic eye doctor. I don't want to go that route. I'd rather just, if I can get something that I can adjust myself. And then now that I'm out here this year, I'll be focusing on seeing if I can find some natural herbs that I can make some drops and correct my own eyes with. And I think I'll have some good
Oh.
success with that. So I'll report the results of that for everybody as well.
That sounds like a
oh
winner.
yeah. You can sign me up because anything that'll make my vision better, I'm in.
There's one
Especially
herb.
naturally.
Yeah, there's one herb on the market that touts to be pretty. It's a kind of an old-fashioned herb from an old Chinese herb, I think, originally, but it grows everywhere. It's called eyebright, and there are quite a few products in the market that you can get. I've never tested them myself, but everybody that I've seen, all the claims have pretty good reviews and raves about them. It targets both correctional vision blurriness and also deep-rooted stuff, like if you got retina clog and all that kind of stuff where the center is leading to you can't see in the middle and all that kind of stuff, Yeah, it's supposed to correct or at least improve a lot of that quite dramatically.
Yeah. Until I hear and see like real results and shit like that. Like, when people started telling me about Bitcoin, I was a little suspicious about it.
Mm-hmm.
Waited going
And
on,
waited.
and like, yeah, it's doing good, and I still waited. And then what happened? Well, one of the biggest guys in these Bitcoin things, he's about to go to jail for over 100 years. Sam
Oh,
Oh,
Bankman.
he's talking about that FTX that you're talking about. Fryer?
So yeah, so he ripped off people for billions of dollars and paid the Democratic Party and stuff like that. Like, it's just weird. Like, I don't, and just all those investors, like, they lost all their money. There's
Oh, that's
nothing that
that's an
anybody.
exchange. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's an exchange. That happened like last year at the end or something like that, November, I think. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that happens from time to time.
Yeah, he just got found guilty, so now I guess he goes to court in January or something to see how long he goes to jail for.
Right.
But Sam Bankman Fried or Free Bankman or whatever, yeah.
Well, that's an exchanger though. A lot of people they'll tie that in with thinking that it has anything to do with like crypto or anything. This type of thing, it happens in the conventional market as well. You hear from time to time an exchanger was robbing its people. You'll hear the same thing from banks. Banks, they're skimming pennies off the top of their clients' accounts and shit like that, and all this kind of stuff. It's pretty funny. But that's what a lot of people don't realize is if and I'm not touting crypto to be the answer. It certainly isn't. It's just a Band-Aid, if anything. But one thing that's pretty interesting about it is it gives you the ability to self-manage and not have it. It's just like cash, like it's a digital form of cash, where if you do it in the raw, it's in your hands and not in somebody else's hands. So there's an advantage there, you know?
Yeah, and it's like you can pay for a lot of shit with Bitcoin right now.
Yes, you
Like
can.
I've literally had people donate to me when I was on my way out, and they donated through Bitcoin through
That was
PayPal.
me. That was me.
Oh,
With the help
oh,
of
was it
with the help of what's his name there,
Dan?
because no, in the Mexican long hair. He's the
Mm,
guy who took the Bitcoin. It was through Cash App actually, because PayPal doesn't do Bitcoin. So he took because
yeah,
Cash App's for the States,
yeah.
so we can't have Cash App. So, but he was willing to take the Bitcoin. So I was able to send you a donation through him completely anonymously.
See, I didn't know who it was to this day until you just said it. So, and I appreciate it. I really do. You don't know how much it helped. Like I got out there and everything, and it's just just can't believe my brother did that to me. He knew I was coming out for it. I called him and everything.
That's a
He
shame,
said,
man. It
"Okay."
really is. That's a
And like
shame
I was
because
out at What's Truth's house when my brother showed up.
right.
Told me
You
get
seem to have
to
you seem to have had a pretty viable, plan in place, and that's too bad. I was really rooting for you that was going to work out, and also looking to maybe even be a part of that, because that was the stuff we were talking about. I knew you wanted to do that, and
yeah,
we were trying to figure
yeah,
out different solutions to make that happen back at that time and whatnot. So when
yeah,
I heard that you had made it that far finally, I was like, oh, he's almost there, now he's just got to go pick it up, I'm sure. And I knew that that's probably why you were online at the time, because you were trying to focus on that. And with all the stuff that was going on
yeah,
with the, Kool-Aid stuff, um,
yeah,
that would have been quite challenging to make that feed at that time.
yeah.
So
And
it's,
trust me, it was hard.
yeah.
Like, yeah, I stopped all the way, and I stopped and I had to see Big Red Ogre. Love the guy to death. Spent a day or two with him. I spent some time in Barrie. I spent some time in Sudbury. I went to the park where all the crosses are and that, because Sudbury is the overdose capital of Canada, believe it or not. Um, they have one park. I bet you there's over 1,000 crosses there, and every cross has got someone else's name on it that died of an overdose in that city. And now it's so packed that they're extending it to another park across the street. That's how many people are dying, and that's just in the Sudbury area. And then
Hmm.
I stopped in Thunder Bay overnight and that because of the buses and stuff like that. What a fucking hell of a time. That's probably one of the most racist cities in Canada is Thunder Bay. I've
Interesting.
never seen anything so racist, you know.
Wow.
Because I look white, I'm not accepted, even though I
But
have native blood in me.
how much time
And
did you spend in Vancouver? Because that's a lot of how I feel in Vancouver. Same thing.
5 months I spent on the street there, living in a tent down at Davie and Seymour. There's a park there, and uh, you know where Davie and Seymour is?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yeah,
there's that. As you're going down, it's on the left-hand side. There's a big park there.
right.
And it's got like a water feature in that. And there's a dog park, and over in one little corner, I would set up my tent. They told me I had to wait till 9 o'clock, and I had to be packed up by 7 o'clock the next morning. Well, or by 9 o'clock. I had to be out of the park. Well, I was always gone way before then because I even had the park rangers show up a couple of times and bring me a McDonald's coffee and a muffin because I would wait till 9 o'clock to set up. I would set up my tent. I would put everything inside. You know, you're not allowed to smoke in any city parks there, but like they don't say anything. I had my little ashtray inside. I'd smoke in my tent, smoke a few doobies, go to bed. Wake up in the morning, like the park rangers would come around 6 or so. Hey, Mike, you awake? Oh, yep. Thank you. Here, we got a coffee for you, or blah, blah, blah. Or just checking on me. You need any garbage bags? No, I got no garbage. And there's a place right over at the corner called the Gathering Place. And I would pack up all my stuff. And as soon as they opened, I would be over there at the door, put my stuff in storage, and I'd be gone for the day. Come
Right.
back, grab my stuff that I need, and go set up in the park. And I did
Yeah.
that for almost 5 months.
Wow. You know, on a temporary basis, it's actually not that bad. You know, I've done the same thing.
You know, everything was given to me, the tent, the sleeping bag, everything I had was somebody donated to me. I was there on a Saturday night and woke up Sunday morning, and I'm not shit. You know, there was five $20 bills sitting inside my tent. They opened
Wow,
up the
nice.
tent, dropped it in, and closed it back up again. You know, I had people coming over and, oh, do you need anything? Or would you like a coffee? And like, I met some really good people out there. Um, they knew that I wasn't a drinker. They knew that I didn't do drugs. I smoked pot. That's it. Smoke
Mhm.
cigarettes and pot.
Mhm.
They didn't care. And the ladies say that at any time, if you need any help, just go over to the dog park right there and say that you need help, and we'll all come over. Like, I was well liked there. Like, I never left a mess. You know, sometimes when you could see a wet spot where my tent was. That's it.
Right.
You never seen a coffee cup, a cigarette butt, nothing there. There's garbage cans in the park, all my garbage that I had from the night. I pack up, put in a little garbage bag, go over and put it in the garbage. I go get myself a coffee, come back, and then start packing up. And, you know, it wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong. Like I survived it. I was by myself, but
You're taking notes,
it
right?
was
That's grade 7.
it
You'll get what I
You
mean.
watching
wasn't
that?
bad.
Shit.
That's called a
It's
halfway
just
house.
Sorry, go on. I didn't think you seen that shit. Okay.
Wrights is still
pops
learning how
right
to
up.
get out of the Stone Age. That's why he's got a Flintstone car. And you're complaining about the internet earlier there, Wrights. You should be happy. You're just coming into learning what Telegram is all about. That's your version of internet next. So we'll get there.
I graduated there.
What's telling?
That's right. I graduated first grade to second grade,
Telegram,
2 years.
Telegram, the old fashioned way where you pay somebody to go on a ship and go across seas, and finally a message gets to your loved one over there, your future wife or whatever, 2.5 years later.
That kind of sounds like that drunk guy seen talking to the cop saying that he had 20 years of schooling because he went to grade 10 twice. I'm dead serious. I seen him say that to a cop. I went to
And there
Jersey
you
twice. I got 20 years of schooling.
there you have it, folks. I stand corrected. 1 + 1 is not always 2.
Right.
And you thought I was bad, eh? Uh-huh.
Well, shit. With that kind of math, when are you ever going to get to graduate or university?
Right. Well, it almost sounds like Trudeau math. You know,
Well, that's always
1
in
and
the
1 is 10
negatives.
million, right?
Yeah.
Make Canada great. Make Trudeau inmate.
Make Judo it, mate. I love it.
Hey, I still have my shirt. Every time I go out somewheres, if I got to deal with government or something, if it's cold out, I'll just put it over top of a sweater or something, just so that people can see it.
I
I
have
get
a
people
credit
all the
card.
time saying, "Where can I get it?"
I have a credit card with unlimited credit too. It just gets declined in almost every store. Go figure. I don't know why.
What? Sorry,
A credit card. A
broke
credit
up
card.
there.
I just like Trudeau. I got a credit card with unlimited credit too. It just gets declined in almost every store. I can't figure out why.
I don't
Don't look
know,
at
man.
me.
Maybe wrong password.
Yeah, that's probably it. It's the system in the store's fault. They haven't upgraded their system yet.
Right? What are you doing up there watching me? You better not fucking attack me again. Fucking the cat attacked me last night. I don't know if you can see it, but I got like a big red mark right there by my eye. Fucking almost stuck my eye out. Crazy cat.
Right. So I'm gonna punish you here for that comment that you put there.
Oh no. I
You
was
ready
just
for
joking. I was just joking.
it?
Oh, great.
That
I'm in
second
trouble.
word, that second
Yeah.
word there, out of the 3 words there,
Yeah.
Ouch.
what's wrong with that word?
Well, I was just trying to tell everybody, government, screw them.
You
I
didn't
mean,
answer
I
my
don't.
question.
Oh,
There's one letter missing.
Actually, that would still be incorrect. They're not ours or yours.
wait a minute, what?
It's
Screw
not.
our government.
It's not your government.
Well, I know that, but nobody
The
else knows
government.
that, so I put it out there. Yeah, no, it's not even our government. I don't have no government really, but I just put that out there to explain to people that I don't care for government,
So Ash
more or
Canada is more
less.
correct in that sense. Like that would be for people who still think they have a government or want a government. Screw your government. That would be correct. But our
Okay.
government is still under the perception that like you still have one or want one, which
No,
never
I don't
was
want one.
yours anyways. You don't have a government. Government has you.
This is true.
Yeah.
Very true. I was explaining to a shame about the McDonald's.
Yes.
Which part about it? Which part?
About if you're an employee, the guy owns the place.
Oh, the status and capacity. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's very important to understand. You know,
Yeah.
last thing you ever want to be is a citizen.
Right.
That's the stupid position in a corporate structure. And that's what
I'm not even a citizen. I'm a civilian. There's a big
even,
difference.
yeah, even that though.
A
I mean,
citizen is under the government. A
right.
civilian is just anybody.
Sure. Yeah. By that definition, that's who we all are. If you want to go by that, you know, and really, you know, whatever word you want to put on it. I mean, I try to just stay away from stereotypes altogether because as soon as you do that, then of course that's where people can start getting into the separatist, tribalist sort of mindset about things. I'm a this, and you know, and then they get into arguments and debates over semantics, and it's all a big pissing match, waste of time. So I try and stay as much as I possibly can on just look at things, look at the big picture and keep it simple. What is there by default? There's me, there's you, there's nature, there's the plants, there's the animals, and then there's a bunch of other people. Some of them know how to be self-reliant and cooperate, and others are completely indoctrinated and dependent on a plantation system that they are so in cognitive dissonance about, they don't even realize that they're on a plantation. They have no idea about that. And they embrace it and they love it. They say, I love my country. What they're really saying is, I love my plantation. And they have no idea about that. And then they get all but hurt when the conditions of the plantation show a reality check about that every once in a while, because they have this expectation that it should be a different way when it's not in reality. When the actual fact of the matter is, the only true remedy from that and the only true real freedom is to secede yourself, get outside of that, and learn how to work where you have all the options in the world, out in nature, outside of the beehives, with other people as well, ally with other people who want to do that together, and where you're not dependent on any superficial intermediate parasitical bullshit like the monetary system to be able to function and do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like, and talking about plantations, they're just proving it by doing these 15-minute cities. Like,
Yeah.
you look at, I have pictures of all over Toronto about all these buildings, and it just shows, just by the way that they mark it up, that they're 15-minute cities, because most of these new buildings that are going up might have 150 spots for cars, but they got 1,200 spots for bicycles.
Right.
Trying to get rid of the parking spaces for cars and get people to drive bicycles. They want people within that 15-minute city thing, so that, you know, everything is there. Your shopping and all that is all supposed to be within 15 minutes of your
Right.
home.
Yeah. I mean, a
So,
city
and
already
Toronto is,
sorry, it's
yeah,
just a, like, go ahead, Ashkan.
but like these cities like Toronto, like, I was all over Toronto. I went to see where I used to live. It's gone. The church that I was married in, it's still there, but the rest of, like, I got married in Regent Park. And at the time when I was living there, it was the worst neighborhood in North America. It was worse than the Bronx. It was worse than East LA.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you got 450 murders a year, you got 1,200 stabbings a year in one park. That's just one spot of Toronto. That's how bad it was. And that's why they ended up what they did, and then put mixed housing there, so that you could be living on the 15th floor and paying $1,250 a month for this condo, and the person next to you is only paying $200 because it's something. They mixed it all together. They put in all these stores and everything. They got their own grocery store. So Regent Park just became a 15-minute city.
Right. Yeah. That's leading towards what I was going to say a bit ago.
Everything's there that they need.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got your mixed class of people, you got your grocery store, you got your shopping. Everything is within 15 minutes of that whole park right there. You're a 15-minute walk to the Eaton Center from Regent Park. You can walk right down Dundas Street and you're at Regent Park to the Eaton Center. One street, walk straight down it. You're there, 15 minutes.
Right.
You know, everything's there too. You got your movie theaters and everything all around there.
A city itself already, or even a town, you know, is already a concentration camp. That's what a lot of people don't realize. So if you understand that, okay, a 15-minute city, that's just an even more concentrated camp now. So now what's the reason why government wants to encourage that? There's basically two reasons why government wants to encourage that. And it's further in line with why government encouraged and set up the arena to have just our current version of cities to begin with. What is that?
Control.
Control. That's the number one. Now, why is it so important for government to have? to have that control.
because they don't want you to own anything. So this way, then they get to dictate what you eat, where you go, where you live, everything.
Why is it so important
And
they
you
have
own
that?
nothing. I don't know. I just call it communism.
Well, you could call that as a label, sure, but why would they, you know, and if you look at it, they go through a lot of trouble to make sure that this actually happens, you know? So,
I know.
what's the
I know the
reason? Go ahead, Ash.
reason why the liberals. I know the reason why the liberals want to do 15-minute cities as a political stamp.
Yeah,
And that is the, you know, it's more politics than anything.
no, it's not actually. The politics is, you
And
know, just being used as the excuse to set the
well,
narrative. So, but there's something more from an overhead
it's
perspective that's going on here. There's actually the true motivating driver for all this to take place. So you guys,
well,
Brainwash
touched
the
base-
people.
You guys
to the
touched
Labour
bases
Brainwash.
on
Party.
this a little bit earlier as I was coming into this. You guys already talked about this a little bit.
Who did? Him or me?
What I
Both of you.
Oh,
So Ash,
what I think it is
we're going to
what I
yield.
think it
We're going to
is
yield.
that because
It's
of
your
the,
connection was kind of weak again, but we can hear you
Oh.
coming through. It's coming back now.
okay, so what I think it is honestly is it's because of this Green Deal that everybody wants to because of the carbon and stuff like that. They want to bring it down that way. Would you get down? This way, then it reduces carbon and all this other stuff, and that's
Even
what I
that,
think it.
that's
What the liberals.
definitely going on, and that's again, all these are narratives, secondary narratives for something else behind that. That is the primary motivation that's fueling for these narratives and political agendas to be
Contain.
taking place.
contain.
The containment is what we just talked about earlier. That's why they need the control. But why is it so important that they have this control and concentrate the population into little beehives everywhere? What are they trying to achieve?
Eradication.
Eradication. That's what it is.
Depopulation.
Population reduction. Yes. It's so much easier to achieve that. It's just a military tactic, right? Just take all of your people and put them in a concentrated populace. And especially when they're weak, feeble, and indoctrinated, it's so easy at that point to just set a narrative stage where they do the work to implode themselves.
Well, and BC's a good representative of that because of the way that they do their decriminalizing hard drugs up to 2.5 grams, so you can have heroin on you or anything. And if you have less than 2.5 grams, what do? They go to their trunk and offer you a pipe and some screens or needles or anything.
I'm not
just
in favor of that.
Control.
It is,
No.
but I'm not in favor of that because, if people want to actually commit suicide, then that's part of freedom, But
Yeah,
you're
don't
right.
get me wrong. But, hey, the more, the better. If they want to do that, that's fine. I don't do it. I smoke pot. A lot of these junkies don't smoke pot. They're against it,
Right.
even though it's legal. But
Right.
with allowing these people to have hard drugs and to be able to OD all the time and shit like that, all they're doing is helping the population control.
Right.
By
They're allowing, like I said,
drugs.
That's right. Again, they're letting the destruction happen, which they should be. They're gently guiding the facilitation of it, right? That's what it's all about. We're going to softly rub you back as we rub your back as we guide you to the gas chamber and tell you it's for your own safety and your own protection.
And what are the gas chambers here in Canada right Now we have them. We have something like it. You
City.
know that, right? No. It's a government program called MEAD. Medical assistance in dying.
Oh, that.
Over
Oh, yeah.
over 30 people a day are signing up for this thing now.
Okay, so yeah, that's definitely a gas chamber. Cities are a gas chamber. Towns are a gas chamber, and I'm talking about the incorporated ones. The Jabby Do was a gas chamber. Vaccines that didn't have anything to do with that beforehand, those are a gas chamber. Hospitals are a gas chamber. The entire pharmaceutical allopathic medicine industry is a big whopping gas chamber.
Oh yeah. Like government is a gas chamber. Because all they're doing is out to kill you. They don't give two shits about people.
Almost.
So
They're not directly out to kill you. They're there to propagate the narrative so that you and your brethren will beat each other to death and kill each other. That's the tactic.
yeah,
there.
but they even pass laws to help you do that.
That's what I'm
Look
saying.
we just talked about it, where
Yes.
they decriminalize the drugs in BC. That's allowing people to kill themselves, right?
Right.
And then you
But-
and you could have a bad day and be depressed and go sign up for MAID and get killed. They'll do it.
Right. Right.
If you're homeless and you can't take it no more, you can sign up. They'll do it. They don't care.
Mhm.
And it's a government program paid for by
Mhm.
us.
Mhm.
So as far as I'm concerned, that's probably one of the biggest gas chambers out there by allowing this stuff to happen and legalizing it.
Not even allowing and
They
legalizing.
literally,
It's beyond that. It's facilitating it. Right. They're facilitating
yes,
the tools and whatever that's required for that to happen. And I don't have any sympathy for the
and
people
as far
who fall for that, because they're choosing to want that, embrace it. And that's where the responsibility really rests, right? It's on the individual.
as far as I'm concerned, it's like genocide. What they're doing is actually allowing genocide.
They're
When you
not
have
just
mass people dying, it's
yes.
called genocide. And
Yeah.
especially when the government is facilitating it.
They're
So it is
facilitating
genocide.
the
And
stage for people to commit genocide to each other. And that's what people don't get. It's
yes,
like, they want to look to the government as the savior for their own choices that they're making of suicidal, genocidal tactics. That's the lunacy behind it, right? Like, okay, I'm insane. I can't figure it out for myself, and so I'm going to look to somebody else who's even more insane to me to be my Jesus and my savior. That's why they're getting their ass handed to them.
right? Yeah. And it's like we got some really fucking fucked up laws here in Canada. Like if you see somebody that's in trouble, if you don't help them, you can get charged. But in Canada, you're not allowed to defend yourself. So if you can't defend yourself, but you have to defend somebody else, what the fuck kind of law is that? This came right out of
That's
our prime minister's mouth.
they set
I can
their
probably bring
corporate
up the video.
laws. Right? Yeah, I see it all the time. They set their laws purposely in opposition against each other, so that no matter which side you follow, your ass is grass. And if you can't see
Yep.
that, and you think that you have to follow them to begin with, then fair enough. You actually deserve to have that happen to you. And a lot of people don't realize that, right? Like, it's nobody else's responsibility for somebody who gets scammed to learn that they're being scammed and to stop falling for it, other than themselves. Especially your scammer. You know, it's people, they want to get mad at the government who is running this scam, that they should fix the scam. Are you kidding me? So when was the last time you were able to go to a murderer, reason with the murderer, and say, can you hold yourself as a murderer accountable to yourself and put yourself in jail or something? What kind of logic is
Right?
that? If you want true accountability, we have to be the accountability. And I reckon that being accountability by, trying to sort of take over their system or hold them, accountable in their system, that's another bait scam. The only real accountability you have in life is over yourself. And I heard Wrights talking about it earlier. I say it all the time. The blood life of their system is the capitalist form of the monetary system. That's, none of them are going to work for free. And so the more people that can sort of wake up to that and start getting off of the dependency of that, the more the value of that monetary system sort of just goes to the wayside, and so if they don't have something that is able to fuel their agenda anymore, then it doesn't matter. They can sit there with their thumbs being twiddling and it just doesn't happen.
Can I go to third grade?
You just entered grade 2. You're looking to what's the word for that? When you skip a grade, there's a technical word for that. I forget.
I was lucky.
I forget it too. What happened to me?
You want an advancement. You want an advancement. Pull out your credit card and we can all be bought if the price is right.
I got to skip grade 11 and go right into grade 12. So
I guess it was still my damn steering wheel of my car. Damn.
Well, did you tell him about the setup, about how much you get paid for the entry of StreamYard or exit?
Oh yeah, you ready for this? Dude really fixed me good. I get paid from for my stream. Now if I show up at StreamYard, I get paid $7. If I don't show up, I get paid $9.
what?
Yeah. Can you believe that?
What do you mean? That makes no sense.
If I show up at StreamYard, I get paid $7. And if I don't show up at StreamYard, dude pays me $9.
And I use his credit card to pay him either way. That's a great system, I just we joke about this, but this actually describes the capital system as we speak. That's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't use monetary money or corporate money. We use nude coin or nudie coupons.
Oh, okay.
They're very valuable. They're accepted by quite a lot of the trees and bushes out in the wild. Tons of them.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right on.
Yeah, they
Probably
never
have
say
a
no.
better conversation with them.
You sure can, and when you try and negotiate with them, you always win.
Right?
They never complain, no matter how much of their resources you want to take off the bush. They never whine or complain or bitch about it.
No, they just sprout more.
That's right. In fact, they kind of thank you for doing the favor for trimming and pruning them as you go. It gives them more of a reason to grow stronger and produce more next season.
You got to trim that bush.
I like his plantation better.
Wait a second. Suddenly I'm having an epiphany here. Is that how I got so fucking hairy? I was going the wrong way all along. Oh my god. I was indoctrinating and enslaving myself the whole time. Holy shit. I wasn't
Oh my
even using
God.
a cordless shaver. Like fuck.
Oh fuck. No, I had to throw that in. Oh fuck. Mhm. But was it?
Well, Drew's motto is, he's got the meat.
Where's the beef?
Right?
Yeah.
Who is Laura X?
Well, at my age, now that Ashcan put that on the table, that's the reason why I go foraging. You'll find it one day if you work hard enough and long enough.
Right?
That might be why I'm more of a vegetarian in this day and age, you know.
Oh, oh, fuck.
Oh,
Well, holy fuck. 4 hours already.
well, if you
Oh,
guys still want to talk, I can always start my stream. I got to do it on my phone. I don't have my computer in my kitchen anymore. My wife kicked it out. Thanksgiving Day, you know, Turkey
we
Day.
might be on yours when we start at normal time next time, right? I think we're in for a bit of an influx of visitors coming up soon. I saw Joe earlier on Jack's stream promote us. So there's a
Really?
lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people over there. So be ready for it.
Wow. Okay, I got to get ready for Friday. Okay, gotcha. I'm just going to sit and listen then. That's the only way I can learn.
I'm tired of letting you get away with that. You know, that's what you entered grade 2, so get ready for
No,
it.
but I'm listening. No, I am. I'm listening. Believe me. I mean, I'm getting the information. Just that you guys, sometimes you guys talk
Running the
so
house.
far beyond. Oh, they talk so far advanced to me. It's unreal. It's just unreal. I get totally lost with them sometimes. You know, I'm like, Doc, God, talk normal, will you?
I just got to run in quickly and make a coffee. I'll be right out.
All right.
Okay.
No worries. Man.
Okay, guys?
We'll take the show over.
Chat
Okay.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, we just fired a shame, so now we're taking over now. That's how we do things.
Who wants to take the front in porn bombing him? You or me?
Well, you got the leaf and I got the underwear. We'll do it both.
We're gonna have a friendly competition here of bushwhacking. We're gonna show whose bush is bigger, yours or mine.
You think he's blind now? Wait till we get done with him. Full moon, man. Bush time. Yeah.
Well,
how did you know? How did you know it was up here, or did you just happen to go up here?
I came back from the greenhouses, and I had a good rest today. I was talking to Fruity earlier, and then had a nap. Went to the greenhouses, came back, and I was thinking Jack's would still be on, but they were closed. And then I saw Ashcan, so I just clicked on it, and then I saw you were there, and I saw you were already on here for quite some time, so I listened to a bit of it to see what you guys were focusing on. And then while I was eating dinner, popped in and gave a hello.
I'll be dang, because yeah, I got a notice from him, and I haven't seen him in a while. And I said, "Well, damn, he's alive! I can't believe it." You know.
The truth is, I know that you've been stalking me, so you know I'm just trying to stay ahead of you.
Boy, that turned around, didn't it?
Don't think I didn't hear that earlier.
Damn, you got good ears. Damn. Can't write nothing, can't say nothing anymore. I'll keep my mouth shut. Wow.
Yeah, I've been. I know you so well. I know what you're going to say before you do next.
Wow. So we're gonna have maybe some people on Friday, eh?
I
Wow,
think
that's
so.
gonna be
Yeah.
neat.
Joe was
That's
trying
gonna
to
be good.
get Jack himself over yesterday, actually, and I'm kind of glad he didn't because I think I would have been a little too tired for that first introduction, and I really want it to be a solid one. It's kind of setting the stage, which most people don't even think about, but I like to do the proper way. And so, yeah, I think I was on there earlier just before I went to the greenhouses for a couple minutes, and that's what they were talking about. Jack was saying he was trying to find us day before, but he couldn't because Joe didn't actually give him your channel. Jack thought it was on my channel, so he
Oh,
couldn't
okay.
find it. Yeah. So anyway, we made sure he has the actual channel, and maybe I'll just be him at first. I don't know, but because it was talked about in front of his audience, there might have been some other people who may have been looking for a chance to talk to me for quite some time, catch wind of it. So
All right, I got you.
we'll see how
I
it
want to
goes.
say I want to say thank you for shutting that thing down. I didn't know you could do it. I got up, see you guys are still talking. I come back and wham, the thing was shut down. I went, wow, I didn't know you
Right.
could do that. Yeah,
I
that's
can do
great.
that
Thank
now.
you.
I can
Thank
do
you.
that and activate it. I can do everything except access your videos that are in the previous category, or set a live up. I can't do any of that, but everything else now I can
That's
administer.
great. Then great. That helps. Believe me, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, that's better because now you don't. That's disturbing your sleep, right? If we want to keep going, you want to go to bed. It's
Well,
not
what's good
fun.
about it, if I snore, you can always bink, mute me.
Well, I could do that already, and I did.
There's-
So, quite a number of times.
yeah.
One time it took an hour for me to realize I could do that, and Joel kept on trying to wake you up.
Did he really? Wow.
Yeah, we were trying to listen to a video, and your tractoring just kept overriding it. And I did bell you, and you woke up, but you're half out of it, and you say, "Okay, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." Right back into it in 2 seconds.
You got me so great with that.
And then it dawned on me, I could just mute you. I forgot. so I muted you, and everybody was just like, I'm
applauding you.
Yeah, like that relief you get when you've been holding in for 6 hours and then you finally relieve yourself.
Yeah. Kick them out too. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah. Wow. I'm glad it's worked out fine. I'm glad. That's the main thing. It's. Oh, did you see my video? The last one I did?
I think so. I watched half of it this morning, but I was so tired. I haven't watched the other half yet. I got to watch it again. Yes, I did see. There was one that was quite funny where you flashed your name and my name and your name and mine. You're getting pretty clever with the editing features on there.
For what little limits I got, yeah. I don't have that much, but yeah, I'm trying. Oh, you seen the flash with the new guru and Rights for Vets then?
Yeah, I watched a bit of that, which was your second last, and then I watched a bit of the last one as well. That I know what you're talking about. Unless if you posted another one tonight. Yeah, the foraging one. That's right.
Yeah, So I just wanted to show you that I am looking at it. So
brilliant video.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't actually know that she went into it like that, and what an excellent introduction to foraging. Such an awesome stage setter of the fundamental keys to make sure that you do it right when you're out there, that you don't get hurt, broken down in such a simple way, and how important it is to know those fundamental rules of thumb. For sure.
Well, I got one of the books that she's talking about. I got to get another one by the looks of it. So I went, shit, I got to buy another one? Damn. Foraging books, what to look for, pictures and everything else.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll be doing that. I'll be looking at the rest of them tomorrow. Well, No, I got to peel potatoes tomorrow for everybody. Because I used to do it in KP, kitchen police in the
Are you
military.
growing potatoes now?
No, my daughter went out and bought some for the holiday, Thanksgiving. So I got to peel potatoes and help them out a little bit. So, and you know what? Are you ready for this? I called that guy, gave him my number. He never called back. I said, "Fuck it, I'm going to do it myself." So my daughter and I, about the dryer. So I'm going to
Mhm.
hook it up myself. I'm fed up with this shit. I don't know why. It's like I don't know why. Just it's a simple. I don't know. So anyway, I'm going to fix that dryer tomorrow with it. So I got tired of it.
So you're going to do it yourself?
Yeah. I got an idea how to do it. She can't do. My daughter can't do it. Without tearing something up. So I'm going to do it. So I figured out a plan how to do it. So I'll do it. I'm going to need her help, but I'll fix it myself. I'm so sick of this shit. These people, it just
Even
I
hard
don't
to get
understand.
something done, even when you pay somebody
Yeah.
these days.
Yeah, it's just I can't believe it. Yeah.
I'm
So
telling you, I never have these problems with hangers. I mean, when my hanger breaks, well, it was a dollar store hanger anyway. Grab another one, and I never have to worry about the air running out. The air is it always dries my clothes. It's so reliable, unbelievable.
Remind me to hate you
there's
Friday,
nothing
will you? Oh,
there's nothing like hanging your clothes out on a line to get dried.
Right, unless if a bird shits on it.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
I remember all the time, like I'm a little bit older, and I remember my grandmother used to remember the old ringer washers where you put it
Yep.
through and they had this real. So my grandmother used to do that and then hang out all of our clothes out on this line, and it was a pretty long line, but every day there's always fucking clothes hanging out there. And when you bring them in and they're all dry and they smell fresh. I can't smell anymore, but like they smell fresh and that they're clean, and you just saved a whole lot of fucking money by not putting them in an electric or gas fucking machine to dry them for you.
Absolutely,
Nature can do it
and
for you
it sure can. So much time,
for
headache,
free.
cost, for free. That's right. Sometimes the machine is not as convenient as you think it is.
Right.
And health, right? Health for a lot of things is so much better when you're with nature and doing it yourself, especially
Well, you
food.
think about you're paying $600 for a machine that costs you about $30 a month to run.
Mm-hmm.
When all you got to do is, when they're washed, you hang them up, and you just saved yourself $1,000 a year.
Right.
I wish they were that cheap. You know what the guy told us though? The serviceman who delivered it. He says you're lucky to get 5 or 10 years out of these now.
Yeah.
That's
Because they're a
everything.
piece of shit. Yeah.
Is it,
Yeah,
is it even that long?
Yeah.
Everything now is built to be disposable. Look at your
Right.
cars. They're built to be disposable. You get maybe 10 years out of a car if you're lucky. That's why a lot of these car companies and that, they offer you like a 7-year warranty or 8-year warranty and stuff like that. That's because the cars will only last that long. And then
Right.
once the warranty runs out, if you notice, everything starts happening. Your transmission's fucked. Your engine you need a new engine. The front end is screwed up and stuff like that because they're built to be disposable.
Exactly. He only told you half the story there, right? The other part is you're lucky to get 5 to 10 years if you did your upkeep with $3,000 to $5,000 worth of repairs and maintenance. If you kept that up well, depending on how bad inflation was during that time,
Yeah, they asked that. And I told them, no, I don't want it. I don't want the insurance. So I'll buy another one if I have to.
And how far you drive. and where you drive.
Right.
Like, I know a lady that, you know, she had a car and it only had 25,000 miles on it. A 69 car only had 25,000 miles on it. They never really drove it anywhere. It was to go get their groceries and back. And I ended up buying it from her, but like 69 Nova.
Wow.
It was when I
Sweet.
bought it, it was a 4-door, and it still had the original plastic on the back seats. It still had everything, was even right down to the original brake pads. They changed the steering wheel, and the original steering wheel was in the trunk. Like, everything was original on this car. And like, so like, it just goes to show, back then though, they built cars to last because they wanted people to get the value out of their cars. If you notice now, the metal that they use on the cars are half as thick. Most of it isn't even metal anymore, it's plastic. Like, you don't see a car that comes out, or even a truck anymore, that's manufactured to come out with a heavy duty chrome bumper on them like they used to. I remember an old Ford Maverick used to have a big chrome bumper across the front. I know, because I tried to fucking smash it up. I run it into a telephone pole and everything, just to try and beat it up, because we were drunk that night and everything. But like, they had a fucking bumper on them. Now they don't even. You run into a fucking fat person now, and your car's totaled. Before, it just send them flying. It might put a dent in your car. Not anymore. Your car's totaled. You know, you get into an accident and say the front end gets hit. Your car's written off now. Why?
Yeah.
Because they don't build them to last anymore.
Because it's made out of fucking fiberglass. You know.
If you're
lean
lucky.
on it the wrong. If you're lucky, yeah, you lean on it the wrong way, and it, you know, dents in. See at the bottom of like these car kits that you can get and shit. Oh man. I mean,
Yeah,
they're not fit to be on you know, the Chinese toys for kids, never mind on the fucking roads, you know.
I can't fit in the car
You know
anymore.
what gets
A regular car.
what gets me is that back in 1980 or 93, I built this go-kart, and it was side by side. You could fit 2 people in it, not a problem. It had a motorcycle engine in it, 1100 Virago engine. It was 6-speed transmission, everything. It was built like a little tow truck. It would tow everything. But because I used different parts from different car companies, I wasn't allowed to put it on the road. Now you see people building all these fucking cars. It doesn't matter what they are. They're welding motorcycles to fucking VW bugs and shit like that. And they're driving them down the road. But I wasn't allowed to put mine on the road. And it was safer than most of these fucking other cars that were on the road. It just
That's
didn't
why you
have
weren't allowed to put it
airbags.
on. It was better, it was safer, you know. You can't be showing that, you know, to other
Yeah,
people who might think for themselves and stuff.
headlights, signal lights, marker lights, beacon lights. I had a little I made like it made it into a tow truck. So I had the boom on the back with the electric winch that I hooked up from Canadian Tire. You know, those Canadian Tire winches for the
Sounds
front of
like
your car.
you're a little too safe about things there, Ashcan. So we got to take it off your hands for your safety.
I ended up selling it to a private park that rented out golf carts and that in Shirkston Shores, Ontario, down by Fort Erie. And they rent out a lot of golf carts there, and they got like a lot of rental units and that. It's all summer village there. And a lot of people would run the golf carts into Lake Erie and shit like that. And they had a hard time getting them out because it'd take about 10 people to go in. They would have to hook a cable up to it and fucking pull it out with one of their vehicles. Well, This had a winch on it and everything, and just sit there and they pull out a fucking golf cart, no problem, tow it wherever they wanted. So they gave me 10 grand for it.
I'm going to do a Tim 100 and also follow your lead from earlier there, Road Ashcan. Give me about 5 minutes. I'm going to grab myself a match as well. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Good. He's gone. We can talk dirty about him. We'll never know.
4
That'll
walls,
be
a
fun.
toilet, and a magazine. Keep going.
Oh, shit. Damn. Put it on mute so you don't hear us.
That fucking guru. No.
Don't worry about it. He put it on mute. He'll never hear us. I know this.
Fucking guys talk about me while I'm taking a crap. Fuck.
Unreal.
Right?
Yeah, this is what we have. We have a good time on our panel until I fall asleep, you know. But they got some good, interesting stuff there. I'll tell you.
I'll come
And
over.
like I said,
And yeah, like I'll just be in the chat sometimes because I don't feel good or something. So I'll just sit there and I'll listen. And the odd time I'd make a comment. Not too often, but.
Well, just do what I do. Just come on up there and just don't say a word. Just listen. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Sometimes I fall asleep.
Yeah, I did. I figured, I like sometimes I just don't want to be on. I just want to sit back and listen. Especially because I was going through some bad medical stuff here lately. And I'm been trying to get better, so it's getting better now. Like I had a really bad seizure and I fell, split the back of my head open, and
Amy, so like a YouTuber that we know, she went through the same thing you did. She had a seizure. She busted her head on the sink. Yeah.
Oh,
what a mess that was.
Yeah.
Good person too. Very good person.
I managed to get off the table. I managed to find a medication that I can use, and I fucked around with it, and I finally got the right dosage that I figured would work. So I kept at it, and it's get off the table. And ever since then, I might have one seizure every couple of weeks or something now instead of 2-3 a day. So
what a difference. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have that. I got hit by a car in 2008. I was walking across the street, 35 miles an hour, and I totaled that car. I mean, oh man, as big as I am, I mean, but anyway, he did manage to throw me off the hood when I hit my head on the windshield. Yeah. And they said I looked like Superman. But anyway, so I got away with it for 2 years, and I started getting some pain in my hip. And I said, arthritis is setting in when I got hit. So I went to VA hospital. They didn't do a damn thing. Went to another VA hospital. I'm an hour away from where I'm at. Didn't do a damn thing about it. Nothing. And to this day, I'm a handicap now because of it. I can't walk straight. You know what I mean? Dirty bastards.
Well,
so
I got what's called narcolepsy.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be just walking down the street and I'll fall asleep. But those are the type of seizures I have. I just pass out. I could be walking right in the middle of the street in downtown Halifax, passed out in the middle of the crosswalk. I just fall and go to sleep. I'm usually out for about 3 to 5 minutes. Come out of it, have a migraine headache for the rest of the day, but I go about the rest of my day. I got used to it. But that's because I got a bad head injury. In 2000, I was beat up by the police in Toronto really bad. So bad that I spent 3.5 months in the hospital and had to have a security guard outside of my door so no police could come in and even talk to me.
That's bullshit.
Now, they went to jail. They did get charged. They went to jail.
Good.
And I did sue them, but I didn't get much money out of it. I got 35 grand. But those cops went to jail. That was my main concern. That and the Toronto Police Association had to pay for all my medical bills, so they had to reimburse the hospital for the 3.5 months that I was there, and had to pay for the security.
That's good. You hurt the corporation. That's good. That's the only way you can hurt them bastards. Take their money.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they don't like that. It's a business for them. That's good. And you send them in jail. That's even better.
Yeah. The two cops that beat me up got 8 years.
Should have more than that.
Right?
Wow.
But I was happy that they can never become a cop again.
That's even better. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So, and that puts a bad mark on the Toronto police and everything. They think that, you know, it gives them that thinking moment that, hey, man, we just got sued for doing shit like this. We can't be doing shit like this anymore, and watch what you do. So it did help a little bit. I don't know how much, because part of the agreement in the, because this was all done out of court, the agreement. Don't ask me why, but I ended up having to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not even supposed to be talking about it, but I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do, sue me? But part of the agreement, I left the province of Ontario for my own safety. Right in the contract, it says that. For my own safety. Who do I have to worry about? Who's the Toronto police?
You're
So,
close to me then. You know
what's
that? You're close to me.
I'm not in Toronto anymore. Not allowed to be there.
Yeah. I'm in between the Blue Water Bridge and the Canadian Bridge, or Ambassador Bridge, or the Canadian Tunnel.
Is Sarnia Windsor area.
Yep. I just did a video this summer about it.
Oh, right on. This was when I was in St. John, down by the harbor, showing the Irving oil refinery and where they ship out all the potash and stuff like that. And then I went to the other harbor where they have the 3 cruise terminals, and showed all that down through St. John. And I like doing little tours like that, but it's hard to do them with like a GoPro. It's hard to do. Phone to do it, you know, you put in a big memory card and away you go.
Oh,
But
hold on here for a minute. Excuse me just for 1 minute. I didn't see this. I just have Road Dog said hi. How you doing there, Road Dog?
Oh, Road Dog Media. How are you, brother?
Yeah, he's here. Come on up.
Well, he's working.
Oh, is he working?
This was, hey, everyone, good to see you here, but working.
Oh, I couldn't see that part. Okay. Must be nice to get back on live again, eh? It's good to hear from you, though.
Washroom with him? Yeah.
No, you coming back on live again, you know, on the StreamYard. It's good to hear from you, really. I was surprised when you were on.
Yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been a while, and I kind of miss talking to people like this, so I don't know, maybe I'll do one once a week or something, and maybe I'll start working on my other channel and doing some over there too.
Hmm.
But my other channel, I want to kind of watch what I do on it, because I'd like to be able to build that one up. And it's just mainly media, so it'd be talking about what's going on, like almost like a news channel. But this one here, I got everything on here.
No, I understand what you're saying. You know, same thing with my
This
channel.
one here
But
is definitely a free speech one here.
I'm telling you though, honestly, they're going to take it all down eventually. It's going to happen. Everything we work for, it's going to be taken down. They don't want nobody to know anything. You know, once this CBDC and 15-minute city starts, it's going to be totally different. You're not going to believe it. People are going to have no freedom at all.
No.
It's like they do in China, and it's coming. Like I said, Europe just got it. So,
Well, pretty soon you won't even be able to take a train in Canada.
mm-hmm.
What's the sense? You know, you're in a 15-minute city, stay there. And that's the way it seems like it's going. Like,
Well, if you get off the
everything's there for
plantation,
you.
oh, sorry, go on.
No, it's true though.
Yeah.
You gotta get off the plantation.
Well, here's the deal. Like Goo said, and I agree with him. If you're on that plantation, get off of it rather, and you go to your plantation. You know, the wooded area.
Yeah.
They come after you. Then it's fair game. You know, because you're out of the government plantation, and they come after you. It's every man for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Screw them. Because they're going to put you in a gas chamber anyway, so you might just get ready and just do what you got to do. You know what I mean?
Yep. That's what I
So,
try to do. I avoid like the government as much as possible. At one point here lately, I was even thinking about running for city council. But what's the sense, really? Like, yeah, even if I did get elected into city council, one person over, you know, everybody else, no matter what, guaranteed they're going to veto or fucking vote against what I want to try and do.
mm-hmm.
So what's the sense of even fighting with those fucking goons and doing it? I was really seriously considered going up in the next election to see
Those
if I
board
could get.
meetings, they're not even a place to negotiate where stuff should get done either. Anyways, those are just a place to discuss who gets most of the pie, right? So
Right?
that they can go home and spend it on shit.
Yeah. Like the mayor of this city, like she really ruined the city a few years ago. Like, yes, we need more businesses. Fine. We need growth. Fine. Whatever. If that's what you want, if you want to build this into a metropolitan, fine. I don't give a fuck. But when you start kicking out people and tearing down buildings and leaving those people out on the street with nowhere to go and building housing that they can't afford, where are these people at? What? And that's why we got such, like, literally, I think I told you already, we had over 140 people in one encampment that the police just raided with an 11-year-old in it. Like, this is how bad it is here. There's what, 30 tent cities in Halifax alone. I bet you there's 50. Vancouver, there's probably in BC, there's probably 1,200 to 1,500 tent cities. Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Regina, all of them have tent cities all across Canada. Thunder Bay, I literally seen a couple in Thunder Bay. Of all places, some of the fucking coldest parts of Canada, even though it's a far as I'm concerned. But Sudbury, North Bay, Timmins, all the way down to Barrie. Barrie's getting really bad. Barrie used to be a very beautiful city, but it's run down now because of how bad the homeless problem is. Montreal, they're like all over the streets, all over the parks, everywhere. Go into abandoned buildings, and it's right across Canada, even in Newfoundland. And look at Jason Gaudette was here earlier. He even said that in PEI, a small province like PEI, and they got fucking 10 cities down there. Like,
when
we're
when you realize and study how the monetary system works, what you find out in its core, the basis and principle behind it is actually it's the grandest of all Ponzi schemes that you could ever possibly imagine. And if you know how Ponzi scheme works, then
yes.
it'll make sense why. And this is why it's never. This is just one of the reasons why it's never a sensible system to be dependent on. Because even if you're doing well in the Ponzi game, it's only on the backs of people who can't do well because there's a superficial scarcity by design built into a Ponzi scheme system. You can't have winners. You can't have 100% winners in a Ponzi scheme.
No, you have one winner and 99% losers.
Usually,
in a Ponzi.
the originator. The originator is the real winner.
Yeah.
Even
And
though
everybody
they're
else
not a
are
real
losers.
winner either, because they're also still depending on the naivety of the other 99%. And when it implodes, then even they don't have somebody to do their laundry on. So everybody who plays in this
Yeah.
game by design is a loser.
Yeah. Unfortunately. And
Unfortunately, yes. And so, this is why, it doesn't matter how you slice it and dice it. It doesn't matter the size, small, big, but if you're operating and dependent on this current form of monetary structure, you have to have poverty by design. It's not possible to get out of that in that system.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like they keep talking about, like, here in Canada, they got all this fucking shit going on about the prices of food and stuff like that, how it's so high. And, well, yeah, we know why it's high because of the carbon tax and stuff like that. But also, you got to remember, you got places like Dominion, IGA, and Fortino's, and all these other places. There's only 4 companies in Canada that sell groceries. All the rest of those places are owned by those 4 companies.
Mhm.
You got the Co-op out west, you got Metro in Quebec, and then you got Loblaws and Sobeys, which is the Empire Group. All the other food stores chains are all owned by those 4 companies.
And those 4 are all owned by BlackRock and Vanguard.
Well, except for the Empire.
I think last
Which
I
is
checked, it
Sobeys?
was, I think that was over 70% shares in that. Last time I
That's
checked, that was
owned
over a
in,
year ago.
Yeah, that's a Nova Scotia company.
You got to go past the you got to look for the registration, though. Like, who is it's? You'll find out it's a subsidiary, and you'll also find that over 90% of the shares in BlackRock and Vanguard are owned by the 13 family foundations.
Yeah, and it's
Right.
like Wrights and I were talking about earlier about Google and YouTube. Like, YouTube's owned by Google,
Mm-hmm.
and yet one of the top 10 investments in stocks that the U.S. government holds is in Google.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's so much censorship here.
Right. They're all on the same team, but that's what you get. That's the basis for a corporate world.
Yeah.
And that's why, we were talking about this over the last couple of days very extensively. If you're going to have a competitive based system, which is never a healthy precedent to do, because a species that competes on itself is a species that is destined for impoverishment
Doom.
and extinction. Doom, yeah, extinction at the end of it, right? Sooner or later. But if you're going to have one, then obviously you're going to set the stage for tribalist, and that's just the it's semantics. It's a semantical word for corporation. It's a tribe. That's what it is. And if you're in a competition based environment, then it's in your best interest to dominate. So it only makes sense to monopolize as a tribe, right, and control everything in the superficial scarcity, insecure world that you're operating on. That's why you have the situation that you have. Everybody's running to hoard everything that they possibly can because everybody's afraid that we're going to run out of it. And of course, you are going to run out of it because it's a fucking Ponzi scheme. It's been designed intentionally so that you're going to run out of it, right?
Well, look at the big. Everybody was talking about when this unicorns and butterflies first come out. Everybody was going to buy toilet paper, stocking up on toilet paper and paper towel.
Yeah,
because they're full of shit. All those people, the only reason they grabbed it is because they're full of shit.
And
I know for a fact that Majesta and Royale toilet paper is made right here in fucking New Brunswick.
Right.
The main shipping plant, the production plant is in St. John, and then they bring it up and then they package it here in Moncton. Probably 15-minute drive from here.
This is where the rubber meets the road in the corporate world. You see, the slave mine gets all scared and wants to go and spend away their pennies that they have on these things to hoard them. And the ruler and owner mind who dominates in there. And I neglect to confirm nor deny if I did this strategy or not, says I'm not interested in hoarding toilet paper. I'm just going to hold all the shares to the toilet paper companies.
Yeah. And honestly,
thank you for putting my shares through the roof, everybody. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
Like Majesta and Royale toilet paper and that, they're owned by Irving Oil. I don't know if you know who Irving Oil is. It's a big company down here. It's an independent. It's not even, I don't even think they're on the stock market because they're privately owned.
That's why people are getting colon cancer, because their toilet paper is 98% made of petroleum-based products. But anyways, go on.
Well, it's right here, right? You go to the Reversing Falls in New Brunswick, in St. John, where the Reversing Falls is. The plant's right there, right at the Reversing Falls.
Mm-hmm.
They used to do is they used to run when the tide was going out, the river would come down. It would flow towards the ocean. And when the tide went up, the river goes back up. And so every time the tide was going down, they would put the logs in the water and send them downstream so that they could get to the pulp and paper plant. I have a bunch of pictures of that too of it. Maybe I'll put a bunch of them together and make a little video.
I've seen that. You showed that to us. You showed that to me. Yeah, he did show it to me.
Do that for, I was going to say, do that for sure and send it to Wrights as well. That's definitely a great thing to showcase. Wrights, let me ask you a question. Would you ever wipe your ass with diesel or what's that other, asbestos?
The hell no, that'd hurt.
Have you ever bought toilet paper from the grocery store?
I got a whole pile of it.
Then yes, you would.
And yes, you are.
And
I'm
yes,
going to
you
tell
are.
you, I'm not full of shit either.
Yeah, but you're definitely wiping your ass with diesel and asbestos. Let me tell you. Go
You know,
check it
why
out.
didn't you tell me this 2 years ago when I first got to know you? I mean, you know what I had. Never mind.
Well,
I can't
had
eat
to
my
take
mistakes.
I tried to. I had to take the gauze and toilet paper out of my mouth before you could hear me.
Oh my God.
And and the toilet and the diesel-based Q-tips and cotton balls out of your earlobes, ear holes.
Yeah.
Right?
If I would have known this ahead of time, I wouldn't have done what I did. You know, I'm thinking, wow, I'm doing right. I'll show it to you. Hold on there. I'm not lying to you. Hold on. I'll show it. Son of a, you know. I'm going to get to my other
I
room here.
don't trust you.
Oh,
Fucking cat,
I ain't gonna
man.
do nothing.
Is he?
Oh,
While he's getting whatever he's getting, I found something after I came back from making my matcha here. We were talking earlier about washing machines. I got a little clip that I found from my saved stuff of showcases a couple ways of how Fruity and I do laundry off grid.
Oh,
With,
you Scott paper towel.
There, there it is. There it is. That's a lot of
No way.
diesel in those packages there, right?
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, they're made in Vancouver area in BC.
Yes, they
Scott.
are. There's a lot of, yes.
Yeah, they got bought out by a company out west.
I guess because they're
Again,
getting low on petroleum, they're going to switch over to a natural gas-based toilet paper, and that's what the fracking industry is all about.
well, they just buy the name, and you know that company ends up going. They spend their millions or billions, whatever they got for it, and they just walk away from it. And then these people do. So, and technically, it's all a big monopoly. It's like what really gets me here in Canada is that they say that no place could be a monopoly on anything. It's against the law to have a monopoly on the people.
For
what is-
citizens.
Whatever. Yeah. So you look at your power. There's only one place you can get it. Like here, I got to go through MB Power, but it's all government controlled.
Right.
So I only have one place. I can't go to another power corporation and have power hooked up here. They just don't do it. It's like your water and sewer. You have to pay for it. Oh, you put something up there?
Yeah, but go ahead and finish. That's the laundry thing I was saying.
Yeah, so we got all this stuff that's a monopoly, and if you need heat, you either have to go with electricity, which is again government controlled, or you have to go with natural gas, again a government entity with all these taxes, or heating oil or propane, right? So these are the only ways that you get this stuff, and it's mainly government controlled. And on top of that, our government just put a 16% tax on it, on all these services. Our water, we pay GST, PST, and now a 16% carbon tax on all this stuff. Why are we even paying taxes on essential services? It should be illegal to charge taxes on these things. Electricity, gas for your home, like natural gas or propane or heating oil. It should be illegal to do that.
Because you're on a plantation. That's why.
Yeah, but it's a necessity of life. In order to survive, we need heat, especially in a cold country that's usually cold 6 months of the year.
It should be illegal to have to earn a living, but when you live on a plantation, it's illegal not to earn a living.
Yeah.
That's the whole basis for a plantation. And think about this logic. The only way that you could possibly enforce not having a monopoly is by having a monopoly in place to enforce that.
Right?
So it's a lost cause
So,
before it started, right?
uh,
That's the whole basis for this corporate way of life is a superficial, dysfunctional way of propagating justification for, as we were talking about earlier, genocide to extinction, or at least to a reduced population to whatever the objective is.
Yep.
But
population control.
right. But it's only a problem for those who are stuck on the plantation and don't want to take responsibility for themselves, So here's a video showcasing one of the ways that you can do your own laundry off grid. This is kind of the bare bones way, and then I'll also combine it with more of a way that me and Ferdy do it. And I've done it this way too, but as a very sort of bare bones makeshift do it yourself way. Here's a very easy way that you can do your laundry off grid. It's very cheap, very effective, and you don't have to worry about machines breaking down and all that kind of bullshit.
Show you how to build a do-it-yourself washing machine with 2 5-gallon buckets and a plunger. Hopefully a new one. Stay tuned. You can get 5-gallon buckets from just about anywhere. A lot of times you can find them for free in the dumpster or other places. I got these from Home Depot for, I think, $2.50 each. These are actually the exact same buckets that I used in a previous video where I was making paper logs. As you can see, the steam coming off of these from the heat. I want to back that away. But the only thing is these two need to be the same shape and size so one can fit into the other. In one bucket, I've drilled 1/8 inch holes throughout, just spread out evenly across, but not too many to where I'll be compromising the integrity of the strength of this bucket when we put it under pressure. And I've actually done it on the bottom as well. As you can see, this is dirty. I'll be cleaning this up before I put dirty clothes into it to wash. And so this bucket fits into that bucket, and this is where we'll be putting our clothes. The next part of the project is we need to drill holes throughout this plunger, and this will act as the agitator to help actually clean the clothes. Without the holes in there, this project won't work. The next piece we'll need to this project is a lid to go over this. This will prevent the water from spilling out while we're actually washing the clothes. Then we'll drill a hole through here in the middle for the actual plunger handle to fit through. Now I've got some dirty clothes in there, and the next thing we'll do is fill this up with water and add some detergent. I'll be using organic biodegradable detergent because the water is going to be spilled on the ground. And in the future, I'm going to show you guys a really cool soak away / do-it-yourself septic tank to pour this water into that, if you're off grid or that type of thing. This is what it looks like after you wash it. So now I'm going to rinse it and then empty and then rinse again. So I'll be rinsing twice to make sure all these suds are out of there. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention is that you might want to do the agitating, the washing part, about at least 10 minutes. I noticed after about 2 or 3 minutes in my pants, there's all kinds of dirt in the knees where I just was on the ground that was still there. Then after 10 minutes, every bit of it was gone. And this is the good part about this whole system. Once you've rinsed, let this drain. And then once the majority of that water's gotten out, you can take your second bucket and sit on it. And if you're super serious about making sure your clothes are rinsed, even more than sitting on it and squeezing all the water out, you can take a line, hang it from a tree or whatnot. Make sure it's good line, thick line. It can be twisted a bunch. Like for instance, this is a bank line. You can just attach. Well, I'll show you here in just a second. So you can see I've got all my clothes attached, and you just spin it. Keep giving it good spins. And it's hard to do with just one hand, but you can get this thing going really fast so the water will come out.
That's fucking neat.
And once you take this out, you can just hang it on the line like you normally would. And you have clean, relatively dry clothes. Total project cost, about $10. Thanks for watching. See you on the next video.
That's outrageous. $10. I can't handle that. That's a pretty good concept. I like that.
Yeah, that's how I started with do it yourself. Ferdy and I, have done that quite a bit, but we also have a couple of a little bit more advanced ways. Let me show you this one, Nick. Go ahead.
I got to ask you, who's the volunteer to sit on the bucket?
Oops. Well, we weigh each other every day, and whoever one weighs the most, it makes. So this here is interesting. I'll play a few minutes of this as well. This is a little bit more of the old-fashioned but modern machinery way to do it. If you want to get a little bit fancy, make sure am I on the right? Yes, I am.
Oh, I do it in the winter. I'm just going to wear, like rain boots when I'm out here. The only time that I won't do this is if it's really, really windy and freezing cold. I will go to the laundromat. I do cheat. Or I'll just wait and have more laundry. And then when you have friends come over, they're like, this is so cool. I'll let them do it. They like to do laundry too. All right. I think we're done. So the next thing we're going to do now is I need to rinse my clothes. And there's a cool little plug underneath this thing. So I'm going to let all the dirty water go out. Just let it drain. And then once that's drained, I'm going to start putting water into it. So now I went ahead and I let the water drain from the plug down here. And I'm just going to rinse it. So I use my little bucket. It's like I'm putting out a fire. And then I'll just get the little handle and I'll just kind of rinse it. And that, make sure that my clothes get nice and rinsed so there's no soap on them. And I'll let it drain. All right, so now what I do, you can leave them in here and rinse. And I do that sometimes, but a lot of times, if I have a lot of big stuff, I just have that tub of water and I'll just put my clothes in there. And then I rinse them a little bit more. Hope you guys don't get wet. Now here comes the fun part. The wringer. Woohoo! So all I do is I put it in here and I'm going to wring it through. Yes, don't get your hair caught in here or your fingers. It's so crazy when you guys put your clothes in, they're soaking wet. And when you put them through this wringer, it's amazing. I can't even believe how, they're like almost dry. It does a really good job. We're almost done. And then we can hang them on the line. Because who does not like clothes hung on the line, that nice fresh smell? All right, you ready to hang some clothes?
Well, you get the idea there. And then one last thing I'll show you real quick is we'll showcase these things maybe on your channel next as well. Maybe we'll talk about how to do some of these basic things when you're off grid, right? So we'll make that maybe the theme next show.
That sounds good. Does she come with it though, or what?
It's part of Barbara's package on 5 Cent Fridays.
I do
it.
Okay, so this here, this is more my style now at this point, because after a while, you get crafty and you get good at ideas and stuff. And I'm not against technology, but I am a do-it-yourselfer. And if you want to get a little fancy and a little modern on things, you can do that do-it-yourself style as well. And even though some of these things may still be from China, technically, for the $25 this cost me, it's a pretty good investment that's going to last 5 to 10 years. Bob's your uncle. Anybody want to invest in my modern new age washing machine company? Starting it next week.
Right.
It's pretty cool, actually. It actually gave me a few ideas on how to do other ones like that.
I figured it would, since you're living the lifestyle going in this direction, and I've got bookloads of stuff saved, all kinds of goodies to make this type of lifestyle fun and simple and not stressful and on the cheap.
See, like me, how they put the motor in the bottom, I wouldn't even have put a motor there. I would have just put the spindle there with the piece up top. It comes out of the top. Put a cordless drill on it.
You could do that. Yeah, I got a video showing that too. You're exactly right. Yeah, people just spin it with the drill.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
Yeah. Yeah. And like me, I even found a way of turning a regular generator into a solar generator. So fucking easy. I'm surprised that nobody has done it yet.
You should video that.
I don't have the parts to do it, or I would.
Well, maybe we can go over the steps to do that and see if we can showcase the arrangement to that, because that's definitely a valuable education.
Oh yeah, and it's so fucking easy.
I bet it is.
Almost, I'm surprised that they don't do it for cars. That's how easy it is.
Well, that's why they don't do it for cars.
Yeah.
If it's too
When you get
easy
back
and
to
too, yeah. If it, see, in a corporate world, easy, simple, and cheap is not sustainable. Sustainable in a corporate world means profitable for the long term. And we lost Rights. Where did you go, Rights?
I don't know. It dropped right out.
I think he's got.
Oh,
he complains of having big thumbs.
here he comes.
Guess what?
What happened? Cat, get your thumb?
What happened?
Yeah, I accidentally hit the phone the wrong way and it went boop. Shit. I'm back. What did I miss?
Well, I just handed Ashcan your credit card.
Oh my God.
It was successful.
Oh
There
yeah,
goes my car now. There goes my car.
And how much did you say, Rights, the new washer and dryer set cost?
Oh, it's way over $1,000, like close to $2,000.
Close to $2,000 plus the electricity that's going to run you and all the maintenance and repair that you're in for over the next 5, 10 years if it lasts that long. So you know,
if it lasts. Well, we don't use the washing machine that much. We don't. We run around naked, so
save on clothes, I guess.
Yeah.
You've been watching my educational videos, have you?
Yeah, I sure have. Yes, sir. Yeah, I've got a leaf.
It's kind of hard to do
know.
that right now. It's -5 out here.
You better have a thick leaf.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, it doesn't know. I have the leaf. She don't know.
Or a lot of bush.
Yeah.
You know, we don't prune in the winter. Not too much.
Oh fuck! Don't prune in the winter. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you know, if it's all a mindset thing, right?
Love to be able to get the parts right now.
Go ahead, Ashcan. You got a lag again. But go ahead.
Like if I had the parts, I'd have it hooked up to this trailer right now. But it's getting the right things to do it. Need a solar panel. Need a couple of batteries for the solar panel. An electric motor.
Mm-hmm.
And I can show you how to build a generator. All from the sun. And I'm surprised, like it's so easy.
It isn't hard.
It's a little bit expensive. But you know, as long as you have the right stuff, you can I can probably build one for, if I get everything brand new, $800. Maybe 1,000 with the solar panels and that.
Right.
And I would have solar energy.
Right. At least that would definitely be enough to do most of the basic things.
Yeah,
for RV living.
Like it would be great for this thing. Because the only thing I really have is, besides the lights, the microwave and the fridge. The stove is gas, well, propane.
Right.
What else is my heater that's built in here is propane heat. I got the propane tank and everything. It's just empty. So I'm using the electric heater. So other than that, like everything, I got to do some winterizing on this. And windows aren't the best. But, you know, little things like that. But like this thing, And with the way that I was able to come up with making that solar power for here, what else would I fucking need? Water. Well, fuck, I got holding tanks in here. I can put water in it and hold it. I just got to go get it. And, you know, if you buy a clean little stream or river or something, get all the fucking fresh water you need.
He's telling our secrets, right? So you taking notes?
Yeah, we're going to sue him. Where does he live at?
We're gonna have to
Sarnia,
start
Ontario.
charging for off-grid spring water rights pretty quick.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I
Right.
can see this coming up. Yep.
Yeah. Well, technically, in Canada, in built up places, any town, community, city, village, if it has water and sewer going through it, you're not allowed to be off grid. You have to be on grid, or they'll condemn your house. You cannot go fully solar unless you hook up to the grid. You can have solar panels all you want, but you still have to be hooked. Now,
cut
whether
out
you
there,
use
Ashton.
any energy, what's that?
You cut out there for about 20 seconds.
Oh.
You're back.
Yeah, we lost you.
Oh, like you can't even have solar panels in on the grid. You have to have them. You have to be on the grid. So if you have solar panels on your house, you still have a line coming in. And what they do is if you have excess energy, it'll shoot back through the lines and it'll reduce your power rates and that. Maybe even get you a $5, $10 check at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be hooked up to it. You are not allowed in Canada to be off the grid if you're in any kind of community or anything like that. If there's water and sewer going through there, you have to hook up to it, or they'll condemn your place.
Right. If your deed is franchised under city and state, and that's the key with that. So because when you do that, you're operating yourself and your property under contract to the state when you do that. So,
well, there's a little village in Nova Scotia, and they and sewer going through the village. One guy didn't want to hook up to it. Guy had 5 acres. He had his own well. He had his own septic bed and septic tank. They told him that if he didn't hook up, that they were going to condemn his place. He went to court and everything over it, and he almost lost his house. But he
that's
had
where he
to hook up to the water and sewer.
That's where he went wrong. What he was trying to do is seek remedy through this system, and
no, they took him to court.
They took him to court. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. They took him to court, and so he was battling them. Yeah, and they had every right to do that because unless if you remedy your contract with state, if you don't follow the state regulations, you're not operating in honor. You're breaching your contract to the state. So yeah,
But
they had every right to do that.
Technically, he didn't, because when the house was built, like, you have to have more than 1 acre in order to have a septic bed. This guy's got 5 acres of land.
Mm-hmm.
No problem whatsoever. Now, if he was another mile or kilometer and a half outside of the township, they wouldn't have bothered him, because it'd end about a half a kilometer up the road past his house. So he
And
just had to get past that.
Because outside the township, the deed is not under the same regulatory body. That's why.
The thing of it is that when the house was first built, it was under a contract.
Yes.
So now they broke an old standing contract without any problems and came right in and forced him to change that contract.
Yes, and the reason why they can do that is because the contract itself is regulated under their authority. So it's their corporation. So of course they have the right of path to change the regulation as they see fit because it's their corporation. That's what people don't get. If it was
Mhm.
your corporation, and I don't mean your corporation registered under state, I mean your sovereign corporation, if you want to call it, or your own
Independent.
independent corporation, right? Then you write the rules. And if somebody at that point, if at that point somebody wants to try and force their will against you, now they're not standing in honor and you are, and that's where you have the responsibility to do what you need to do in self-defense, regardless of what anybody says or thinks, regardless of whatever type of gang style oppression or force somebody wants to try and put up on you. You stand in self-defense and do what you need to do to defend your liberty and your freedom and go the distance. That's what we've been talking about lately, including allying with others. And you know, I don't want to jeopardize your channel or stream, but you know what I'm saying, right? You just do what you need to do,
Yeah.
right, in
Yeah.
self-defense, and then you don't even think nothing of it. Go back to dinner and living free.
Right.
Fuck
And
their
that's all
system.
yeah. Like I should have been just finishing freezing and cutting up and packing all the vegetables and that. That's what I should have been doing like this month and last month. But because of the situation that I couldn't do it because I don't have the garden to do it. So, but I'm hoping that I can find something by the spring so that I can move this there so that I can start a garden.
Good plan.
I don't care how big it is, as long as I have 50 by 50 lot. I
That's
can
enough.
still grow, but I
You
can
can
put
grow a
my
lot on
camper
that.
there,
Mm-hmm.
put my camper there, and use almost all the rest for garden.
For sure. Oh yeah. You can actually grow quite a lot in like a 5 by 5 square foot raised bed. It's quite surprising what you
Yeah,
can grow, and even
yeah.
inside,
You know,
microgreening inside and stuff, little mushrooms and different types of green sprouts and stuff like that. Even in a small space, you can grow quite a lot.
greenhouses.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to build a greenhouse.
Yes.
Get some
Yes, for sure.
plastic. You know,
Yeah.
you go spend $25 and get a 50-foot or 100-foot roll of that construction vapor barrier. And you get
Right.
some twigs, put them together, put it over. Now you got yourself a greenhouse.
Yeah.
You know, and
Absolutely.
grow shit in there. You know, you grab a couple of fucking plastic buckets and grab some rainwater. Leave them out so that they fill up. So then you always have fresh water there, rainwater, to help feed your garden when you need it when it's dry out.
That's it. That's permaculture
So that
101
you
right there.
don't have to go very far to get it,
Exactly.
right? Like, I know how to do it all, and I've been listening to you, and I got some more hints and stuff like that. I know how to do it now. It's just I don't have the place to do it. I have the
So,
place to stay,
yeah.
and it's movable. Might take a tow truck to do it, but it is movable, and I can put it there. I got
Right.
all the comfort creatures of home here. All I need is a generator and a way to get the water. That's it. That and a piece of land to put this on so I can start growing.
Um,
Do I have any irrigation PVC? No, I don't. I don't have much of anything right yet.
would you consider, or even are you considering, uh, going back to the West, under better circumstances, you know, with the motorhome and resources to work with, or are you
If
thinking East is just where you got to be?
right now, um I do want to be in the West. Don't get me wrong. My problem is that the last time I was out there, I had a really, really, really bad experience. Now, if I'm able to get this motorhome out there with a place to put it on,
Right.
I would be there in a fucking heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat, I'd be there. If there was some way to fucking tow this out there tomorrow, and I had a place to park it, I would say hurry up. Everything I own is in here, so I don't have to pack anything. Might have to put a couple things down. That's it, so that they
Right.
don't fall. Other than that, I'm pretty much ready to go anytime.
And are
I
you
just
looking to do the mechanical work to fix it up at some point to be roadworthy enough to even drive long distance on it? Like once you got that intact, would it be strong enough to go across the country driving, or no? Is it just too toasty?
the head gaskets are gone on this engine, so it's all
That's a new
like it
engine.
will start. It's not that high in miles. I think it's got like 85,000 kilometers on it. It's an 89 Ford. It's got a 5.7 liter in it. It just needs head gaskets. That's it. And it'll
Do you know
drive.
do you know how to do the mechanic part? It's just if you
Oh
had the
yeah,
funds.
I'm just waiting to get enough money because it's like $260 or something, and you gotta order them. They gotta come from, I believe it's Manitoba or something like that. That they gotta come from. There's only one place in Canada that has the head gaskets for this, and then you gotta pay the shipping. So looking about $300 to get them here, and then
Right.
it take me about a day and a half. I can borrow enough tools. I know a lady that's got enough tools that I could work on anything. And he's got the torque bars and everything to torque them down the right way. I know how to change them and everything, so that's not a problem. It's just I can't afford to get the parts. And personally, I don't really want to have the engine and transmission in a period.
Yeah,
I want to
I think I heard.
take it right out.
Take it right out. Yeah, I think I heard something earlier. Is there something wrong with the tranny too? Needs work?
No,
No. Oh, that's
no. Other than the head gasket in this, everything is fine.
okay.
Like
So
it's a good, strong motor and everything. Low kilometers on it. It's
so
just that.
if that was set, it's roadworthy enough. Would it be roadworthy enough to drive across the country, coast to
Oh
coast?
yeah, it's got everything. It's got all the lights on the outside. All the tail lights work. The headlights work. It's got extra lights on the front. Everything works on it. Doors work.
Um.
Everything. Like no problem.
So yeah, the only thing, and like you got hookup for electricity, so that's your saving grace right now. Obviously, that's a beautiful part. If you got that, then you can be nice and toasty in there.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I know why you said what you said. You got to winterize it a bit better, especially in an environment like that. Like I imagine you're getting down probably below -20 in the midst of winter over there. That would be interesting.
Oh, easy. It's -6 right now.
-6, yeah. So, and that's mild, compared to what it's going
Yeah.
to be like in a month or so.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it would be fathoming even doing it anywhere than I'm at right now without like a really solid insulated vehicle and whatnot. And the rest of Canada is kind of like, that's why I like the West, and that's why I asked you that, because it definitely on the West it caters to this lifestyle. If you're going to be in Canada, in my view, this is the place to do it. But when you're able to be self-reliant, because like you said, if you're over here on this side, if you're not prepared, and a lot of people aren't, the West is not a place to get a helping hand up. It's not. It's totally cutthroat. Fend for yourself over here, right? And if you're not ready for that, don't do it.
Well, it's like there's a couple more things that I need to get. for one, I'd like to get a generator, at least a generator, whether it's gas, and then I work on a solar later. Or something. But as long as I had a generator, actually, as long as I fill up the fucking propane, um, and be able to plug in somewheres, uh, you know, I would have my heat, my stove, everything. And when the stove's going, you don't need the heat on, you know, because the heat from the stove will fucking heat this place. It's not very big. It's, you know, maybe 16 feet long, 14 feet long, something like that. From the cab, from the front of the cab to the back. You know,
We're gonna have
it's
to. We're gonna have to talk a bit more, maybe again backstage, because I've got some sources that I can show you. Off the top of the cust, you know, they'll charge you a bit of rent for the lot and whatnot, but it's pretty darn cheap, especially compared to the conventional ways that I think you might want to take a look at out west here. That would cut the mustard, at least for the stepping stone that you're looking for. So we should talk about that. And some of them even have power included and very close to resources, and still nice and off-graded in the country. So let's do that. You know, we'll make an
yeah,
arrangement to talk about stuff.
yeah. Like I would really like. It's so beautiful out there. It really is, and I have a ton of pictures from down going through Vancouver and Chilliwack and stuff like that on my computer here. Like I
Hmm.
really love it out there. My problem is like I just couldn't get any help while I was there.
Yeah, you got stranded, right? You got
Yeah.
shafted. You had a good plan, and if you didn't get fucked over, that would have been great. And I was ready to also assist you once I knew that you're here. And then I found out you got fucked over, and I was like, oh shit, you know.
Mm.
And that went sideways, and then you had to. I didn't know what you were gonna do, you know. And then
Well,
I found
I
out.
didn't know I I didn't know what else to do, so you know, like what do I do? I can't get any services or anything out here. It's so fucking like one of the last days that I was in Vancouver, I accidentally walked into somebody that was on the ground and found out that he was dead. Like I went to shake him and everything, and then I called 911. And they all showed up, and the guy was dead. Like I
Oh man,
literally tripped over the guy.
oh man. And
So
then
and that,
I heard some. I heard you earlier before I came up. There was something like you heard that you were told that you can't get some government aid here unless you're a resident after 6 months. But then you found out that was actually bullshit. So what's up
yes.
with that? What was it that they told you that was bullshit that you could
So
have got anyways?
I was going to different services, and like for a couple of months, I had my disability, and then because when I checked the gather place, I got my disability cut off because they called down to New Brunswick here and told them that I was out there and had my disability shut down. And then
Motherfucker.
they told me that those services said that I had to be in the province for 6 months. And I got this from the Salvation Army in Chilliwack, the shelter in Abbotsford, even all through the Catholic Charities. There's a couple other places down on West Hastings there, the Union Gospel Mission. They were all telling me that I had to be a resident for 6 months before I could get any services. And when I tripped over that body and then I just started losing my mind because of all the dead people that I was, you know, I'm talking to these people 1 hour and the next hour they OD'd and died. Like
Right.
68 people in a matter of, you know, 5 months, 6 months maybe, that I had met, and next thing you know, they're dead.
Right. That's what's going
Or
on.
I'm tripping over them and that, and it's like I just couldn't live like that. And when I tripped over the ball, and I tried getting help at the Salvation Army and that, and then I If it wasn't for the pharmacists, IDA pharmacists in Chilliwack, BC, I'd still be there. He was the one that actually told me how to do it, drove me down there, and went in with me. And that's when I finally found out that no, I didn't have to be here for 6 months.
Motherfuckers.
And I could have got help earlier, but nobody would help me. I even went to social services disability office down on Robson Street in Vancouver. And they
Yeah.
even told me the same thing. Got to be here
Jesus.
6 months.
And okay,
And
so
yet I found out that it was all bullshit.
right, so you found out that it was bullshit, and so that's just what they were telling you. And let me get this straight: so a pharmacist told you otherwise?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
he drove you where?
Right to social services.
Okay, and then what happened? Play by play from there.
So we went in, and because I was trying to get my medication, all my heart pills and stuff like that,
Right.
and we were trying to get a drug card at least to help pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Because he gave me 7 days of free medication. And then he ended up taking me down there and then talking to them, saying that he needed a drug card for me so that I could get my medication and everything, and told them what was going on earlier. We could have helped him when he came here.
You
I
cut
said,
out
I've
there.
been trying.
You cut out
Well, they
there. So
said
he.
they told the pharmacist that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
You're back.
go ahead. Okay. So the oh shit, where was I?
They told the pharmacist something else by the sounds of it.
Oh, they said, well, why didn't you bring him in earlier? Because we could have helped him out right away when he first got here. I said, well, I've been here for 5.5 months and nobody would help me. Everybody said that I had to be here 6 months before I could get any service. She goes, no, that's not true. A lot of people say that to get rid of people.
Yeah. It's all in who you
And
get. And you know that from
Yeah.
working in the industry.
Right? And it's like, all I wanted to do is, after all that happened with my brother and that, all I wanted to do is get back here so that I could make sure that I still have my disability and everything, so I could live at least, and
Right.
then work on something, because I didn't know where else to go. I had no place to go out there. A tent in the fucking middle of the city is all I had. And rent out there is just unbelievable. And all the hotels that they used to be able to rent are now for welfare. And there's a big fucking lineup for them. They're fucking the worst places to go to for rooms and that in Vancouver. All those hotels that are run by social services now. Like, it's just unbelievable how bad it is out there. No service. So where was I going to go? I knew that I could, if I came back here, I could get a place to stay, have a roof over my head, have my disability back, and be able to at least survive. And that's what I'm
Right.
doing, is just surviving, but at least I'm alive and I'm
Right.
surviving.
Right.
And now, once I got back and made the deal for this, and now the next time I go, I'm going with everything.
Right. And you know what
there's a few more things, like I said, I got to get a generator. I want to get a pick, a shovel, a rake, a hoe, stuff like that. Have them in here so that when I get out there, I don't have to worry about anything. I can literally start right away.
for sure.
I don't, I
Cool.
don't care if I got to dig it all up by fucking hand. I don't need no goddamn rotor tiller. May take me longer, but I'll get a workout and I might get back into shape. Who knows? I may even quit smoking because of it.
Right. It just
Right?
goes hand in hand.
Yeah, it's like,
It's all about health in when you look at it. You have to be fit to endure this lifestyle. It'll motivate you to be more healthy because you want to live this.
Yeah.
But that's cool. So, I mean, either way, if that's your motivational direction and you'd love to come back west and want to do it, this time more properly, knowing what you're up against, and also it's I think a little easier now that the bullshit that was going on at that time is kind of a little more out of the way, especially if you're going to drive yourself. But are you?
Well,
I was
that I
gonna,
can't do.
oh yeah, I was going to ask you. So even if even if the motorhome was up to par, is your condition, would it prevent you from being able to? Are you able to drive at all,
No,
or not at all?
I had to actually revoke, have my license turned in. Oh,
Okay.
in when was it? I think it was 2018, 2017. I was driving on the highway, set my cruise control at 105 like I always do. And next thing you know, I had a seizure behind the wheel and I woke up, my truck was upside down in the ditch, side of the highway.
Oof.
Rode off, and it's like,
Yeah, that's too risky.
I was too scared to drive anymore after that. And like, I drove my whole life. Like, I started
Right.
driving when I was 6. I was racing by the time I was 7. I had my own race car, like literally a real race car, a 74 Ford Elite as my race car that I used to race. My dad used to race it too, but we both used the same car, and we would race at Onslow Speedway and down at different speedways around Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. I was in the junior class.
Can you
So like
feel your
I'd been my
seizures
whole life.
coming on at all, or it's just totally
No,
spontaneous and no warning?
yeah, no
Okay.
warning. I get, well, kind of a warning, because what happens is I'll start to get really dizzy really quickly. And as soon as I start feeling dizzy, if I don't grab something, I'm down. And
Gotcha.
sometimes you'll see me, I'll be walking down the street and I got to stop and I grab a pole. And then I just stop, I close my eyes and I just start, you know, trying to fight it. And most times I can fight them like that if I'm able to grab something. But if I fall, I'm fucked, because almost every time I hit my head. And you know, if you were to just hit my head really, give me a punch in the head or something, I'd be out. You could probably even kill me. It's
Right.
because of the head injury from the beating from the cops.
So if driving yourself is not an option, then there may be some other options. If getting you and the motorhome out west at some point is the idea. One would be to, if you're comfortable with it, hook up with somebody who's looking to go out west and wants to either save on some costs or whatnot, and they could drive. That's one option. Another one is just hooking up with somebody that we know who could facilitate that service. There's several other. Obviously, towing it would be one option, but I think that would be so expensive that it would be much more worth it to just sort of sell that and ditch it there after using the funds. That if you had the funds to do that, it might be better to just pick up something on this side. There's so many, used Class C's over here. They're a dime a dozen, so that would be another option if it was a money thing to save that way, so, but just food for thought on this stuff. And anytime, you know how to get a hold of me if you want to arrange for, a backstage again to look at all this kind of stuff now that you're in this position, and see what some options. I can show you some other stuff as well that you might want to take a look at as far as access to off-grid and semi-in-town on-grid lots that are just reserved for RVs. Some of them have hookups, some of them don't. and some of them are pretty darn cheap, especially during the off season. So there's a lot of options like that I got resources to show you now that you're kind of living this kind of lifestyle and moving in that direction.
Yeah, and honestly, if there was a way, like if I was able to speak with people and that, and be able to do it so that I could transfer my disability from there to out west without
Yeah,
having to wait and shit like that. If there was a way to do that, it would be fucking perfect, because
right.
then, I could probably find somebody, um
Just
like,
during the stepping stone
throw
stuff.
this on the back of their flatbed or something like that, because they're going out there or something,
Oh, okay.
a big flatbed truck or something like that.
Right.
And, I might be able to hook up with that where it might cost me a few $100, maybe $1,000 or something, because he's going out there anyways, right?
Probably would have cost you that in gas anyways. So
Oh, easy. This thing isn't easy on gas at all, that I found out.
right,
So,
right.
it's basically a 360 Ford engine, big
Right.
V8 so I'm not sure what the fuck did you do? You little bitch. Knocked her food all over the place. Now I gotta get the broom out.
Right. So have you been training Ashcan's cat again?
What we do?
Little fucking killer cat, huh?
That cat was there
my.
waiting for his food. Teach him.
Well, as soon as I move, well, at least you're fucking jumping around and not sitting in my seat. I'll tell you though, this cat, somebody knocks at the door, he's like a dog. He's got to be right there at the door. What are you doing? Fucking nut bar. That's all you are, aren't you? Leave me alone. Get you. What are you doing? Oh, so yeah, I wish I would have known about a trailer out there. I should have actually told you while I was out there. And I'm kicking myself in the ass for doing it. For not doing it. And but at the same time, like, I had a hard time getting back. That was for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when I was in Winnipeg, I ran into Clash. I don't know if you know who he is. Clash in Canada.
Rings a bell. Totally rings a bell. I probably do. Just
Yeah. I ran
No,
into
wow.
him. We spent a few hours. He drove me to the train station and that. Amazing guy. Amazing guy. And who else did I run into? Of course, I ran into What's Truth and Tiffany's Epiphany.
Mhm.
Good people. And then I also ran into Ogre, Big Red Ogre in Toronto, and I ran into a few people in Montreal, but I can't remember who it was. All I know is it wasn't Tony. You know who he is? Tony?
I do. I do. I totally forgot about that. That's a long time ago now. Wow.
I was actually looking for him but I wasn't there long enough to actually go look that much.
That motherfucker set you up.
Fuck, that was funny, but like, it would have been funny if I ran into him. Probably would have punched him right in the fucking mouth. But
I've never ever been that far east. Far as I've only ever been to Thunder Bay. That's as far as I went, and I only went there. That was the one and only time. One day I was ever in Ontario. Other than that, it's been all Manitoba west. So I've never seen the east side of the nation.
Well, this is the very first settlement of Canada, is the East Coast.
Right.
Do you know that St. John is the oldest established city in Canada and it was established in 1785? And that was way before it became Canada. And I don't know. I think I'm right there, but my family, if you go on to Google Maps, see that we actually have an island that's named after us. It was our settlement, our homestead. It's now protected by Parks Canada, and my great grandfather, back in the 1700s, he was the first politician. So, like, we have foot standings in this country. We've been here, like, I believe it was 1765 or something, to this country. Well, my dad's part of the family came to this country. So, like, we have a lot of history here. And that's why I know that there's some things about countries and stuff like that a lot of people don't agree with. You know, we came here for want of peace, new life, and that came here, free country, and we thought that it was good. And of course, over time, politicians get involved. Next thing you know, we're a registered corporation. We're not a country. There is no countries. They're all registered corporations. Canada is a corporation. The United States is a corporation. It's not a country.
To correct a little bit on that, this is something that a lot of people don't realize, and you yourself as well, by what you're saying right now. A country actually is a synonym for a corporation. That is what it is. But in the essence that you're looking to try and describe what you're looking at, what you're trying to say is this was a land that wasn't really embodied by a corporate structure yet. It was left still to itself to develop, right? And that's the way I still see all land by default, even if it has been embodied, because the embodiment really still is only just a fiction in the mind. It's just people who believe that way, and then they do things like they put these borders across from coast to coast, but it's a man-made border. It's not a natural thing, and all this kind of stuff just to continue to try and support and propagate the illusion that there is a real embodiment when there really is not.
Right. And it's like, but this is, we came here, we wanted freedom and that, but it's gone now. But we have good, and as much as I hate to say it, like, I love this country. I really do. I love how you're able to go from the what are you doing? From the East Coast to the West Coast, be able to see the mountains and that. Like, I have some gorgeous pictures of going through the Rocky Mountains when, where was it? Jasper National Park. I was there. I got some gorgeous pictures from there. Um, like the Athabasca Hotel that's right downtown in Jasper, the train station, the old train, Tim Hortons, all the stores are mainly like log homes and stuff like that. Like the Tim Hortons looks like a log home.
Mhm.
And it's just a beautiful, all you see is mountains all over the place, and I love it. You come down here, we have some hills. We got, I don't really call them mountains, but a lot of people call them mountains here. But we have some big hills and stuff like that here. But we also have a lot of farmland, and we have the ocean all around us in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is a peninsula.
Mhm.
It's not really connected, but it is. It
Mhm.
looks like it is on the map, but there's a bridge that you got to go over because it's all swamp. How the
Right.
Bay of Fundy comes up, and then it goes over into the strait on the other side. So, it's only a narrow area that you go through. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nova Scotia is an island, but it's not. It's a peninsula. PEI is an island, and that place is gorgeous too. Like, just walk along the sandy beaches. You don't have all these crackheads and shit like that doing needles. You don't have to worry about finding needles or needle caps or anything like that along the beach down there. But you walk down fucking the beach in Vancouver, you go to Sunset Beach in Vancouver,
Yeah.
and you got to be careful, even though that you cannot smoke on any beach or in any park in BC. All you see is junk all over the beaches there. And it's disgusting because I have some beautiful pictures of the beaches out there too, but I had to take them from far back because if I went up close and that, you would have seen all the shit that's
Mhm.
on the beaches and that. And I didn't want to remember that. So I stood like back a little bit in a park where you're actually allowed to smoke, and I took some pictures from there and from the road, and I just didn't want to be on the beach there. And honestly, like, we have a place in Halifax called Point Pleasant Park. It's a small version of Stanley Park. It, and after the hurricane and everything went through there, a lot of it, you can't even walk anymore because of fallen trees, and they're still cleaning up for that. And now they're building a container pier, and so, like, and you go anywhere else through there along the beach and that, there's nothing but junk. You see old tires, fucking cars, and it's just disgusting. Like, yeah, once if they see a car there, they'll bring a tow truck and pull it out, but there's junk all over the place in Halifax. When you get to those big cities like that, like even Toronto, you go to the beach along fucking the lake shore and that along Lake Ontario, and it's just disgusting. You go up to Barrie and you go along, and it's fucking beautiful. But you go downtown and it's junk. Like, it just, so that's why I'm I was really hesitant about being in Vancouver. And then, seeing how it was in Abbotsford and Chilliwack, and, you know, hearing the stories about what's going on um, in Richmond and Burnaby, it's really bad out there. Like, so that's
Yeah,
why I
you fell right into the ghettos of British Columbia. Those are all the ghettos.
Well, you know what though? I kind of wanted to see what it was like. I was out there and I was living, I had to live it. So why not experience it and try and make the best of it?
Right.
And that's what I tried
Right.
to do. Just try to make the best of it.
A lot of people don't
And it
realize,
was,
it's funny that Vancouver is always on the top 12 most wanted cities to live in. It's a fucking
yeah,
ghetto. It's
and
just,
it's a number 3 city in the world as the most expensive place to live in the
is it
world.
even number 3? I thought it was
Yeah,
number 1 last year. No, it's number 3. Wow. What
it's
beats
worse
that?
than Singapore.
Hmm.
For housing prices and that, it's worse than Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They get
That's expensive.
1,000 times more people per square kilometer than we do in Vancouver, and it's worse than Vancouver.
It's the
Or Vancouver,
richest
yes,
ghetto in the world.
yes.
You literally pay about 2,500 to 3,500 a month in rent for a wartime or they call it a peace home, right? It's one of those old fashioned stucco based
Yeah.
gyprock houses that they're
War,
always falling apart because they're run by slumlords.
wartime houses.
Wartime houses. Yeah. You'd be lucky if you get one of those for 2,500 a month here. No utilities, right? That's bottom of the barrel.
Oh, no, no, no. Well, apparently, the most expensive place in Canada is Toronto.
Yeah. I heard that Vancouver and Toronto are like neck and neck, right? With
And then Halifax.
how many
Like,
people in Halifax? A big metropolis too.
oh, God, no. The whole province may have 1.2 million people in it. The whole province. There
Oh,
might be 400,000 people in the greater Halifax area, maybe 450. Because the
that's the
greater Halifax is built up of, I believe, 5 communities, 5
wow.
or 6.
That's the
It's
entire
Halifax,
populace of
Dartmouth.
the downtown core of Vancouver. Sorry, you got a
Yeah,
lag there. Still, go ahead.
but you got Halifax, Dartmouth, Bedford, Sackville, and Halifax County. And that's all the city of Halifax now. And there might be 450,000 people there. Like I said, the whole province doesn't, it might have like 1.4 million people. The province I'm in doesn't even have 1 million people in it. This city has got the large in all of New Brunswick. This city, Moncton, New Brunswick. We got almost 600 people sleeping on the streets. We got shelters here, but they're all full. Like I worked at one for years here, and there was hardly anybody. And now, after these unicorns and butterflies, we have hundreds of people in tent cities because all the shelters are full. We had 3 more shelters open up in the city. Like it's, I was at a tent city in Fredericton, and it was fucking huge. I bet you there was 80 people in that one spot. And then I look across the river to the north side of Fredericton, and there's 2 more encampments over there. And then there's another one way down the other end by the university. There's another one up by the fucking hotel. Like they're all over the place, and no matter where you go, even in Bathurst, New Brunswick, they got one shelter there, and if you look at somebody the wrong way, they kick you out. And it's always full. They maybe hold 10 people, and they got fucking 55, 60 people sleeping in the streets there. No place to go. Like it's, and this is why I'm trying to find. I'd like to be able to find a place so that I could just get away from all this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I've been doing this since 1985, and I'm to the point where I really just don't give a shit anymore about anybody but myself, because
Well,
nobody cares about me.
nobody can
I'm
care
not
about you like you can,
right, and it's not
nor
only. I'm
should
not
they.
saying that people don't care per se. Like they respect that who I am or whatever. They may say, "Well, I care about you. I hope that you're doing good," and stuff like that. I got lots of people like that. Don't get me
Mm-hmm.
wrong. But the
Mm-hmm.
average person, you walk on the street, like I said, I'm almost half blind. At nighttime, I can't even read a street sign if I'm underneath it. I stood trying to get help to find my direction, and nobody would help me. Nobody. And
Mm-hmm.
all I wanted to do is say, "Can you tell me how to get to this street?" And they would just keep walking by, or they would talk in a different language and
Mm-hmm.
then
Yeah.
walk away talking in English. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
like,
another thing over here, especially. The people here are cold, right? Like,
yeah,
yeah, in Winnipeg, and this is one thing when I realized it was like this here when I moved, and I promised myself I would never let that coldness break me. In Winnipeg, and I'm sure you'll relate to this. You're at a bus stop, and somebody across the street is at a bus. Hey, how's it going? It's if you don't do that, it's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Everybody is at least, uh, there's a sense of that sort of social aspect there. Over here, if you so much as look at somebody the wrong way, never mind open your mouth to a stranger like that, it's the opposite. That what the fuck's wrong with you when you do that? The
yeah,
social expectation and acceptability here. Um, People are constantly walking with a chip and a suspicion over their shoulders. And if you say hi to a stranger here, you're presumed a lot of the time automatically to probably be looking to get something from that person. And people are on guard, and they have to be, because there's a lot of people like that here.
and that's what really ruined it. Like, I went to school out there, and I went out there in '93, and I went to Burnaby College. There was no tent cities out there. Yeah, Hastings Street was bad. You seen the fucking hookers and shit like that. There's drug addicts and that. It's always been like that. But there was
Right.
no tent cities. There was still businesses open and that. You see the odd fucking shop owner chasing people out, whatever. But all those stores are gone because of the tent cities and the homelessness. They're literally gone. They lost their business because of the way that they handled everything out there. The mayor was a piece of shit, so the police wouldn't do anything out there. While I was there was an election, and they got rid of the old mayor, but like, still nothing's been done. Like, they cleaned up Hastings a bit. I don't know if they got rid of all the tents yet, but they were working on it. They were doing sweeps and everything, bringing the garbage trucks out, everything. I actually have a picture of it where they started, and but they never cleaned it all up as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if there's still tents along Hastings and
Oh, I guarantee you
Pender.
there is. I guarantee you there is. Yeah, they're not
Okay.
looking to clean that up at all. That's a honeypot for attracting, a class of population to go there for experiments, and also for the police to constantly have a backup reason to need to be existing, right?
Yep. A
Excuse
way
me,
to get
gentlemen.
more. Yep.
Excuse me just for a minute. I'm going to be going to sleep now. I'm getting tired. Nude as usual. Thanks for showing up. And Shane, thank you for allowing me up here.
Oh, anytime, brother. Anytime. You're always
And
welcome.
if you want to charge me, go to the new guru. He's got my money.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
That'll be a
thank you so
dollar
much.
$2.98.
You know,
Thank you,
back in the
gentlemen.
day, it would have been a way to pay your rent, but you know, Wright says this inflation thing down to his science, it seems, and we're all in trouble.
It's a fucking carbon tax.
Yeah, I'm bigger than Ford. Let me tell you. I'll catch you on Friday then, you dude. Okay.
You betcha. Maybe even sooner. We'll be in touch.
I might be a little bit busy because of I don't have no computer in my kitchen anymore. It's gone until I get done with this holiday. You know, Thanksgiving deal coming up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I have nothing. They kicked me
What-
out.
What day is that?
Thursday.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's every Thursday. They put it on. And I hope to see you there, Shane, when we go on there live on Friday.
Oh, for sure. I'll be over to see you on Friday. What time?
Nude. I'll give it to you.
Well, yeah, we kind of it's not really set in stone, but I don't know. Is your daughter Wright's looking to be with us again?
No, because her husband's there. So you know, he's probably having a vacation.
Okay. Well, I
So-
mean, what time did we look to start last time? It was around 5 or something Eastern. Is that what it was?
Yeah, about 5:30. Yeah.
Okay, so you know, I'm probably good with that. You know, give or take an hour or so, something like that.
Okay. That sounds good.
5:30
5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be 6:30 my time.
Right, you're on that
Yeah.
extra time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. I don't know why. I hate that. But anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much. Nice talking to you both, really. And I do appreciate me being up here. Shane, thank you so much.
And thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, brother.
All right. I'll see you too. Let's see you guys in a while. Thank you.
We
Bye-bye.
we
Love my
appreciate
guy.
ourselves too. See you later.
I thought you would. I'll see you guys.
got-
Thank you.
I got
Well-
bigger thumbs than you do, by the way. So have a good one.
Well, watch what happens to me now.
Oh, okay.
That was a good way to fix it.
Yeah.
Don't trim the bushes on the way out the door there, right? Have a good one.
Right? You need some warmth this winter.
Yeah. Especially on the east.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in what is the city there? Near Detroit. He's in Michigan.
Yeah.
Close to
Yeah,
Detroit
yeah.
somewhere. So they get them
Yeah, he's,
cold winters too, I'm sure.
Yeah, close to the Canadian border there
Right.
by Sarnia, Windsor area. Yeah, I can never remember the name of that bridge, but the crossing there. But it's I think that's
You heard that Wrights put in the you heard that there, did you, Wrights? It's all right. Go prune your blueberry bush.
yeah, and oh man. What? Holy fuck. It's 3:14 here.
What is the name of the time zone after Eastern that you're on?
What's that?
What is the name that they call the time zone that you're on? You know, there's Eastern is
Atla-
the farthest.
Yeah,
And
and
then
then
there's
it goes Atlantic. Yeah, Atlantic Standard Time. And then it's Newfoundland. Newfoundland's a half-hour difference from us.
Later or earlier?
Well, no, they're ahead of us. So if it's 4:30 here, it's 5 o'clock in Newfoundland.
Wow. Okay. So interesting. So that's basically 4.5 time zones then, Canada.
Well, kind of, because you got Newfoundland, and then you got Atlantic, then you got Eastern, then you got Central,
Central, yeah.
then
Right.
so there's 6 time zones in Canada.
Well, you cut out. Did we miss a couple? Well, after Central, what is there other than, oh, there's
After so it's Central, then Mountain, then Pacific.
right, Pacific Mountains, Central, Eastern,
Eastern,
At-
Atlantic,
Atlantic,
and then Newfoundland.
and then Newfoundland. Interesting. So we are as far, almost as far. Newfoundland would be the farthest then. Almost as far as stretch as possible on the nation time difference
Yeah.
right now. Right? It's 11:15 p.m. here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 hours difference.
If anybody wants to see, while we were talking about it a little bit earlier, I pulled up a little bit of a video here I can showcase for a second that shows the reality. This should do it, I think, of what it's like downtown East Side on Hastings. Would this cut the mustard?
Oh, you have one?
Yeah, I do. I think this one maybe wouldn't do it justice.
Mm.
Let's see if I can find a better one here. Give me a second here.
Yep, yeah.
I had a really good one last time that just showed it like it was.
I can't remember the guy's name, but there's a guy out in Vancouver, and he goes right downtown. He was right in it. He even talked to a couple people, but he walked right through all the tents and everything, right down Hastings. He did it's actually a small documentary.
There has been quite a number of oh yeah, I think this will do it. There has been quite a number of documentaries.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people are pretty pissed off. Expecting something to be done about it, but it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And you want to talk about zombie apocalypse, you want to see that. That's pretty cool,
Yeah. Where is that at? That looks so familiar.
In the picture?
That is that Hastings?
That is Hastings, yeah.
Yeah, it is Hastings.
Yeah, I'm not sure which cross street though.
Where is it?
I'm trying to find one that's that one only has a second
It
of it.
almost looks like it.
I'd find a better one that depicts it more accurately. These ones are a little compared. Almost like they've been glamorized a bit to downplay it. Don't want to sugarcoat it. I want to show it like it is. It's not pretty.
Road Dog says, a shame Canadian, what Newt is saying is he lives in the past. And Andrew says, Newt, are you at Pacific Standard?
Yes, I
Because
am in
he's got the same time as you, so I have a few West Coasters. Road Dog Media, I know he's I know that. I'm trying to think of what state he's from. And I'm almost positive it's a Western state. Am I right, Road Dog? Somewhere's out around Colorado area or something.
I don't want to show that one. Shit. They're showing they gathered up all the tents and then just this big garbage truck. Fucking cop.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about bottom feeders, you know? I mean, people on their last legs like that and still.
Yeah, but at the same time, when I was there, they busted a tent almost in front of the Carnegie Center at Hastings and Maine. And the guy had three rifles, a handgun, and almost $10,000 worth of crystal meth in his tent.
It's a good business.
Right? No rent, so you got no real overhead. All you gotta do is pay for the product and make money off it.
Okay, I'll put that on play for now while I'm looking at the other one, because at least, I mean, it does depict some of it. It looks like it's a little bit watered down.
Oh,
but
okay.
hold on a second. I'll put it on play and trying to find one in particular that just showed it no holds barred the way it is. So while I look for it, let's play. I'm find a good spot here. I don't know. That's
all the tents are gone. There used to be nothing but tents there. That must have been during the cleanup.
This video is on January 15th, 2022.
Oh, that was just as they were starting.
It's too watered down. It's not as pretty as this.
No, yeah. Yeah, because half of these businesses are gone. Oh, is that the Carnegie Center right there? Yep. This is Main Street. To the left is the police station. And right down there at the next street is where I found that dead body. And there was nothing but tents along here. Like I said, half these stores are gone now. And that's a women's shelter. That's Union Gospel Mission. One of them. Or the old one, I mean. Look, already gone. That's a regular sight out there.
I'm looking for a better one. What was it showing?
It's just the fire department showing a drug overdose or something.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say a crackhead that was like leaning over or something.
Yeah, when I was there, this was nothing but tents. You know what the sad part of this is? Is that when you go out along Hastings Street, you keep going out further, and that's where the P&E Stadium is. Well,
Mm-hmm.
P&E Fairgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to go past all this in order to get to it. If you're coming from anywheres in the downtown area.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, there's the tent.
I even get nervous doing that by bus.
I got punched in the back of the head because, I couldn't see, so I'm up front. And this guy comes on with just bouncing around all cracked out and everything and fucking telling me that he wants to sit in the seat that I'm in. And the rest of the bus is empty. There might be 3 people on it. And as he got off the bus, another guy come up behind me, punched me in the back of the head. Just for not getting up for somebody else that's like half my age. Yeah. It's like I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I know well, it depends on where you are. I guess I am classed as a senior, and I do have a senior citizens card now. I'm part of a seniors club, so I guess I am a bit of a senior, but the guy might have been 30, but he was all cracked out and everything. I don't give a fuck if he's carrying a fucking crutch or not. There's all kinds of other fucking handicap seats there. You can sit there. No, I want to sit there. Fuck you. Didn't move. And because of that, I got punched in the back of the head.
Yeah, people are very territorial when it comes to that. I used to be a squeegee kid back in the day, and we had some turf wars, I'll tell you. One guy slashed the tires on my van. I won't tell you what I slashed of his. Let your imagination go to town on that one. Well, there's one here that says 2020. Even that doesn't look. Let's do a little preview of that.
Pico Rivera. Whittier. Did you go to John Glenn? Who? Oh, you must be talking Road Dog.
Cougars. Let's try that.
Oh, you want me to get rid of this one?
I'll just pop it on the same tab when I find it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Make it easier.
I don't know how. If I see something pop up with you, I just fucking hit it. This way, then I know who's, I don't even ask to see faces anymore.
I haven't done that either. Now that I think about that,
It's been pretty good.
Are people still doing that bullshit? I imagine they are.
Honestly, a lot of those people that was happening to, and that I haven't even been back to their channels.
Good.
Like
So it
the odd
works.
time I'll go in and say hi to AC or something like that at the shit show, but other than that, like I don't go to a lot of them. I'm tired of the trolls and drama and shit like that. So, and I got a porn bomb by Rick Crude. Thank God I got that in time.
All the drama people in the drama crowd. Yeah, that's it. I think that's why
There it
I
is.
don't think about it, because we've done a pretty good job, where we're at, just to sort of build a little corner that's away from that shit. And what we focus on and talk about is not interesting to that. So it doesn't really attract that. And the
Yeah.
odd time we get a knucklehead that thinks they might try and infiltrate it, and we just deal with it swiftly, and it's over. So we love that, and the atmosphere is kept the way it is, and it's a great environment. So yeah, this looks like a little bit more familiar, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's a little more accurate.
Oh, they're little choppy,
This
but like, and you look at all those stores and everything right there. Like they couldn't get into the stores.
Yeah, it's hard to make your way through there, and it's dangerous, because even if nobody's trying to be aggressive against you, which you're lucky if that happens, you got literally zombies falling on you and shit with needles, and you never know what can happen accidentally. You're really just
Like try
asking
walking
for it.
up that sidewalk. Like every time I had to go down to Hastings, which was very, very, very rare, if I had to go on to Hastings Street, I would literally walk on the street. I wouldn't walk on the sidewalk because you can't, because of all these tents and all these drug addicts and that. They're all over the place, and you don't know where they're going to come out or anything. So I just used to just walk up the street. And I try to stay off of Hastings as much as possible. I'd either go to Pender or up to Cordova and walk along there, and then come down if I had to go on to Hastings. But like, look at that. Like, in a lot of these places, these stores and that, they're gone now because of this.
Yeah, because of this, in combination with the pandemic and everything. Yeah, they just couldn't keep up.
Like, honestly, what they should do is just go in and level that whole area and rebuild it.
Or just keep it
Most of
as
the buildings around there.
level it, or even keep it up and just keep it as a cesspool, for people who want to live like that, right?
Well, if you go in and you level it, get rid of all these old buildings and that, now because of the construction, they would have all this blocked off so nobody could be there. And by the time these buildings are done, it's going to take at least a year and a half, 2 years. They'd have somewhere else to go, maybe even get help, but level the place. All those buildings are too old. They're decrepit. They're falling down. They're not real. Oh, this is a festival. on the street there. That's why that's blocked off there. But
Right. I think that's it for the Skid Row part. We'll come back to the beginning again and re-showcase it. So that's pretty accurate right there. You know, that's actually even that's a little bit nicer. You know,
it was. This is nicer.
You see a lot of this, but you see a lot of people that literally are out of their mind, and maybe again these people are downplaying it and trying not to show that to scare the shit out of people or something. But literally, these areas, it's a lot of the junk. In addition to people who, well, if you've ever seen somebody on fentanyl, just just envision that in packs at times, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these people, they're there because that's where the drug rings are. They're just following where their supply is, and they get further into poverty.
Yeah, and like that, the Balmoral Hotel, one of the biggest drug places in Vancouver. Almost everybody in there is a dealer.
Yeah.
And a half a block away or a block away is Main Street, and Main and Hastings is the main headquarters of the police stations right there. And there was literally, they had to kick out all the tents away from the front door of the police station. It's the only place that there wasn't any tents was in front of the police station. Even the old jail right beside it. I guess they used it as a court and something like that. There was tents out front of that, like this. Just, it was clear enough so that you could, the front of the police station was clear. When I was there, anyways, just the front of the police station was clear. Even right across the street, they had nothing but tents along it and everything. And like, there's a place there called Naomi that it's a drug rehab center right there.
Right.
And look at what's going on. And this is because of the NDP government, Jagmeet Singh, allowing hard drugs being decriminalized. That's,
why shouldn't they if that's what people want?
Right. And like, hey, you want to live like that, that's fine. But don't do it there. Find another spot. Don't be blocking sidewalks and leaving shit all over the place. Did you see as he was driving by any spot for like any porta potties or anything there? Because even when I walked through there was no porta potties or anything.
No, but to be frank, I really don't go there.
No, but I mean, like in the picture here,
in the pictures,
driving by, like you don't see there's no porta potties. And when I walked down through there was none. You know what they do is they go down through the alleyways and just shit in the alleyways.
Right.
Just in the alleyways.
That's if they're sober.
Sometimes they'll be. Yeah, sometimes they'll just sit in their tent, take a shit in a bucket, and go around the corner and throw it, or just throw it out onto fucking Hastings Street.
If they're high enough, they'll just defecate right there. This happens all the time. Or
they'll
go
just pull down their pants and take a shit there. They don't care.
Or they'll go the elevators. Right? Did you ever try and take an elevator around there?
Nope.
Oh, never go in one.
I don't do elevators anyway, so I
okay.
I got a problem with elevators.
Okay, I got you. Well, you saved yourself then, because let me tell you, I'll put it to you this way: It don't matter how much bleach they try to use, they can't get rid of the stench.
And see, that's one of the good things that happened to me. Kind of bad, but good. When I got beat up by the cops there, I can't smell anymore. I lost my sense of smell. So, I could walk through and I can't smell nothing. And my problem is that if I walk through there and all these people are smoking dope and shit like that, I'm afraid I'm gonna inhale some of it. So that's why, like I said, when I walked down there, if I had to go down to Hastings, which was very, very fucking rarely, I would either take Pender Street or Cordova. Now, I would go when a lot of the times when I went down there, it was because I was going to Cordova and Maine, where they had a camper like mine sitting at the side of the road. They would open up the window and they would sell you weed. 5 grams for $5. If you need a joint, they'll give you a joint. And it was it's there to help people get off of hard drugs by just giving them pot and letting them smoke pot. It's not the best pot, but it's a free joint. You go up, you need a joint, bang, no problem. You need a
Mhm.
$5 bag, 5 grams of weed, $5. Well, here you go. Just stay away from the hard stuff. Stay away from the pills and that. And that's what it was for. I used to walk down there twice a week. They knew who I was and everything, and because of my condition and stuff like that, um, I was allowed to get 3 at a time. So I go down, spend $15, get 15 grams of weed. This way, then it lasts me a few days, and then I would go back again, maybe 3 days later or something. I don't really, when I was out there, I didn't really smoke a whole lot, but um, it was enough to keep me with with my condition and everything, because I could probably order it or something like that, but it's too expensive. And when you get 5 grams for $5, you know, it does a trick for me. It's got the CBDs that I need in it, so I just took that. A lot of people fucking didn't like it, but hey, man, it worked for me, so that's what I did. But I hated to go down there.
Oh, I bet.
You know,
I bet. So, where should these people go, Ashcan? Where is
well, I have
go ahead.
I have the perfect plan.
Okay.
And
Awesome.
whether or not people say it's a perfect plan or not, it's up for debate. But back in the early 90s, the conservative government decided to say that if you were okay on your medication, as long as you didn't hurt yourself or others and you were fine on your medication, you got kicked out of all these mental institutions. And they emptied the mental institutions over a year. Now, at the time, I was working at one of Canada's largest men's shelters with about 1,000 beds in it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We were never full until that happened. And then a flood of people came because they had no place to go and their family didn't want them or that's. So
Mm-hmm.
I say you bring back the Mental Health Act again. All these people that are out there on heroin and meth and fentanyl and everything, they call that a mental health crisis. I say you bring back the Mental Health Act, lock up all these people, give them the fucking help that they need, and you have one main building in the middle, right up at the front, but through the middle of it, and you have like a 6-story, 8-story building like a hospital, and all around it you build like 2, 3 stories buildings that make like so that it'll make a courtyard, and you make all these rooms like motel rooms. So anybody that's in the motel rooms and that, what they do is they go up to the front, make sure that they get their medication and everything, and they either get a ticket or a stamp on their hand or something. And then they can go out into the public, and then they come
Okay.
back. So you get them off the streets, and there's housing there to help them, and all the services are there. But you
Okay.
also
So
have the main hospital.
gotcha. I
Yeah,
was
go
with
ahead.
you with the plan up until the here's where I'm not in
Hey,
line.
Doug.
The part of the plan that I'm not in line with, where it would be a forced situation, where it would be a like as if these people are they need to be forced to be in a locked situation or something like that. What about
Well,
something
some of
that's
them do.
okay? Elaborate on that. Some of them do.
I'm
Okay, give
sorry,
me
but
an example.
okay, we got a lot of people that are out there that shouldn't be out there. For one, you got people that when they left the hospital, they don't take their medication. That next thing you know, they're breaking into places. They're selling their pills to get and putting those pills out on the street for other people so that they can go and get their fentanyl and stuff like that. Next thing you know, our mental health courts are in the city of Toronto alone. They spent $250 million just in mental health courts,
Okay,
just in
so
the courts. That's
somebody
not counting
who's
all the destruction that they
right.
did.
So somebody who's being violent. Now I'm with you there because
Yeah.
regardless of what's causing the violence, drugs is not an excuse. It doesn't matter. Somebody's being violent. Yes, I'm with you there. But what about the rest of the class in there that is, they're just addicted, heavily addicted. They're on drugs or whatever, but they're not actually committing crimes. Should they also be, cornered into going into a locked
Well,
mental health institution?
no. And see, that's where a lot of, but they do need the rehab,
Okay.
and
So
that's
what
something
about
there.
okay, so what about, something for, that type of class where they're given that option if they want, where, it's totally by their own consent. I think that would help. But then the other question is, what about the funding for that? Who is responsible to pay for that? Who should pay for that?
Okay, well, when you got the BC government that spent $750 million on just drug paraphernalia, what about the fucking $15 billion that they're spending out there just on drugs and everything that they're giving away? Oh, what
So what?
about the $250 billion that they need for the courts and everything across Canada?
Right,
This is where it comes into where, you know, it's cost everybody
right.
for one person. So you got
So
people that are doing damage to stores. How many stores have gone out of business? Yeah, the insurance, because of all the thefts and everything. You have illegal drugs, for one, on the streets where kids can get at them and that. They shouldn't be allowed to be able to smoke it or do it on the streets. I got pictures of people sitting right at the corner fucking smoking their pipe. I can,
why
I
why
might,
why shouldn't they be allowed to do that?
why? Well, for
Yeah.
one thing, it's illegal.
So
Maybe not there, but that's what I'm saying. They need to get rid of this decriminalization of hard drugs because
why
that's
why
what
why
this,
why
well,
shouldn't people be allowed to decide what they do, what they can or can't do with their bodies?
they can do whatever the fuck they want as long as it's not in public. You can't walk down the street in public naked.
Yeah, well, I think that's wrong too. Why shouldn't people be able to walk down the street naked? Why should people not be able to do
Would
what they
you
want with
want your
themselves in
little
public?
would you want your little 7-year-old girl seeing a whole bunch of guys walking around flapping their dicks?
I have no
You
problems
got
with that. I have no problem.
see, I do.
I've been in and out of, I'm a nudist, right? So
Oh, okay. So I can see your point where in that aspect, but
now
generally,
I do see
and
the
you got
other
to
side.
remember,
I do see the other side, right? Yes,
yeah, but
there's creepers out there, right? We got to be realistic about
right.
that. But really, covering is not going to change that, right? That's a mental health problem that, the creepers are going to be creepers regardless. And I think people are looking to band-aid the solution just so that they can feel better. And it doesn't
Well,
solve anything.
and that's all they're really doing. That's all they're really doing now. They say that they're throwing all this money to mental health and stuff like that. But you know what they're doing is they're just adding more people to go out and pay for their gas and everything to go talk to these people. And then there's no real help out there. The main problem right now is housing, period.
Right.
If these people had a place to go to, that's why I'm saying a lot of these people are single people, but yet they're building these buildings for families. There's nothing real. I say you build hotel style, like a motel style buildings where, they're almost like a bachelor apartment with a little kitchenette with a full size fridge and stove, your own bathroom.
Right.
And you make it so that the rent is what people get to pay rent. Because right now, every one of them that are out there are on social services, or 90% of them are on social services.
Right.
Social services gives you $350 a month for rent.
Right.
Where are you going to rent even a room for $350?
Not even a
Right?
shed.
Right? So
Not over
this
here.
is the problem. And this is right across Canada. I've seen it right across Canada.
Right.
If you dials, even if it's 3-4 stories high, even if it takes a big, build a big unit of them, and you put some services in there too for people so that they need it. Like you make like a community where there's 3 or 4 story buildings when they're all motel style rooms, and on the main floor at the front, you would have your soup kitchen, you would have maybe social services and mental health all there so that if people need it, it's there, but it's housing also. So this way, then it gets them off the streets. And when you get people off the streets, crime goes down. That means that now they're not paying, $150 million or $200 million a year just in mental health courts. Maybe it might go down to 25 million. That's much better. That's a big savings right there alone. And if we're not supplying them with all their needs that they need, like new pipes and screens and matches and needles and all that, then there's other money. Now, I helped start the first needle exchange program in Canada.
Mm-hmm. I remember
To
you said
this
that.
day, there's no more needle exchange.
Well, it's
It's
gone.
not needle exchange. Well, as far as I'm concerned, under the definition of needle exchange, there is no more needle exchange. When we
Okay.
started it, what we did was that if you bring us 10 dirty needles, we'll give you 10 clean needles and all the stuff you need.
Right.
But then when government took it over, they said, no, you don't have to bring them back. If you want to, you can throw them in here. Oh, you need a box. Oh, here you go. Oh, you need a box of wipes and then, oh, you need 15 crack pipes. Here you go. And that's the way they're doing it now. You go to almost any safe shelter in Vancouver or anywhere in BC, like in Chilliwack, they got a cart at the fucking Ruth of Diomi shelter where, you know, the bus carts for, it's got like 3 trays on it. They use at restaurants and that. Well, they come up with one of those and it's got all your supplies on it and they just leave it there and you take whatever you want. And that's a problem too. And you wonder why there's needles and needle caps. Forced to bring back those needles, they wouldn't be there.
Okay, so
And that's how we started the needle exchange. Bring us 10, we'll give you 10. Bring us 2, you get 2. You know, if you go out and clean up the city and you bring in 100, we'll give you what you need. We may not give you 100, but we'll give you what you need. But
right,
at least it cleaned up the streets, got the needles out of the parks and everything so that kids could actually play in the parks. And now with the way that the government works out there, after 9 o'clock, all parks are open and anybody can camp in any park in BC. And you can leave all your garbage there because the city comes in and cleans it up. But a lot of these parks are for children. And you don't know if there's needles and that buried in the sand and everything. A lot of these guys, when they come in to clean up, they clean up what you can see. That's it.
Mhm.
If it's buried, it's buried. Who cares?
Mhm.
But the parents care. And that's a problem. Like, what's Truth and we would go around and start cleaning up the parks in Chilliwack. And, you know, be able to go out first thing in the morning as soon as they're all gone. We're going to take over and we were going to work it so that maybe get some volunteers in different communities where these parks are. You go out and you rake the sand and that, make sure that there's no needles in that, and help clean up the park. Take back the parks because they're for kids. It's got to stay inside now. Now, don't get me wrong. The parks aren't used as much as they used to before because of the electronics. If you're 5 years old, you fucking got a cell phone. You know how to use a tablet and everything, for fuck's sakes. Probably better than me. So, you know, but the kids need exercise and that too. They want to go play, but they can't because they're afraid that there's needles in that in the park. As far as I'm concerned, like I said, I may lose a few subscribers, whatever. But in my personal opinion, what I've seen over the years is that if they get not decriminalized and make it illegal again to have heroin, to have speed, to have these hard drugs, instead of putting them in jail, though, when they're arrested the first time for this, you give them the option. You can either go to jail or you can go to rehab. It's your choice. Then maybe it might start cleaning up and maybe people might get back on the right track again. But
well, if it,
just throwing them in jail is not an answer.
no, of course, that's
Option
not
that
an
they
answer
want to clean up.
for right. You know, caging is not an answer for any crime, no matter what it is. I think you know, and I'm with you
understand
there.
that, but
Yeah, I'm with you there for the side as well. Again, that you know is being violent and causing harm and stuff like that. Sure, definitely give those people an option. But the people who aren't doing that, and they're just you know doing what they want to do with their bodies and stuff like that. Those people are actually true crimes, you know, because there's no victim there. And corpus delicti is kind of the terminology
Yeah.
based on what that is under. So, but they should also, okay, they should. We can give them options too. But let's go back to the funding thing for a second, because if we shift responsibility towards government for the facilitation and the payment part about this, what you're really saying is that the people should pay for it, because anything that government pays for is money extracted from the people through taxes anyways, right?
Yeah, but we're paying for it anyways, and we're paying more this way.
That's what I'm saying. So rather than
No,
delegate that
I'm
to government,
like
which
the
is
way it's going now. Yeah.
we got big lag. Go ahead,
Oh.
Ash. Go ahead.
The way it's going now, we're paying
Mhm.
for it. But
Yeah.
if we're paying for it, why not reduce the prices of it and give these people the opportunity to get clean and take back our streets and that? These people, were hiring so many people to go out and just drive around, talk to these people, but nothing's happening. Like, I had workers tell me, oh, well, I make $27 an hour. I make $45 an hour. Plus I get my gas paid for. All I got is
Mhm.
keep a receipt,
Right.
and all they do, oh, you need a few, and off they go. And they
Right.
don't really help them because there is no help there.
Right.
All they're doing is making a Band-Aid, putting a
So
mask on it. It's like
here's
putting
what
lipstick on a pig.
here's what I'm saying and suggesting, and the reason why I brought this to point. So if it is the people that are ultimately going to pay for it one way or another anyways, whether it's through government or not, and that's the way it has to be if you're operating through a capitalist corporate society-based structure that this beehive structure is, then it's more logical for people who want to see this be cleaned up or at least improved. They have to do it themselves. Stop giving your fucking money over and delegating that to somebody else, especially who by proven track record over and over again is not interested in actually doing anything. They're just interested in heisting it and spending it on their wars and whatever it is that's going to profit their own corporation for, right? So it points back to the people to take that delegation back and be responsible, to be the government themselves and put that type of thing together. And you were an example of that, obviously, back in the day, maybe on a smaller scale, but it turned into something by the sounds of it, not so small, with the needle exchange thing.
Mhm.
So this is the type of thing that people have to do. And I'm saying this not being a capitalist or corporatist at all anyways. I'm just giving, even if people really still want to function in that, which there's no way to really solve it anyway. You're still going to have the same thing at the end of the day, but you can improve it. But if you really want to improve it, then it's going to rest on the people to make that happen and stop putting that finger to the governmental entity structure to, stop considering that as being the source that is supposed to be responsible for solving these things. It isn't, and it never will be.
No, but it is part of the government's problem to start with, though, because they were the ones who decriminalized it.
That's if you, again, delegate that responsibility towards government to be responsible for those things, criminality and all that kind of stuff. All of that, again, is also just distractionary, focuses that make no difference in solving the equation. It really comes down to funding,
Yeah.
right? Is what it does. And people getting together and saying, okay, this is what we want. We're gonna let's have a pool here. Let's make a foundation, right? It's a help the narcs foundation or something like that, and get a bunch of investors that want to clean up the area so that the area is better for real estate and business. And so you designate a building,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
So it rests on the people, right? If they really want to see this improved and changed, the people have to take responsibility for this, not the government. The government's not interested in do that. They're their own corporation, and people think that that corporation is supposed to do this and that. Get real with this. Is a reality check. They're not supposed to do that, and that's why they're not doing that. The idea that somebody else is supposed to, that's spoon-fed mentality. And of course, the government wants people to think that and keep thinking that, because the longer people do keep thinking that, the longer they give away their power and the longer they point to the reason to have a ruler over them. And then they rub their hands together and go, I got you, right? And nothing gets solved.
Yeah, but if you got all those people out on the street, say, and I really do, but and I understand that we're going to have a homeless problem, but we can't have them out on the street like that where they're blocking businesses and blocking the regular everyday thing. I say that maybe there's an old building or something, tear down an old building, take a lot, put a fence around it, and let have their own spot even. But we need to and maybe get the people together in the neighborhood, all the businesses and that. Maybe they might be able to come up with a better solution or something. But if you were to get all those people together and maybe take one piece of property so that they can make it so that these people are off the street, but they're still able to get services and that,
Mm-hmm.
but we need to get them off of the streets. Whether they're still events or not, that's okay. That's up to them. If they want to be doing drugs, it's up to them. But we should not be paying for their supplies. At $750 million just for Vancouver for supplies for a year,
Right.
is a lot of money. Could you
And
imagine what that could have built to get those people off the streets? That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, now once that's built, right? Who's going to pay for their supplies?
Get your own supplies.
There
They
you
can pay
go.
for the drugs.
I'm with you now. That's what I was going to say. So these people,
So
right? They're the
if
ones
they can pay for
having
the
a
drugs,
problem.
yes.
Mhm. Yes.
Hey, if I smoke my weed, I got to buy my own rolling papers, or I got to buy
Right.
my own bong.
You got to buy your own weed. You should at least,
Shit.
Why
They
should
be buying their
we
own
be
needles or
Yes.
exactly, and
Why
that's
should
where
we
we
be
save just in this. Yeah.
why
But
should
like I
anybody be
said, that's where you
subsidizing
save
somebody
7
else's addiction, right?
right, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
And if people
Because,
are doing
like I
that,
said,
shame on you.
$750 million in 1 year in the city of Vancouver. Imagine what that could have done to help get people off the streets. Go get your own fucking needles. Go make your own fucking crack pipe. If you really want it that bad, you'll find a way. I remember back when they first started, people were taking a Coke can and putting holes in it, put a little piece of ash on it. They would smoke it that way.
Right. So
Like
this
so if they really want to smoke it, they'll find a way of smoking it. If they really
absolutely.
want a needle, they can go buy the fucking needle.
Right.
What is it? $1.50, $2?
I have no idea, but sure.
$40, $50 or $20, 3-4 times a day to get it. They can go out and get their own fucking supplies and save the city all that money. And if you had them off the street and in an area where they can do all this shit, it would reduce the crime in the city, which reduces insurance payments for people because now there's not as much liability that they have to incur because of all the damages, because of theft and stuff like that. There will always be theft, but it won't be as bad as what it is the going now. So now you got the reduction there. You got the reduction in the courts. So now you're taking relief off the courts, saving money in the courts. They're not going to jail and that. So now it's saving money in the jails. And you don't need 1,500 fucking people going around in cars. If people really need the help, it's there. We
Yes.
used to have to walk or jump
Okay.
on a bus or something. We wanted help. That's the way you do it. If you really
Right.
want the help, it's out there.
So let's look at this and put everything together as a package.
Okay.
If you understand how corporate structure works, then you'll realize that the government, everything that you just said was very sensible. Sensible from a logistics point of view, sensible from even an investment point of view, even from a capital point of view. When you are looking at it for the people as being a team as the people, from a corporate structure strategy that wants to dominate, however, that doesn't have interest in doing that, which you actually just said doesn't make logical sense. It's actually a threat. So the real solution here is that the people have to stop thinking that the corporate entity called government is interested or ever will be interested in performing those administrative functions of a lot of helping logics. It won't. My message here is, if you really want this to happen, you have to find groups of people who are willing to be brave enough to stop handing over their money to the government in taxes and saying, no, we're going to administrate this ourselves. We're going to put this to use ourselves. We got a better plan than you can ever do. And we're going to do that function because we entrusted you to do it, and you're just incompetent. You can't do that on our behalf. You've proven that over and over and over again. So we're going to do it ourselves, at least to the point where we find groups of us within ourselves to govern that who are competent to do so. So that's really the only way that's going to happen.
Oh yeah, and believe me, I want to. We got too many people that are doing this. They're walking around like this, like blinders. They're just looking ahead. They don't care about anybody else. And that's the biggest problem, because they don't care. If it's not happening to them, they don't care. And we need more people. If you really, let's do this patriotically. If you really love this country, if you really came to this country as an immigrant because you love this country because of our freedoms and stuff like that, then treat it like your country, like you love it, and start supporting the people. That means helping getting people off the streets by, instead of paying the government tax, but paying it to somebody else to help build people to get the help of that, then hey, I'm in. But we need to stop blinders and stop looking the other way, or just stepping over and forgetting about it because it's not happening to. Technically, when all this shit happens, it happens to everybody. It affects everybody in a way, because it hurts our pocketbooks. Because what happens when all this shit happens, the government throws money at it, and the next thing you know, our taxes are going up. So instead of spending $1 for a can of Coke, you're now spending $1.25 for a can of Coke to help pay for those damages, because the government stepped in and put in all this money and they want it back. Well, it just doesn't work like that.
Right.
So I say, like you're saying, do something private and
Yes.
get people investing into their communities.
Now
And
let's
maybe
take that a
we might
little.
have a better.
Sure, and
Go,
let's take
go.
that a little further. So, you know, and look at the logistics of that. Now, what I proposed was a how-to that had more viability of success from your idea. The plan was a great plan. It just needed a direction of where it could actually happen as far as putting life and energy into it. Here's the problem with that. It actually coincides with what you just said a minute ago. You're going to still have to look in the environment of people who have their hands on the sides and want to look away from that for the most part, because the crowd of environment has been indoctrinated and trained to do so that it's survival of the fittest, right? Most of the people, truly speaking, even though it's their responsibility, are not going to be interested in taking that responsibility because they've been entrained, keyword trained, not to be interested in that, not to focus on that, because there's always supposed to be some button you can push or some number that you can call who has some magical powers that they were supposed to take care of. That's not my responsibility, right? So you really have to, change the minds of people, which can be done. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just rather difficult, and ultimately it's still a Band-Aid. Now, for people who want to go down that route, I bid you farewell. And even if I could give a helping hand in any way, I probably would, if it didn't sacrifice my essence to do so. But to be realistic and to go further, and to be careful about not putting Band-Aids on cancer, because even if you're successful in that, ultimately it still doesn't tackle the root. The real root is even further to something that you said a bit ago, where you said that it hurts people is ultimately in the pocketbook. Now, it's going to hurt people in the pocketbook when you are dependent, and only for those who are dependent on the capital monetary system that people are tongue-tied and dependent to. So if that's really the root of the problem, the ultimate solution then is to learn how to function, get out of the box, learn that there's other options in life. There is. And you're never going to learn about it or be taught about it within the construct of where it doesn't make sense for you to be taught about that, especially from your government. They're not going to teach you how to function without dependency on them. Then they lost you. You're out of the roost, right? Yeah. So this is where, I talk about options that people that are there, that people can look into if they really want to go another route in life where you're not tongue-tied and dependent at all on those systems, and you can function incredibly well in cooperation with others by doing so. So that's a whole nother narrative, and that is where you really start to solve the cancer when you start leading in those directions.
Yeah, and what happens? Say all of a sudden the drugs dry up. Say for some miraculous reason they found a way to stop getting drugs into this country. What would happen
to the addicts?
Yeah.
Some of them would die from withdrawal. Some of them would, every one of them would be caught in a rock and a hard place in some way.
And that could be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but there is that what if, is if this all started to dry up, say and we're going to go hypothetical here, but say the government actually stepped down.
Mm-hmm.
All these drugs coming in from China and stuff like that. And we actually started teaching these people what needs to be done and give them the help that they need. The help is there. The problem is, again, it comes down to the housing. You know, at the beginning of the show, I was talking about the housing problem here. Where's my little sheet at here? You know, um, in 2015, when Justin Trudeau came in, we had about 35 million people. We now have over 40 million people. Since he's been in office, we've had 4.7 million people come into this country. We also have 1.5 million homeless beds in this country that are filled, and we have almost 500,000 people sleeping in these 10 cities. So now you got about 2 million people there, and you have another 4 million people that came in over an 8-year period. Now, with that 8-year period, on the average, this country is only building 200,000 homes a year. So that means a total of 1.6 million homes were built, but we have 6.7 million homeless people. And every year, with 400,000 people coming into this country, and now the government just upped it to 500,000 people, and they're still only building 200,000 homes. We're creating a homeless society because we don't have the homes for them. And 90% of these people that are out there are single. So they can't afford, even if they're on welfare, they can't afford to even rent.
Mm-hmm.
So where do they go? They wind up on the street. If we made enough housing for people so that they could afford it on a social service basis, we need, well, like in Parliament today, they need more social housing and they need more co-op housings in this city, in this country. But we also need housing for singles. And that's why I was talking about the um, motel style ones. Because they're
Mm-hmm.
single people, they don't need a large area. As long as they're able to keep clean. A lot of people would rather live in a motel room than a tent. You asked anybody out on the street, and 90% of them will say, yeah, I'd rather live in a motel room. At least I have my own spot
Right.
and I'm warm. And
Maybe a
that's
little
what we need
safer.
to get back to. But until, like, you got, uh, like I was saying, 1.5 million people in shelters, another 500,000 living in 10 cities. 400 of them are vets that are homeless here in this country. Now, there's a lot of people that, they may not worry about how our country was formed and shit like that, but we have to have respect for our military people that actually fought for our country so that we could be the way that we are right now. Like, when our government said that they can't say prayer anymore at a November 7th or November 11th ceremonies here for the fallen in a country that during these wars, we were basically a Christian country, whether it's Catholic or Protestant or that's all Christianity. So if you have a Christian people that went out and fought for this country and died for this country under a Christian thing, and now you can't say a prayer for them for their religion and that they went out and fought for, that's a desecration. And now they're saying that, oh well, we'll just do this, and they did this because of all the minorities that are coming to this country that are uh, no offense to anybody, but like Jewish or Palestinian or stuff like that, You know, they tried to get Sharia law here in Canada. They they went right against that, but we got these that are fighting for this. Now, at first we were a Christian country, and people used to come to this country. They were fleeing from different places because of hostilities, and they needed freedom and they needed support. So they came to this country thinking that it's a free country. We're allowed to have our religion. You know, we can speak, address our government. You know, Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And most of it's gone now because of all these people that are coming here and saying, well, we're used to doing this in our country. We're used to doing this in our country. So our country is bending to bend the rules that are here that they knew that were here to begin with, so that they can go back to living like they were in their other country where they're from, in a different country that, you know, we stand up to law and order, well, supposedly. But look at our country. It's totally out of control. We have terrorists that we allow back into this country. Literally. The government pardoned 3 of them, repatriated them. ISIS fighters. Look at Omar Khadr. We brought him back from Guantanamo Bay after being convicted of blowing up or throwing a hand grenade at an American soldier. And he spent
As
time
Ken,
in Guantanamo Bay and came back to Canada. Yes.
what I'm
Sorry.
about to say may or may not be a blow your mind reality check, but this is the truth. Patriotism itself is a synonym for terrorism.
Well, we got the biggest terrorist in Canada, and he's running it.
I want to bring back
Justin
attention.
Trudeau is a terrorist supporter.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what a government does. You know, a government is a terrorist organization. That's what they're supposed to. People got to get real with that. I want to bring back something that you said a bit ago, and then if you want, we'll go back on the this topic. You said about the addiction thing.
Yeah.
That if all of a sudden there was no drugs, people would be in a predicament. Let me ask you a question along these same lines. Is money in the monetary system a drug?
Absolutely.
All right. So in the same context, because I think this is, you know, and that point that you brought up is an excellent point. And I'm going to correlate it to this because it's a point as well that is excellent with this category that needs to be realized as well. With anything that you're addicted to, what happens when it's not there? You're in, as we discussed a bit ago, you're in a pickle. You're in trouble, especially when you don't have much diversification going on. What happens when the monetary system all of a sudden goes to shamble if you're addicted to that like a drug?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, say that again.
If the monetary system and especially the current form of money and, you know, the capitalist pursuit, if that's a drug, what happens when that goes to shambles?
Again, that's why we need to be able to be self-reliant.
Exactly. So,
We need
and a lot of people will be like, well, we just, they get caught up in this distraction. We need a better monetary system, or we need to fix the monetary system. We need a better form of, we need the more original form of capitalism. We need to go back on the gold standard, or whatever, yada, yada, yada. What they don't realize is that that's just altering the different drugs of choice of addiction in the monetary world. rather than going to self-reliance, which is where you're clean and sober of that bullshit.
Hey, and like, listen, I literally went to school, and I've been in the addiction recoveries for years. I got my certificate in 2004. And I worked with addictions for the longest time. And I was kind of a hypocrite, but because I was still smoking pot at the time. But it was prescribed to me at the time. So I didn't really think about it that way. And it was kind of hypocritical. But I knew what it was like because I used to do hard drugs. I never stuck a needle in my arm, but I did an awful lot of coke. I was one of the biggest acid heads in Hamilton. You know, I did a lot of mescaline. When I was 14 on Christmas Day, I got a bunch of, remember the Christmas trees and bennies and yellow jackets and all the uppers and that. I got that for Christmas, and that's what got me kicked out of the house on Christmas Day. You know, like, I know what it's like to be addicted. I was a heavy alcoholic, you know. When I, like me personally, I had to hit rock bottom in order to change.
Right.
But, you know, I was partying in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario on a New Year's Eve, and I was found in a snowbank at the Terry Fox Memorial in Thunder Bay with a bottle in my hand, almost froze to death. I had alcohol poisoning, a diabetic attack, and an allergic reaction all at once. When I woke up, I was in the hospital strapped to a bed, catheter in, an IV in each arm, and a tube down my throat. And when all that finally came out, and when I was leaving the hospital the day before my birthday, on January 7th, I remember leaving the fucking Thunder Bay Hospital. And when I was at the door, before I even left that hospital, I said that I would never, ever touch drugs again. 1994 on New Year's Eve. And to this day, I've never touched any of it. I'm clean and sober. In January, it'll be 30 years this year. So recovery is possible. And you can do it cold turkey. Now, with heroin and stuff like that, I know it's a little bit. That's why we need addiction centers. And maybe if all these people would get together, like, how much money did Loblaws make last year? One of the, you know, the Superstore and Dominion and all that, that's all Loblaws. They made billions last year. Why can't they throw in some money? Maybe go up and start asking. We got over 30,000 politicians in this country, or government workers. Ask them for a $20 off their paycheck every 2 weeks, and they can write that off and take that and put it into the system to help pay for the recovery to get our country back and get these people back on the right track. Like, I understand and we shouldn't rely on the government, but right now we kind of have to, because it's costing the government, well, costing us. We are the government, by the way. It's costing us to have them out there more than it is to help them. So if we can get them the help that they need and get them off the streets, whether it be through private donations or whatever, or if the government, all the employees chip in $20 every paycheck every 2 weeks, that's $10 a week. That's a coffee a day that you miss out. So if you can afford a coffee a day at 20 to 30,000 people, that's a lot of money. every 2 weeks just to help out to get these drugs off the streets. Look at
Yep.
what happened in the States. They had a daycare center there. The kid died of a fentanyl overdose because it was an old drug house and they found fucking fentanyl in the floorboards. A kid died because of that. Others were sick because of that. We got all these people that are on methadone that are bringing it home, putting it in the fridge. Don't believe me? There was a one right here just outside of Moncton that the kid got into the fridge and drank the fucking methadone and died. Like, if you're taking stuff like this, it should be secure. And honestly, you should have to go pick it up especially if you got kids. The problem is that when people get their methadone to bring it home, they're selling it. Don't believe me? I'll get a camera and I'll go in and tomorrow and I'll show you. I just got to go into the tray and prove it. I get people coming here all the time looking for drugs. There's and this is I'm in a private park and it's not much of a street. It's just like a little piece of pavement that goes down. But just down the road here, there's a drug house. I can get whatever I need in this park.
Mhm.
And there's maybe 100 trailers, 80 trailers in this whole park, 80 lots. You need a weapon? Give me 20 minutes. I'll go get it for you.
Mhm.
Need fentanyl? Give me 5 minutes. I can go get it. Anywhere's in this park. Anything you want, I can get in this park.
Mhm.
You want an AK-47? Might take me a day, but I can get it here in this park. It's not that hard. And that's
Mhm.
the problem, is that it's too easily accessible. They're literally manufacturing this shit here because they're bringing all the main chemicals from China over to the States. Well, and mainly Mexico. And what they do is they start up the labs there. Some of the raw material comes right across and they bring it up into Canada. It's been caught here. We see it on the streets everywhere. And we know where it's coming from, but they won't stop it.
Well, why would they
You know,
stop it? Who's they? The ones that are making it and profiting on it?
border,
Because that's the government.
yeah, and that's a problem, is that they're making money. Don't want to stop it. They don't have the people in mind. They're not there for the people. They're there for their paychecks and whatever they can
Yes.
scam.
And the idea
And
that they should be there for the people or that they're ever going to be for the people is a spoon-fed, ridiculous fallacy. That is not their job. It is not their responsibility. It is a responsibility of us for our well-being, nobody else.
what do you do? And like there's so many things that you could do to help this problem and to bring down the cost in this country. We're spending way too much money on this. Way too much money. And like I said, we've
See,
built 1.6 million homes in the last 8 years, but we've had 4.7 million. That's not counting the million people that our minister lost track of. There's a million people in this country that our government lost track of. They have no clue where they're at. Sean
see,
Fraser, the minister at the time, lost these people. So what did they do? They get rid of the housing and they make this guy that was in charge of immigration, they make him in charge of housing. They get him out of one spot, put him in another, and he's fucking up there. because they won't build the homes that are needed. We need
Right.
4 million homes built immediately in order to help this problem.
Yeah, and you're not
But
going to
they're
get
only
it through
building, and they're
through
building
government,
200,000.
right? And you're not going to get through government, especially with the monetary system. So if it's the monetary system that is the root drug, you're going to hear this from time to time from me. It'll come out of somebody's mouth. Oh shit, inflation is crazy. It's hit me hard. I'll ask them, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And they'll typically respond, "Oh man, that's so crazy. We can't afford this and that." But you just said a bit ago where if people, it wasn't so readily available and accessible.
Mhm.
I'm all for inflation. You know why? The sooner the monetary system implodes on itself,
Yeah.
the sooner people straighten up and they don't have the same access to being spoon-fed and get off their horse and take responsibility for themselves. It's been kicked down the curb far too long.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, though, is that we've had people in this country for years that worked hard and they're retired now and they're living off their pensions that keep getting cut. And then next thing you know, all the prices are going up.
That's
Like the
that's what
government
happens.
just they
Yeah.
added this new tax.
That's what happens when you're addicted to a monetary system that is not designed for your best interest. That's what I'm saying. The problem there isn't the monetary system. It's the addiction to it and the dependency to it, right? Yes, you got all these people who are addicted and dependent on it, and that's a challenge, right? How do you solve that? Well, same thing. How do you solve the drug problem? Really, it's by cutting off supply.
Yeah.
Right. So fixing it through more of the same. Well, let's make the monetary system better. Let's make it more affordable for people. No. That's going in the wrong direction. A lot of people don't get that. And I love it. I love the fact that the whole corporate monetary system is imploding. But of course, I'm standing on the hill to the wayside while a tsunami is way down there. See, I saw the tsunami coming a long time ago. And this is my message. There's been a tsunami coming for a long time. If you're sitting playing volleyball, at this point, it's 20 feet away. Get off the fucking beach, There's not too much time left. You got to get to safety, right?
Right.
And the good news is that up on the hill, there's a whole ocean of safe land just waiting for you to access and be discovered. But for anybody who might be listening to this, don't listen to me. There's no Starbucks out here. It's very inconvenient, Just make sure you win the volleyball game.
Right. I've been I don't know if you heard, but like I have the odd Tim Hortons, but I personally Hortons anymore. I boycott them. I don't. Most of these fast food joints, I boycott them all.
Since
And
every
ever since,
corporation, especially all the main ones, right? I'm not talking about the local
yeah,
business. Since those are all the conglomerate Gestapo that's involved in terrorism, from a morale point of view, if you're a moral person and a sane one, that's what you do without thinking.
oh, you're breaking up there.
Oh shit.
There
Where
you
did
go.
am I back?
There you go.
Okay, I'll just repeat it
Yeah,
really
yeah,
quickly what I said there. So, these corporations, right? These people, their focus is terrorism and genocide and all this stuff. They're the ones that are funding and fueling it and going in that direction. So, from a moral standpoint, and a sane and a logical one, the only thing to do is to boycott that,
Mm-hmm.
right? Otherwise, if
I
we're the
do it
ones,
because,
if we're paying for it, we're the ones who are advocating for it, and really, we're the ones doing it.
well, you think about it during this butterflies. I'm afraid to even say the word now. because I've lost so many videos because of it. I
Mhm.
just had another one taken down saying medical misinformation or something. It's all bullshit, but like I don't give a fuck anymore. But ever since that, you look at what's happened to our country. What happened? We lost
Now you
businesses.
cut out there.
Oh,
Can you repeat yourself, Ashcan? Yeah, you cut out. I think when I cut out, it was really you too. So,
yeah.
go ahead. You seem to be back now. Repeat yourself if you will.
Okay, let me see where I was again. So we got a lot of the problems started during the unicorns and butterflies.
Right.
So we got that happening, and then we're losing businesses. We're and it just kept getting worse and worse. And the problem was the reason why I boycott is you go on my channel and you can see all these different. I was in St. John at the time. Every one of them went right to the dictator thing and put up these signs saying that if you didn't have a vaccine passport, you cannot come in. I was right in St. John City Hall twice, did 2 videos there and showed the signs saying that if you wanted to talk to anybody, you had to show your vaccine passport in City Hall.
Mm-hmm.
You got places like Tim Hortons, Starbucks, McDonald's. I went to a McDonald's and I ordered my food to go. It was at a Walmart, and they almost every Walmart's got a McDonald's in it. So I
Mm-hmm.
went there, and while my food was cooking in that, there was a bunch of people behind me. There was people waiting. So I went over to a table and sat down. They told me that I could not sit down and wait for my food to go because I didn't have a vaccine passport. I was not allowed to go to the Remembrance Day ceremonies because I didn't have a vaccine passport.
Mm-hmm.
It's all gone now. We found out that it was all, you know, it's still going through showing that, it was man-made and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get too much into it because they'll probably strike me or take it down or something. But um, we had a lot of problems because of that. And what did the government do? They shut down everything. And then they said, well, here, we'll help you out. We can give these payments because of you losing your work and that. Next thing you know, all those payments you got to pay back. A lot of people didn't know that, but all those payments that came out to Canadians that they went on this CERB and that, you got to pay that back. And they will take your taxes and everything until it's paid
Right.
back.
Which was a lie
So,
because they said you don't have to pay it back.
right. We have 250,000 small businesses that are in jeopardy right now because they went out and got the CERA or CEBA, CEBA or something like that is for small businesses to help keep them going during the
Right.
time. And all they're asking for is an extra year to pay it back, but they have to pay it all back.
Right.
And it's not interest free for businesses, those loans. So now we're
Right.
about to lose 250,000 small businesses. The only thing we're going to have left here are major corporations. All these mom and pop stores will be gone. You will not see like a normal, you go into like a little corner store or something and you see your local guy that, has his corner store. All that's going to be gone. And we see it here. That's happening all over fucking the East Coast. A lot
That
of
was the
these
plan
small,
all along. And if you really look at it,
like,
the
yeah,
small businesses were really just mini franchises of the bigger corps anyways, because they were just peddling the same products, right?
Well, I remember like going and like I knew when I was in Hamilton as a kid, I knew the store owner, you know?
Yeah, I'm not talking about
God
back in
bless.
those days. I'm talking about at the time that this happened. You know, the
Yeah,
businesses that
but
are more. Go ahead.
even up until when this happened, I knew store owners that opened up their own small, like corner variety store, and that and they had it for years. That's what they built up on, and that's how they lived. And
But the
now, these,
products that
oh
they're
well,
peddling in there,
yeah,
right?
every product is a corporation product.
Yes,
But
that's what I'm
they're
saying.
an independent company is what I'm saying. They got these little mom and pop shops, and they're going like these corner stores, for instance, instead of having like Sam's Grocer or Sam's Convenience or uh, Dave's Convenience or something, some small little family run business
Hmm.
convenience store are all being bought out now to
Yeah,
corporations
because
like the Empire Group down here. The Empire
right,
Group is bad down here because of what
but
it does is it takes all these small stores, and next thing you know, the Empire Group is Sobeys, which owns the corner stores down here called Needs, which used
yeah,
to be Green Gables.
this shouldn't really
You
be a surprise because again, all that's happening is it only makes sense for the function of corporation to consolidate. And back to what I was saying a bit ago,
know?
what you're seeing with those small businesses. When you said a second ago they were independent, actually no, they're not, because they're operating with a license, and a license is really just a franchise. That's all it is. It's just a permission to be a franchise under some other company,
Well,
right? So what you're really seeing, and I know it sounds
well,
technical, but
they're
it's not.
yeah,
What you're really seeing is a consolidation of corporate business, because mathematically it makes sense to do so for more profit. And that's the way it goes in a corporate environment. The incentive in a corporate environment is always to dominate. It always becomes fascism, because it's a competitive based environment. And you'll never fix that
yeah,
unless if you secede from the structure itself. It's because the structure itself is an arena where it's like a game, right? You have to
yeah,
win the game, and the only way to win the game is to this is where it's like a Ponzi scheme is a dog chasing its own tail, right? And it only goes
yeah,
for so far, right? In order for you to climb up the hill, you have to dig a bit of the foundation at the bottom so that you have something to put as a ladder to get up to the top. Well, by the time you get to the top, you're there, but there's no more foundation at the bottom after that. That's the only way you could have made it to the top. And so there's nothing left to support you, and now it topples.
yeah. Like
And that's by design.
there are a lot of small businesses out there that, you know, like my uncle, a couple of my uncles, for instance, they started their own business in Sheet Harbor, Nova Scotia, called D&M Morash Steeplejacks Company.
Hmm.
Do lots of painting, large industrial painting, hotels, oil rigs, bridges, and stuff like that. He built the company up.
Hmm.
As soon as COVID hit, the whole
Boom,
business went down. He
boom.
lost the business. A multi-million-dollar business gone. My uncle's about to lose his house now.
You know why they
One of
lost
them,
it? The true reason why they lost
because they could.
is
Well,
because
because they were
through
working for the government.
yes, and through the system that they gained any of that through, it was never theirs to begin with. That's why. And the reason why it was never theirs is
Well,
because they're operating it through a subsidiary environment where they're a franchise of a hierarchy who rules.
they're a
That's why.
franchise of the government is
Yes.
what they are, because they get
Right.
that fucking, they got to get that permission, that permit to operate. Yes, I understand that. But they were the ones who took their money and literally started with one truck.
You mean the money
Built
that
this
also
company up.
came, right? The money that also came from the same hierarchy that rules over that, the one that created that money, that even gave it to people to use as a way to function to begin
Well,
with.
no, they
The
started
real,
off
the
doing
real
small
rulers.
stuff.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm saying the
Well,
money
that's
that
what
they're
it
that they're using and depending on that comes from the Federal Reserve as well, right?
No, it came from their pocket. They
No,
started they literally, like,
in order for
everything,
the money
they
that they're
literally
using
got
to get
no
into
grants.
circulation.
Well, the money itself is
Yes,
printed
that's
by
what I'm
the
talking about.
by the
Yes,
mint.
yes,
But they earn that money in order to start the company, is what I'm saying.
right.
They
And
earn that money from the treasury or whatever, but they earn that money so that they could start it by working at other jobs.
right.
And they come together and they said, hey, let's start doing this. They started with one truck, a few rental scaffoldings, and they went and started painting houses and everything. And then they started doing smaller buildings. And then they got
Right.
into the larger buildings. Next thing you know, because they were doing such a good job, word of mouth, advertising, shit like that, they started getting big contracts. I was there. I helped paint the Angus L. McDonald Bridge in Halifax, the one that goes from Halifax to Dartmouth, that big bridge. I helped paint that. They were the contractor that did it.
Mm-hmm.
They got the contract with Shell when Shell brought in its oil rig to paint that oil rig. I was on that oil rig painting it. I helped paint the Hotel Nova Scotian, which is now the Westin Hotel or something, the oldest hotel in Nova Scotia. Went up there, it's all mainly stone, but all around the windows and that had to be painted and stuff like that. And that's where I learned how to paint, was with them when I was like 15, 16 years old, when I went back
Mm-hmm.
down to Nova Scotia with my grandmother. So I learned how to do that, but like they literally started this because they were working for a different company. They saved up enough money. They had their pickup truck and everything. They bought the supplies that they needed to start it. They used their own money and they built it themselves. And when COVID hit, everything went downhill because they couldn't get out. They might have been getting government contracts to, through the city and that, to paint the bridge. They were getting private contracts with Shell to paint the oil rig, getting private contracts from the hotels to paint the hotels, and, going around doing painting government buildings, shit. But they were all private contracts through this company that they had started. So they built up this so much that when they didn't have any work for anybody, they had to lay everybody off. Now, yeah, they might have got the CERB payments for 36 weeks or whatever, and now they got to pay it all back. But they lost all those contracts because nobody was allowed to work.
Right.
And because of that, they lose the contracts, they get no work. So now they're sitting idle. They have all these payments that they still have to make. They don't, they got a big yard and the property taxes are a lot. They got their business taxes that they still have to pay because the government still wants their fucking taxes for having a business. They still got to buy their permits every year. They still got to get insurance on all those vehicles. They got to have insurance on the property. You know, all this stuff adds up that they had to pay with no income coming in
Yep.
for a
And
year and a half.
that's what happens one way or another
And,
when
you
you
know,
are dependent
a very
on.
successful company. Now, I don't know if he
I
got
bet it
back
was.
up or anything, but you know, they did really well.
I bet
But
they
now
did.
they can't do anything. Now I haven't talked to them since what after this bullshit stopped, but they had absolutely nothing. One of my uncles literally had to put his house up for sale, and because he couldn't afford it anymore, and now he lives in a rental unit, a small little rental unit, uh, like a little 1 bedroom. Him and his wife. And when the kids come over and the grandkids come over, bang, the house is too full. They got nowhere to do it like they used to be able to have like a regular family, you know, get together at Christmas or Thanksgiving or special anniversaries or whatever. They don't have that space anymore because
Yeah,
he lost his family home.
this is what
Like,
happens. This is what happens.
and this is the biggest problem with the government. Like, as far as I'm concerned, when they locked down everything and told people that they can't work, they should have froze all the taxes and all the business
Ashcan,
like
listen,
permits and stuff like that. They should have froze it.
listen.
Don't pay it.
While the government is certainly not helping matters, because that's really not what they're there to do anyways, they're still not true root to the problem. This is what needs to be understood. The real reason why those people you're talking about and why anybody in the monetary system gets their asses handed to them is because when you are reliant and dependent on a Ponzi scheme, ultimately, sooner or later, maybe not at first, but ultimately, sooner or later, everybody loses. I don't care where you are, even at the top. Ultimately, in a Ponzi scheme, everybody loses. Understand this. So, anybody who's listening to this who is still relying on the monetary system, realize that you are relying on a Ponzi scheme and have been your entire lives, if that's all you know, and just understand the dynamics of how a Ponzi schemes works. You're putting your livelihood on a system that by design mathematically has to fail you. Doesn't matter what you do to try and mitigate that. It's not possible to mitigate that because of the way that the dynamics of a Ponzi scheme works. So the real root to that problem rests on any individual who is dependent on that and solely only dependent on that without being diversified into any other known way of functioning whatsoever. That's what makes people a slave.
And yeah, exactly. And with this monetary system and that where it's going down, that's why I keep telling people like you want to really make sure that you have enough money, invest in gold and silver.
I'm sorry to say, Ashcan, but even that's a
You
band-aid.
can't,
And so is
yeah,
Bitcoin,
but
right?
hey, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that if you want to make sure that your future is safe because of the monetary system that's going down, our dollar, you know, is. I remember in 2009, our dollar was worth more than the American dollar. And now it's worth what, 70 cents? It's way back down. That's why I tell people, you know, if you want to make sure that you're able to get, in case of the collapse of the monetary system and that, if you have physical gold and silver, you will still be able to get what you need.
Maybe for a short period of time, but not for very long. If you
for
really
a short
want,
time. Well, until it runs out, you know,
right.
but like,
Here,
or
here's
or some kind of other monetary system comes back. But
no, it's that's not the way it's going to go. And not a monetary system. That's like looking for, a different form of crack to get off your addiction of crack. That's not. If you really want to mitigate and solve the challenge and the situation of that, you as an individual, it comes back to that self-reliance thing again. There's a reason why they call it real estate, right? You need to invest and work with the land and learn how to use the resources yourself with the land and get access to the resources yourself. A tree with apples on it is never going to, I was joking about this when I first came out, right? But this is the reason. I've never gone to a bush and the tree says, well, that $1 bill is now worth only 8 cents. You can't afford the apple, so you can't pick it. You got to learn how to go to source, work with the source, access the source, and be one with the source. That is the only way that you can mitigate the situation. And that's what people should know. That's real education. And that's what people should know all along. You know how to do some of that, as you said, quite a lot of it. Can you just envision if most of these other people here had that same knowledge? That's the reason why they're so strapped and tapped, They don't have a clue. Most of the people, especially the younger generations, the baby, what is it, 2020? I forget what they're called. Two generations, millennials, yeah, millennials, and later than that. Typically, a lot of those, they think that food is literally made in the grocery store, and actually, they're not far off from the truth when it comes to the crap that they buy in a box, right? But these, another form of monetary system to replace. First of all, that's not going to happen anyways, because really this is all just a setup for population control, as we discussed earlier. But for those who can see the writing on the wall with that and see the true light, the only real solution is to get off the addiction, get off the dependency on functioning through a monetary system, learn how to cooperate with each other and nature, and stop having this ideology like you need to earn a living or pay to get access to things. None of the rest of the nature has to do that. Use that as your example. Foxes don't charge each other to get access to the land. We just all share it in cooperative fashion. That's all it takes. And that takes
Too Tall Rob.
What's up, Too Tall? Everybody, hey, Kay, I see you, Stevens. With some old names I haven't seen in quite some time there.
Yeah, well,
good to see you, folks.
Yeah, had to just give them a little shout out there and let them know that we're paying attention.
For sure. And
I'm trying to, anyways. At 5 o'clock in the morning.
So that's what it boils down to ultimately, Ashcan, right? The true root of the problem is the addiction and dependency. It's kind of ironic how that sort of is like the poetic justice of it is, the secondary addiction that people have with the drugs is actually really complementary and supplementary to the kind of original cancer root, which is the monetary system. That's the real crack, And so the idea to solve that through another form of monetary system is just like replacing one form of crack with other. That's not the real root. It's to get off the dependency altogether, take responsibility for that, and learn how to access, the resources yourself where it's much more clean to do so, and be self-reliant and cooperate with others and ally together in the face of anybody who wants to try and stop you from doing so, because you will get resistance wherever you go. You can't really stop that, but
guaranteed.
for sure. You know, but take responsibility for that too, because there's nobody's coming to save anybody, right? There's no Jesus
No.
coming to, you know, fix this or whatever. We're the only ones around who can solve our challenge.
Listen, if you see Jesus walking down the street, find your go to hell. Because
Damn, you
if
cut
you
out.
see Jesus walking down the street, but if you see Jesus walking down the street, you know that it's gone. So just, you know, you see Jesus, go over and say thank you, and then just go find a cemetery.
Yeah. Either the agenda is in full effect, or you got hit by the agenda, and you need to figure that out. One of the two, you know.
Right?
You might be operating on a different frequency band at that point.
Oh yeah. I know I will never see that. But and a lot, you know, people may say that, oh yeah, this and that about religion and that. I'm not a religious person, as you can fucking tell. But I do have a religion, and it's my own religion. And if people don't like it, I'm out of toilet paper and I take a shit. Can I use your tongue? Because as long as you're nice to people and that, you know, just try to be a good person. You don't have to, you know, do anything. Like I tell everybody, and this is not racist or anything, just look at me. The only thing that I have to do in life is stay white and die. Everything else in life is an option. Now, those options may come with consequences, but they're still options. But the only thing I have to do is because I'm white, I have to stay white and die. And other than that, like I said, it may have consequences. You may be able to get away with it. But just stay true to yourself. Be nice to people. And stop smoking fucking meth. What's this? I thought this was a cooking show. Oh, hell no, Rob. You know me
If you
better
have
than
to
that.
have a religion, at least make it truth, kindness, and compassion. That's the way I see it.
That's the way I look at it. You know, like I said, I went to school for 2 years to ministry school. I was literally going to be a pastor. I was about to go to college, university down in Sussex to become a pastor. But because of the organized religion places that I was working and going to different churches, I've been to Baptist churches, I've been to Pentecostal churches, you name it, Catholics, Protestant, all of them. I've been to them. I used to work in these places. And I hate organized religion. And like I said earlier, if two or more people come together and they're worshiping the Lord, you are at church, period. It says that in Matthew. Go look it up. I think it's Matthew 14. And, you know, why do we need these big buildings and that? Like, be nice to people. How hard is that? You see somebody struggling, say, is there something I can help you with? Or if you don't feel like, at least look at them and acknowledge them. Don't just turn your head, because that could be you one day out there. It can happen to anyone. I've seen
Indeed.
doctors, nurses, lawyers, judges, cops, all of them. I've seen them out there on the streets because of drugs. need to stop it. It's
Too tall.
killing people.
Just a
So
comment on that. I thought this was a cooking show, and maybe you come here looking for a recipe to cook some rock or something. It might be. We could make it that.
I thought this was a cooking show. I used to date a
Too tall.
Presbyterian preacher's daughter. I agree that is why it's
You know, to what you said
Right.
there a second ago too, about organized religion. You see, this is what I view as all the rest of the corporate stuff. Corporatism is an organized religion. The
Yeah.
capital system is an organized religion. Patriotism,
Yep.
nationalism, all these
Government.
things. Government, that's all organized religion. All of it, across the board. And it's 99% fallacy, other than the 1% part that isn't, is just the people who are in a delusional bubble who believe in all this stuff are operating their lives and their affairs like it's real, like people who are playing Barbie dolls but don't realize that it's just a fiction, and without even Barbie dolls, just pretend Barbie dolls at that, you know.
Too Tall Rob's here, and he didn't bring any apple fritters.
Oh shit. Well, how are we
See,
supposed
I
to
might not have
bait the
been.
cop shops?
I might not have. I might not have been around for about 8, 9 months and that, but I do remember Too Tall Rob and his apple fritters. Can you bring us one? My favorite donut is apple fritters.
We had some fun a couple times on Too Tall's panel, watching him call the cops and baiting them, asking where the best place in town was to get apple fritters. And
yep. And oh, yeah, it was.
I still do not rent raccoons, he says. In other breaking news, that must be an inside thing or something.
What?
You know what he means by that? In other breaking news, I still do not rent raccoons.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember something about the raccoons and stuff like that, so can't remember the whole thing, but I remember something about the raccoons or renting raccoons or something. But yeah, it's used to have some good times, but I honestly I needed a bit of a break, but I needed to do research. And now that I got all the research, I'm about 3/4 done. My problem is now is that I don't have a big enough video editor I can use on my computer to do more than 30 minutes. The video editor won't let me do any editing, and it won't put it all together. So
You have
I
Windows
can't
10,
really get
right?
Yes. And the video editor that's on it with the updates, it went to clip champ or clip something like that. It's a different name now, and you can only do 30 minutes, and that you can't do. So it's kind of hard for me to get the documentary out if I can't make it.
There are 2 good softwares that are free that you need at least Windows 10 or better to use. Oh shit, am I back?
Yeah.
There's 2 good softwares that I know of that are free that you need at least Windows 10 or higher to use. They're a little bit of a learning curve to use them. I'm not talking about the one that comes with Windows 10. That's just a shitty little, kind of a entry level thing. I'll fire you some. I don't know them off the top of my head. I've tried out one of them, and the other one I'll be using soon. It's from a source that I know wouldn't point to that anyways if it wasn't legit. So I will send you a couple links where you can get some free software for your system that can do the job. No problem.
Oh, that'd be great. And this way, then, because the one on the Salvation Army, I really need to get out. Actually, just give me 1 minute here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I put you on mute here for a second.
Sure. Myler, what's happening, buddy? Too tall. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Good to see everybody else as well. Andrew, Road Dogs, Carl, C40. Anybody else who happens to be with us? Welcome. Good to see everybody. Nice chill panel this evening with Ashcan. Haven't seen him in a while. Good to see him up here stable and in good spirits. Talking about a lot of the real crux and the roots of your societies, the challenges and why people actually have them, and some practical, real solutions. Different kinds of solutions actually make a difference. Road Dogs, you use Power Director. I do as well. That's a paid subscription though. And it's pretty decent. Now I don't have Windows 10. I won't be using it. I use Windows 8. I'm a bit of a techie, so there's reasons for that. And soon I'll be switching over to Linux. And there's another really excellent software that I just heard about recently that was originally designed on Linux, but apparently also works on any Windows as well from version 7 and up, and also on Mac. And apparently it's supposed to be a professional software that a lot of the movie makers are using these days as well. And apparently it's free. And from what I heard, it's supposed to kick ass compared to Adobe Premiere and Adobe, the Adobe products there, the Adobe suite. So I'll be checking that out soon.
Right on. Smiler, how you doing, boy?
Yeah, I got Smiler in the house.
Oi. Is that Britain, or is that looks like a Britain?
Yeah. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Oh, he's good people as well. He's been hanging out with the.
What's that?
He's good people as well. He's been hanging out with us lately on Rights for Vets' stream last few weeks.
Oh, right on. Well, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. And yeah, it's like I'm trying to, like, as you notice, I don't go out and do videos anymore.
Right.
There's a reason for that. It's because of this thing right here, my mouth. I get agitated really quickly. You see a cop and I just lose it. Government officials piss me off. So there's no sense really me going out there, because I'll end up in jail for disturbing the peace, or disorderly conduct, or uttering death threats or something, or assault. Piss me off, I will take a swing at you. I don't give a fuck. I'll take a swing at you. And for the auditing community out there, if I started going out and doing something like that, and it starts going around the internet that I take swings at people all the time and that, then, oh, no, device not up, but his device, oh, it's all white now. No,
Ash,
no,
it's
won't let me yet.
since
No.
since you came back here, it's
Oh, here he
kind of
comes.
Ash. It's been kind of choppy since you came back. Maybe you want to hit the refresh button and see if that gives you a better unlaggy connection. Just refresh and
Did you
come right
bring
back
up?
up.
Go lay down. Go to bed. Go on, go to
I
bed.
don't even know if what I said went through. Ash, are you able to hear us?
Yeah.
I think you. Okay, if you can hear
Can you
us, you're
hear
coming.
me?
Yeah, barely. Since you came back, it's been very choppy. You might want to try hitting the refresh button and then just come right back. It might give you a better.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Which refresh button? The one right up the side where it says StreamYards?
The refresh on your browser, so then it'll refresh the page, and you'll automatically be gone from stream for a sec, but you'll land right back on the entrance of coming in back to the stream. If you hit it's on the top left. It's usually a little circle.
Yeah, with an arrow on it.
Yeah, that's
and
usually
it'll
it.
say
You cut out again there. If you can hear me, yeah. When you hover over it, it should say refresh, and if you click on that, it'll take you out, and you'll land right back on the page to come back in. Okay, I think you got it. What's up, Too Tall? I think so.
64. Okay, yeah, I got battery juice. Stovepipe. Yeah, I thought this was a cooking show. I was going to get baked.
Well, it may be yet. What do you want us to cook? Some rock? Some heroin?
Just bacon. Let's just medicate our minds. Fuck it.
Are we going to call some cop shops this morning? Have a little fun? Yeah? All right, sounds like a plan.
I remember calling the police one time. A friend of mine was driving. And he's going down the highway, and he made this exit ramp. And at the ramp, this trooper was asleep at the wheel. And he's like, man, I didn't know if that cop was asleep or if he was dead, leaned over the steering wheel or what. And so I fucking took it upon myself to call up that state highway patrol and had the mile marker and everything. And can I get a welfare check on this officer? I'm with this buddy of mine and we're live streaming down the highway, and you got an officer slumped over the wheel. I don't know if he's dead or if he's just taking a nap.
Just real quick to answer Andrew, I saw your comment there. I can't say I recall off the top of my head Langley Internet Computing. So I don't think so. And I'm curious. I'm curious for the nature of the question. So feel free to elaborate if you will. Go ahead, Tutal.
The operator mentioned that sometimes the officers take naps while they're out there monitoring the traffic. Okay, so for officer safety, you're going to park your car near 50-mile-an-hour traffic.
Right.
Officer safety.
Well, you know,
that's
that's
a welfare check on this motherfucker. Oh,
yeah,
by the way, you're live on YouTube, ma'am.
We need to put everyone in handcuffs and lock everybody's doors. Everybody's got a curfew at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's all for, you know, officer safety and your safety too. It's very important.
Hey, it took 4 years for my piece of shit landlord to put a handrail on my back porch. That,
4 steps to a landing, and another step into the house to the landing. No handrail. That's all right. We done got rid of one director at that VA housing program. Now this other one stepped in and been a fucking idiot. I've got people coming from the congressman's office that we've kicked off a congressional investigation of what the fuck's going on. It's pretty stupid.
you're in Florida, right?
Kansas.
Oh, Kansas. Okay.
Yeah. It's good. This conspiracy to defraud the HUD program, renting defective property. My landlord's operating a conspiracy with the VA, the housing program, and the city inspector.
Man, oh
This
man.
ain't gonna look good for some people.
No.
And elections coming up next year. Yeah, tell somebody ain't gonna be getting pressured into doing something come election time, because well, I would hate to be running for Congress and let the word get out you're neglecting helping a veteran that needs a crisis.
You got to get that message out there, brother.
Oh, it's out there, especially that one video of the landlady. We don't caulk window. You hang plastic because nearly every window in the whole world leaks. Oh, and that wonderful smell you smell, that's some foo-fa oven cleaner we use to clean our air conditioners.
Oh,
That's
that's funny.
violation of federal law. That's misapplication. That shit says for oven cleaning only. Federal boudins, you know what I'm saying?
I thought it was a preservative, you know, or
Well, I tell you what, you go breathing it, you feel like preserved.
I bet.
Yeah, I scored a hell of a pipe the other day at the store. $8.95.
Holy shit, that's nice. Not a bad price either.
There's a big lighter just to kind of give you some comparison.
Yeah, it's not a huge one, but it does. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I guess you could use it as a weapon and thump somebody in the head with it.
Here's mine.
Damn, you're freezing up, bro. Yeah.
But can you see
He
that?
sounds better. Yeah, I see. He sounds better on my end. I think he's okay now.
Yeah. That's
much better.
An 8mm socket on the end of a pen, black taped on, so that. And I don't really use it that much.
Got caught short notice, but this year for trick or treaters, I put a bowl out there, you know, a little pumpkin bowl, and it said just take a couple, you know, take some, leave some, you know. But I had salt and pepper packages and those spoons you get from the restaurant, and the Taco Bell hot sauces. And I had some shampoo from the hotel and some disposable razors. I was going to put a camera up and get a video of these kids' reactions to what the fuck is this shit?
Well, they asked for a trick or treat. You know, you can get what you ask for in life.
Trick tonight.
Yeah. Have a couple of Tootsie Rolls in there. Like, what?
No.
Fucking razors.
Come here.
You be careful about doing that. Too tall stuff you put in there might attract the homeless onto your place. You know.
Hell, hey, if you look on my playlist, or on my community page. Sometimes I clip some of the stupid moments from the live stream or epic world star shit, like, you know, raccoon getting slapped around by a cat. But a couple weeks ago, I had a cop come down the street, come to damn near a stop as he rolled past my house. Made a U-turn with no lights, no blinkers, no nothing. Turns around and comes back real slow and parks right in front of my house. And you can see him pull his cell phone out of his pocket and start looking up YouTube to see if I was live. He saw this donut dangling for my raccoons. I was
And
about
thought
to
it was
become
for
a victim
him.
of an illegal search and seizure.
Best way to
I
get a
still
cop.
think Bigfoot's going to show up one of these days, get some of that action. Yeah.
Yeah, the
And
best
now I
way
got
to
about
the best
5
way to
cats and about 25 raccoons that come by every night.
if you really need police help, just tell them that you got a dozen donuts there waiting for them.
That was funny. One day I had the police, there was a burglary down the street, and the police stopped by wanting to know about my footage from the camera and if I could pull up some stuff to look. I said, well, just go to my channel and go to the date and figure out the time, and you know, you'll see what you need to see. It's out there and it's available for fair use. You know, if it's evidence, you know, download it, whatever. You know? Anyway, I went to look at something, get a telephone or whatever. I stepped back in the house, I stepped back out, and this raccoon went jumping off the porch, down the side rail, onto the cop's shoulder, onto my van, then over up into the tree.
And the cop
The
didn't
cop
pull a
said, what
gun,
the fuck was that? That was a squirrel. I was surprised the cop didn't shoot the son of a bitch.
right?
Which cop
I was
shop are we gonna bait this morning, Too Tall? Who's gonna get it? Which cop shop are we gonna bait this morning? Who's gonna get it today?
I
Oh,
can
I
think
don't
of a
know.
few down there. What's that? Bridgeport, Connecticut.
This is Rob's trademark.
Oh yeah. Him and
Can you tell me
I
where
know.
to get the best apple fritters can be? I'll tell you what, last year Thanksgiving I was in Kansas City and I was about to call the police. I went to 3 different donut shops and then I started calling. Nobody had fucking apple fritters in Kansas City.
That's a felony right there for sure.
Right.
And like a city that big, that many damn donut shops, and there weren't that many after the virus come out or some shit. But like, you got no apple fritter? I call this one donut shop, what's an apple fritter? I'm like, I ain't even gonna waste my time explaining. I said, you can Google the recipe. Hung up.
It's like calling the cop shop. We got a criminal on the loose. What's a criminal? That's funny. What's an apple fritter? Fucking donut shop.
Fucking one of the most popular donuts in fucking North America. What is it?
Yeah, that's classic.
I remember when I got arrested for that identity theft bullshit. And then hours later, after I made bail, I'm calling the police to file a complaint and start an investigation of third party identity theft that I would be the victim of in that matter. And the damn deputy and the detectives going, what's third party ID theft? And I'm like,
Oh shit.
can you Google it? I said, just Google it.
Apparently,
Look up Webster's legal law. And I don't know.
apparently, yeah. Apparently, I live in Houston, Texas. I got a call about 6 months ago saying that I made an application for a car loan. I said, well, for one thing, I'm in Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada, and you're in Houston, Texas. I said, I can't even get across the fucking border, so how can I be applying for this? And next thing you know, they apparently they
Yeah,
had a copy of my
like some
ID.
kind of NATO treaty with that telephone scam marketing bullshit.
If that was an offer for a loan, Ashcan, I would have accepted in a heartbeat. Go ahead, send the check.
No, but it was going to a Houston address. And they called my cell phone at the time, and they said that, you applied for a car loan, and here at, I forget the name of the company. I have it written down somewhere. Literally called me about it, and we went through everything, and they ended up calling the police on another line while they had me on one line, and they had the people sitting out there, and apparently they got arrested right there on the spot. But I have to call Houston, Texas to give them my address and prove who I am for them to send me my ID back. And I know I know how it got there. My wife, when she left me, she stole my wallet, took all my ID and everything. I had to get everything replaced. And when she was down in Philadelphia, she sold my ID because she didn't want to get caught crossing the border with another person's ID, so she sold it.
Hey, it's either that or sell some of that ass. Them girls do lots of shit for money. Oh, man.
So,
No,
were they calling to tell you got approved for the loan?
no,
No.
they were just trying to verify information first
Ah,
to make sure that verify all the information and that, and for
right.
the life of me, I don't know how they got my cell phone number.
Did you ever go to the grocery store and get that little customer card for your 8% discount?
Nope.
You ever turn on some electricity in your name
Yep.
or a utility bill
Yep.
or register for a mailing address? Man, I think you can fart and they will have your information.
Actually, I think I know how they did it. All they got to do is go onto my channel, and if I can look, and my phone number's right on it.
Oh, well,
Probably. Yeah, it was probably
doesn't work
somebody who was.
anymore,
Somebody might have been setting up a troll attack on you there. Maybe,
It could have been.
Yeah.
With the internet, it's
yes,
also
Steve
not
Booger.
hard to see the international cell phone directory in this day and age,
Yeah, the thing of it is, though, the cell phone was a pay-as-you-go, and it wasn't even in my name. I used a made-up name. It's actually in Mickey Mouse, my phone.
Wow. Well, it's known to the world now.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, my real name's Mickey.
And can you imagine how many times I wrote in Mickey Mouse for my presidential election?
Yeah.
Vice
So you were
President
voting for me.
I think there's a couple years I voted for Goofy. Then I switched up with Winnie the Pooh and Eeyore.
Every time I vote, I usually vote for myself. I'll write down
Now,
below, I'll put my name and I'll put a check mark beside it and say I'm voting for me.
The man, the myth, the legend, the Afro Man has
Oh,
mentioned on public social medias that he's running for president 2024. So be sure to write in Afro Man.
well, I'm not in the States, but yeah.
That's all right.
Well,
I'll send you a ballot form.
okay.
Oh,
And
wait,
you heard what
this,
happened to him. Yeah. Sorry, don't let Hillary know.
oh, to Afro Man about the raid.
But I remember when he got arrested.
Which time?
Oh fuck! It made the news, and he's suing the cops and everything over it.
Just recently, a couple years
Yeah.
ago, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, Officer Pound Cake.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
the police are suing him for using their images in his video.
Yeah. Yep.
And when they went to give him his money back from the search and seizure,
Yeah.
they were about $300 short.
Oh yeah. They needed a few.
Apparently, they counted the money and said this is how much money they turned in, but by the time it came out of the property room, it wasn't there. That just made the whole fucking investigation go to fuck.
Right.
Plus the credibility of the information of the little tip that they got. Man. Yeah.
Like I can't see how that cop could do that. Try to sue him because putting his likeness on. He's a public official for one. He's on private property that the guy owns, so he's allowed to film on his own property, no matter who comes on. If he wants
And
to
I
shoot a
believe
porno flick,
the footage in question was his private security camera footage. It wasn't even government body cameras.
well,
Yeah.
hey, I put out a dash cam video of the RCMP. It's on my channel there where the guy takes off from the cops from the RCMP. They literally open the door and try to grab him and he puts it in drive and fucks off on him and leaves the cop in the middle of the road just standing there.
Right.
And chased him all the way back to the park, couldn't find him.
Yeah.
There were three trailers away from where he was. Literally 3 trailers away. And they
When that
turned the
fucking,
other way.
I was telling you that that fake Too Tall Rob's been at it again lately. It was about a year or two ago he made a mistake and he swatted me. But when the police went to SWAT, they
Oh.
got my neighbor's house instead of mine. And then when I'm out here giving this cop a bunch of shit about this cop sitting in my backyard with a bunch of lights on, and I'm out there, hey man, can you chill with the fucking lights? I'm trying to sleep. And then, what's going on and stuff. And it's like, oh, well, my name's Robert, and I've had some issues, and maybe there's a problem with the address or something, but you might have got swatted the wrong house. But the house that got swatted is a fucking lieutenant for the fucking army and his military wife. They were, and I gave them information and they extracted the IP addresses and, well, good luck to you. But I didn't hear nothing from that fucker for a couple of years. But I guess he's out of jail or prison or whatever, allowed back on the internet. Yeah, that was fucked up. Hey, my neighbors became new subscribers. Yeah. Man, I got some good footage this 4th of July. Pretty good footage on the live channel.
Oh yeah.
Last year, that Cassie Joy, you know who Linda Ronstadt and Dolly Parton are, don't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're pretty good singers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I remember when they were coming up, when they were first on the stage, seeing them, and they were good then. This little firecracker Cassie Joy that I recorded last year, 4th of July.
Yeah.
Fuck. She puts the bacon in the fucking cotton candy at the fair. I don't know if you've ever had cotton candy wrapped bacon, but it's pretty damn good.
Oh yeah. I don't eat bacon, so.
Oh man. I had sourdough with triple cheddar cheese and bacon sandwiches today for snack.
No. The only pig I eat's the one I fuck.
Do you rent pigs?
No, but I married one. 26
Oh,
years and counting.
damn.
We ain't together anymore, but we're still married.
Fuck. Put the rental sign up. Well, I
What
had a
are you
cat
doing?
looking about like that. I had that tiger striped tabby.
Mhm.
I had that cat. That cat found me drunk. Went through 3 girlfriends, and every one of them tried. When we broke up, they tried to leave my house, taking my cat with
Mhm.
them. And my first baby mama, when I was going to prison, the cat was at her parents' house, and that's where that cat pretty much stayed. 26 years that fucking cat lived.
Wow.
Yeah. Fucking
My
got
lo-
up to, I think it was 27 pounds. It was his largest. Man, he was eating good.
I had another cat. He, he made it famous on YouTube too. When I got arrested in my bedroom there, people seen him wandering around all the time, but he ended up getting his head bitten off by a fucking pit bull.
Damn. Yeah.
And I said I'd never get another pet again, and then when I
That
moved
lasted
back
6
here,
months, right?
like these guys got a 200-pound bull terrier inside, or bull mastiff or whatever, big tan dog. Anyways, big like pit bull, big fucking suck
Wait till
though,
that
but
thing
it's
gets out of
almost 200 pounds. So I got attached to that, but that's theirs. The guy that lives inside, he went down the street here, the road, and went to the crack house and that. And they had 2 kittens down there. So he ended up bringing one to my neighbor, and then he brought this one home and asked if he could keep it in here. I said, well, if you keep it in here, it's mine because it's in my camper. So he said, fine. So I ended up buying everything it needed, and now she's mine. I didn't really want another one, but she's like 5 months old now.
Oh, check this out.
How do I do this? I'm trying to make you bigger. Oh, look at the raccoon.
And a
Oh,
cat.
and the kitty. Oh.
You better get back, kid. just goes and lays there. He's just laying there dangling both legs. I'm gonna take it up right here.
That's pretty cute. My brother used to have a pet raccoon. Oh my God.
What the hell was that about?
That's crazy. Knock it. No life. What are you doing up there?
There you go. Watch this one. Better get back, Jack. I said, get back. This is mine. I'm gonna mess you up. Little sausage pancake stick. Got a little sausage dipped in pancake. Hey,
Oh,
good as
yeah?
a motherfucker.
Now, is that your cat or just a neighbor's?
Just visitors of the night.
Oh, man. I can't believe 9 hours now. This is probably one of my longest.
Here's that Cassie Joy.
What's so proudly as it was but bright star into the sky or the
Kansas City Chiefs.
way
Is that from the Super Bowl?
That girl's got some pipes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, sun's going to be coming up here shortly. It's what, 6 o'clock. And you still there, Nude?
Yeah, I'm just making a match of here, so I'm on mute so I don't make the noise. But yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Gonna fuck some shit up. I'm up here eating.
Yeah. I had the RCMP here last week at the door. Well,
Your
not for
favorite
me.
terrorist.
Yeah. But they weren't for me, but I got everything. We got 5 security cameras around the front of the house. And what I'm going to do is I've been trying to download it all.
Watch
And
this
I'm going to
cop
put it
car
up.
slow down. I mean, he comes to a stop in front of my house. You see that donut dangling?
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a car.
No signals, no lights.
That's kind of suspicious.
He sees that donut. I got him. Now look, you can see the light in his car. He's pulling up YouTube. Like
Yeah.
that motherfucker live or not? I come out that door real quick. He took off running. He's like, "Oh fuck, Rob's home."
That's how I
Yeah,
do it.
got a swimming pool out there. Mama and her baby raccoons.
That's cool. Oh, there's music on that, Rob. How do I do it? Shit. Oh,
You looking? I'm out of here.
yeah. Yeah, I gotta watch the music.
Yeah.
Well, okay, guys. I've been on here for 9 hours and counting, and I think I'm gonna hit the hay here for a couple hours.
Yeah, little babies.
Okay, Ash. Thanks for having me up. It was good to see you. I'll email you those editor links and get in touch if you want to do a backstage and all 9 yards. So great conversation.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Yeah, check this out.
and I'll see you Friday night.
You bet. Looking forward to it.
Meet the backup sandwich maker.
Thanks to everybody in chat, and everybody have a good one. Appreciate the opportunity to converse. Awesome conversation. Take care, folks.
Hang on, there's more. That's her
Thank
mom
you,
on
Rob.
the other
Thank you,
side. They
Nude.
tag teaming me. Yeah.
All right. So everybody have a good night or good morning, actually, and be safe. And always keep those cameras rolling, guys.
Yeah. End it. Bam.
Yeah.